Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Hello, everybody. This is going to be a quick live. We're here for the Ali sentencing, and we've been having a hard time finding the actual court feed. So we're going to have to use another YouTuber's feed. So, sorry about that, but that's what we're going to have to do. But at least I got it here for you guys. So we're going to watch it together. Thank you guys again so much for joining us. Let's hop into that real quick and get that underway. Let me get it up and running. I need to wait a minute. I need to edit this real quick. Give me a second. I need to get over here, save layout. Then I had to do some finagling. Okay, here we go.
Attorney, Mr. Larry, Mr. Ali is present with his attorney, Mr. Katie. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Are one of the interpreters going to interpret that?
Yes, Your Honor. I was just making notes. Larry, Katie, and Mrs. Zoe is present with. Can that be repeated, please?
Can you not hear?
Yes, I just was making notes and I stopped at Mrs. Zoe and I did not get the rest.
And Ms. Stone are present for the state.
السلام عليكم. فجلسة اليوم هي جلسة إصدار الحكم من المحكمة على قضية رقم 24-1-013-5-34 ورقم القضية الثانية 24-1-013-002-34. السيد علي والسيد علي موجودين، والمحامين السيد لاري والسيد كيرينج موجودين، والسيدة ستون موجودة من قبل الولاية أو النيابة. Go ahead, please.
There are members of the media present, and I need them to come forward and identify themselves so that I can have a colloquy with each person or entity that is present. Go ahead if you just come forward to the podium.
كذلك هناك صحفيين، فلذلك أنا أريد أن كل واحد من الصحفيين يتقدم للأمام لكي أستطيع أقوم باستجواب كل واحد من الأشخاص الممثلين الصحافة.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Bill Bushmaker. I'm with Fox 13.
السلام عليكم. أنا اسمي جو بوشميكر وأنا من منظمة Fox 13.
I'd like to get permission to shoot or record the proceedings this morning.
وأنا أريد أخذ إذنك لتسجيل إجراءات اليوم.
Both video and audio.
أريد أسجل أعمل تسجيل صوتي وكذلك تسجيل صورة.
All right, I'm going to hear from everyone and then I'll indicate what the parameters are.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
في البداية أريد أستمع من جميع الأشخاص وبعد ذلك سوف أعطي الشروط المسموحة.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Drew Mickelson with King 5 News. Tom Tedford is the photographer. We also were interested in audio and video and the Zoom recording as well of today's proceedings.
السلام عليكم، أنا اسمي درو ميكلسون مع أخبار كينج 5 نيوز. تام وولفورد كذلك الموجود هو المصور، ونحن كذلك نريد نصور صوت وصورة.
Thank you.
شكرا.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lynn Ann Wynn with Como News, and with me is my photographer, Dan Liberator. And we'd like to request the same permission as the previous two stations.
And photo and video?
Yes.
السلام عليكم، أنا اسمي ليان، المترجمة اللي لم تسمع الاسم الثاني مع كومو نيوز. كذلك دان ليبريتور هو المصور. نحن نريد نأخذ نفس الاستئذان، والقاضي تأكدت استئذان لصوت وصورة. نعم صحيح.
Thank you.
شكرا.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tiffany Smith with Court TV. We are the designated pool camera. We have one camera today for the proceedings and two microphones that are placed near your bench.
Thank you.
أنا اسمي تيفاني سميث لقناة كورت تي في، قناة المحكمة، ونحن عندنا كاميرا واحدة وميكروفونين، والميكروفونين هي محطوطة جنب مكان جلوس سيادة القاضي. شكرا.
Before I indicate the parameters on any recording or photography in this proceeding, Ms. Stone, can you indicate who you believe will be addressing the court during the sentencing hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, may I remain seated?
All right, some housekeeping matters there before the sentencing hearing starts here. Our Tiffany Smith did.
Court. It is, you know.
نعم.
daughter after she had run away.
Still doing some house cleaning. They're
بمراجعتها.
Why can't I find this?
آخذ مهلة لكي أقوم بمراجعة هذه الأمور المكتوبة عندك، أو هل تريد تقوم بمجادلة هذه الأمور المكتوبة عندك شفويا؟ فلا أعرف كيف تريد كل هذا الأمر.
Thank you,
And Your Honor, if I
June.
may inquire of the state if they received a copy on.
I did.
I also
one moment please. وسيادة القاضي، أنا كذلك أريد أن أسأل من النيابة، هل النيابة قامت باستلام النسخة؟
Okay, I'm going to pause this. June, you just sent me something, and but it's not giving me what I need. June, I apologize. I'm looking, guys, because all I'm getting are commercials. I'm not getting the trial. I've got the verdict, June. I'm going to share this because I want you to see what I'm getting, June. This is what you sent me. I don't have any. I got commercials. I don't have anything with the. This is frustrating. See, I'm not getting a live from it. I'm just getting this. See, I'm getting commercial. So this is frustrating to freaking no end. I'm not getting it. I don't know why I'm not finding it in June. This is not link is not functioning for me. Not your fault. I'll still keep looking for it, but I'm gonna have to do what I was doing because it's not working.
Go ahead, please, with the response.
I have a hard copy, although it is two-sided. The courts may have my hard copy if that would be helpful.
نعم أنا لدي نسخة ورقية مطبوعة لكن نسختي الطباعة موجودة على الجهتين من كل ورقة. المحكمة تستطيع تأخذ نسختي إذا هذا سيساعد الأمر.
Your Honor, defense has a copy for the court.
سيادة القاضي طبعاً لدينا نسخة للمحكمة. هل نستطيع أن نتقدم لكي نسلمها للمحكمة؟
Thank you so much for that positive vibes. Let me look elsewhere. That just gave me an idea. Thank you, love.
I'm going to take a brief recess so that I can read that, and then I will come back out and, well, actually, before I recess,
في الوقت الحالي سأخذ فترة استراحة قصيرة لكي أستطيع أقرأ هذه النسخة لكن قبل أن نأخذ فترة استراحة القصيرة دقيقة.
Mr. Leary, do you have any preliminary issues?
السيد ليري هل لديك أي أمور تمهيدية أو مسبقة؟
I do not, Your Honor.
لا سيادة القاضي.
I will be in recess.
All right. سنأخذ فترة استراحة.
All right, let's bring in Philip Debay.
All right, so you just heard they're going to be in recess. So she's going to be in recess while the judge is going to be in recess while she handles those motions. I guess the media requests. So that's where we are. We're in recess. Hi, little one. Let me show you a little kitty. My little kitty.
Yes,
It's one little kitty.
got it. Snagged it. Yay, there we are. Let me get the sound better.
Mr. Keating in his memorandum, his sentencing memorandum of same criminal conduct.
إذا حنبلش يعني بالمرافعة التي قدمها السيد كيتين التي تخص يعني ما يسمى السلوك الإجرامي.
The state's position is that these counts 2 and 3 do not qualify as same criminal conduct.
إذا موقف الحكومة أن التهمتين 2 و3 لا يعتبرون يعني في نفس خانة السلوك الجنائي.
As the state briefed at length in its sentencing memorandum, the defendant bears the I'm sorry.
أشارت إليه يعني الحكومة أيضا في المرافعة أو المحاجاة.
The defendant bears the burden of establishing all prongs of the test for same criminal conduct. And if any element is missing, court must count the offenses separately when calculating the offender score.
إذا يجب إثبات يعني أن هناك
But I can't change the captioning.
في هذه التهم، وإذا لم يتم هذا يجب إثبات العناصر أن كل يعني موجودة مؤهلة لإثبات هذا السلوك الإجرامي في هذه التهم.
An abuse of discretion standard applies, and the reviewing court interprets such statutory issues narrowly in favor of disallowing most assertions of same criminal conduct.
إذا ويبقى الحرية التصرف للمحكمة لدراسة الوضع، والمحكمة لديها السلطة والقرار الأخير لدراسة إذا ما كان هناك ما يسمى سلوك إجرامي.
A crime constitutes the same criminal conduct if it occurs at the same time, place, victim, and has the same intent.
إذا تعتبر الجريمة كسلوك إجرامي إذا حدث هذا الحدث في نفس الوقت في نفس المكان، وأيضا حدث مع نفس الضحايا.
If any one of those elements is missing, then it is not same criminal conduct.
إذا كان واحد من هذه الأشياء العناصر غير موجود اعتبارها كسلوك إجرامي.
Here, the question at issue is whether their same intent existed between unlawful imprisonment and assault in the second degree.
إذا السؤال الآن هل هناك يعني أي علاقة بين تهمة الحجز الغير قانوني وأيضا الاعتداء؟
Why are they not having the earbuds with the interpreters? Why do we have to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth? Just saying.
They will not reiterate its entire briefing. I know the court has read that, but I will highlight a couple
Other
of
court.
points.
إذا الحكومة تريد أن تؤكد هذا، أكدت هذا يعني في المحاجاة أو المرافعة، ولكن نريد أن نستطرد يعني هذه العناصر مرة أخرى.
Most recently, in State versus House, from the Court of Appeals, the Court of Appeals addressed this issue with these two crimes specifically and found that they did not constitute the same criminal intent.
إذا في قضية المحكمة العليا ضد هاوس في محكمة الاستئناف، المحكمة حددت مؤخرا أن الجريمة ليس لها علاقة بأي سلوك جنائي.
The House Court, in evaluating the Supreme Court's decision in Westwood, as well as the decisions in Dunaway and Chenoweth, the cases relied upon by defense counsel in his briefing.
وأيضا أرفقنا يعني هذه القضية كمثال قضية هاوس في التقييم في ويستوود وأيضا في محكمة شانوي.
Determined that in committing the unlawful imprisonment, the mens rea specifically required that the defendant knowingly restrained another, while the mens rea for assault in the second degree varied.
وأن كان هناك حجز غير قانوني، وأيضا في أن كان هناك يعني الحجز غير قانوني تم تعريفه يعني أيضا في هذه القضية.
This holding was consistent with the Supreme Court's holding in State versus Chenoweth.
وكان يعني نفس القرار كان في أيضا في قضية المحكمة العليا.
G14, I muted. I did mute.
State versus Westwood.
وأيضا القضية الولاية ضد السيد ويستوود.
The court found that the statutory's intent did not match, nor did the objective intents.
إذا المحكمة وجدت من قبل أن ليس هناك يعني أي نية ولم تطابق يعني أي نية أيضا موجودة في القضية.
Defense counsel argued in his briefing that the overarching goal essentially was the same and used a but-for analysis. That analysis does not apply here.
إذا محامي الدفاع قد بين يعني أن ليس هناك تحليل مطبق في هذه القضية، وكانت هذه هي المرافعة التي أدت.
Indeed, in State versus House, Division 3 stated that even if one crime furthers another crime, such analysis is not reached by the court unless or until it determines that the statutory intents of the crimes are similar.
إذا في قضية إلى محكمة الهاوس أيضا في المقام 3 تم تحديد أن ليس هناك أي تحليل يؤدي إلى هذا الاستنتاج.
Without rehashing the state's briefing, the analysis then provided by defense counsel does not apply here, and the court does not reach any subjective intent analysis.
وايضا في قراءه التحليل لا نجد ان يعني تحليل يعني او المحاججات التي قدمها محامي الدفاع تنطبق على هذه الحاله الان.
In other words, under Westwood, the two crimes did not constitute the same criminal conduct because the statutory intents are objectively dissimilar, and the defendant's subjective intent is irrelevant to that analysis.
في قضيه ويستوود لم يتم تحديد يعني ان هناك سلوك جنائي وان النيه لم تنطبق في هذه القضيه.
The state also briefed the issue of non-felony offenses and the court's ability to impose non-felony offenses consecutively or concurrently to felony offenses.
وايضا هناك في محامي الدفاع اشار ان هذه التهم لا تعتبر اي جنايات او بدرجه كبيره جنايات، ولهذا يعني الحكومه تطلب يعني ان تكون العقوبات ربما متتاليه او ربما متزامنه.
Consecutive sentences may only be imposed under an exceptional sentence provision of RCW 9.94A.535, but that only counts for sentences which are being imposed under the Sentencing Reform Act.
إذا وأيضا يعني في العقوبة المتتالية أو المتتالية الحكومة تطلب هذا طبقا لقانون RCW 949A.535 وأيضا هذا الذي يوافق قانون العقوبات.
Count 3 is not a felony sentence, therefore the Sentencing Reform Act does not apply to count 3.
التهمة رقم 3 ليست بجناية، لهذا لا نطلب يعني أن تطبق يعني هذا العقوبة التتابعية على التهمة رقم 3.
Thus, count 3 is eligible to be served either concurrently or consecutively.
Okay, talking about concurrent consecutive right now, we're getting down to it before the buildup. Let's get a break. We'll get you back into the courtroom and see what the judge decides in terms of Dad. We're getting word that the daughter, Fatima, may be addressing the court as well.
A victim impact statement in the case against her parents. Stay tuned.
This week on Opening Statements.
A law professor gunned down, but was his mother-in-law
So
behind
we
the killing?
may, I'm
Previewing
gonna
the
mute this.
matriarch mastermind murder trial.
We may hear from the daughter. Is that what I understand as a victim impact statement? Ooh, this is going to get good, y'all. Real good. But I hate that that poor girl has to do that. And I hate that they don't believe that now she's in a position of possibly being harmed in the future. She's not going to be safe anywhere in the world because, like you said up here, they are televising this in, I think, Iraq is what y'all said. And that's what I also understood it to be. So this is going to be, yeah, I would be living in fear for the rest of my life. Hello, Miss Tinkertube. Positive vibes. Welcome. Welcome. And also, hi, it's not real. You guys, if you're new to the channel and you've never subbed, please click the sub and put ISUB to be entered into a drawing for the end of the month. Merch. And I'm getting ready to order our merch for last month's winners. Yay! So if you were our last month winner and you've not given me your request, please do so. The next day or two, I'm going to order it. Yep, we're going to get it ordered. Somebody tinkatude this weekend at the conference. I said, "You're a little tinkatude." So that was kind of cool. I named somebody Tinkatude. And for those of you who don't know, I went to the beach. We had a good day. I had a great day with my kids, and I'm so blessed to be with them and have them. I am so happy to see my kids, and all of us were together and we went to the beach. Now that I know where to go, I might be going more often. I mean, I might just say to my son, let's go. Go to the beach. So it was a wonderful, wonderful trip. out of everything, just being alone with my kids, my daughter and my son. My daughter's engaged. And you know how that is. Once they get married, it's hard to get them alone. I told my daughter I wanted to be able to do a mother and daughter trip every other year and then do a whole family trip, the opposing every other year. So, yay. Oh, you use that product. Is it good, Lady Jane? This is Court TV's commercial, not mine. Is it any good, Boo? It normally is not my happy place because they're usually stinky and nasty and dirty. It smells like rotten seaweed and dead fish over at the Texas coast, and it's got a lot of oil. And the beach was pristine, not anything on it. It was beautiful, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So yes, I have to admit, if I go to the beach and it's like that more often, I can easily be a beach baby. But it has to be a clean. I can't do the smell. I can't do the smell. I mean, I don't mind salty. I don't mind a little fish. Like when we were sitting at the restaurant, there was a little bit of you could smell because they had all the boats there and everything. You could smell a little bit of fishy, which was fine. But when you go to the beach and it just smells like rotten bunch of trash, I can't do it. Oh, I'm sorry, Lady
That
Jane.
Washington courtroom
Been
where
there,
we are watching
done that.
together the sentencing hearing for a couple parents who were accused of attempted second-degree murder, but they've been acquitted of that top charge.
Ihsan Ali faces prison time for his role in an altercation with his teenage daughter Fatima.
I want to get a metal
He's
detector.
been behind bars since last November. We'll see what the judge decides.
And his wife, Zara, she's also inside of this courtroom. She was convicted of violating a no-contact order. And she has
she's
been
gonna get
released
nothing.
because she's already served the max that you can get for that crime.
So let's go back into the courtroom now. We're picking it up right where we left off.
This is a matter of
The trial
formality.
court's discretion without consideration of the Sentencing Reform Act.
إذا التهمة رقم 3 هي مؤهلة لكي أن تكون يعني عقوبتها متتالية متتابعة وهذا يرجع إلى حرية المحكمة.
Howdy, SP Mama 444. Welcome. Thanks for hopping in.
The information, state will not readdress that issue. It has briefed it in full.
فيما يخص تعديل المعلومة أو التهمة رقم 3 المحكمة أو الحكومة لن تتطرق إلى هذا وستعطي حرية التصرف للمحكمة.
And that issue should not be relitigated here this morning.
وهذا لا يجب يعني النظر فيه في هذا اليوم الصراحة.
So the state is requesting that the court impose the following sentence on count. I'm sorry.
الحكومة يعني تطلب تقترح العقوبة الأكاديمية.
The state is requesting on count 2 that the defendant be sentenced to the high end of the range at 14 months to the Department of Corrections.
إذا الحكومة تطلب أن يتم يعني سجن المتهم 14 شهر في التهمة رقم 2 وأن مكتب
Count 2 would be followed by 18 months of community custody.
Long time no see, Jane.
وأيضا أن التهمة رقم 8 عفوا تكون يعني تتبع 18 شهر.
And this count should run concurrent to the sentence imposed in count 3.
وأن هذه العقوبة يجب أن تكون متزامنة مع العقوبة في التهمة رقم 3.
On count 3, the defendant should again be sentenced to the high end of the range at 12 months, the Department of Corrections.
إذا وأيضا نطلب الحكومة تطلب أن يتم سجن المتهم 12 شهر كعقوبة قصوى في التهمة رقم 3.
Followed by 12 months of community custody.
وأيضا بالإضافة إلى 12 شهر حجز مجتمعي.
And this count should run concurrent to the sentence imposed in count 2.
وهذا يعني العقوبة يجب أن تكون متزامنة مع العقوبة للتهمة رقم 2.
On count 4, the state's recommendation is that the defendant be sentenced to 364 days at the Department of Corrections.
فيما يخص التهمة رقم 4 الحكومة تطلب مدة سجن 364 يوم مكتب الإصلاحات.
And this count should run consecutive to the sentences imposed in counts 2 and 3.
وأن هذه العقوبة تهم 4 يجب أن تكون متتابعة متتالية لعقوبة تهمتين رقم 2 و3.
Stated also asked that during the period of community custody, the defendant be required to maintain law-abiding behavior.
أيضا الحكومة تطلب أن في مدة الحجز المجتمع لأنه يجب يعني أن يطبق كل القوانين.
That he follow all of the mandatory conditions of the Department of Corrections.
إذا يبقى في سلوك جيد وأيضا يتبع كل شروط فترة المراقبة.
That a report to be available for contact with the assigned community corrections officer as directed.
وأيضا أنه يبلغ وأيضا يلتزم يعني لكل شرطي المراقبة المكلف.
That he attend department approved education or employment.
أيضا أنه يكون يحضر في كل جلسات يعني تتعلق بالتعليم أيضا والشغل.
That he obtain prior approval, of the department for the offender's residence, location, and living arrangements.
أيضا أن يأخذ يعني أي اتفاق مسبق لأي مكان سكن أو مكان إقامة.
That he refrain from direct or indirect contact with the victims for the maximum statutory period allowed for by order for each victim, barring an order from the court to the contrary.
إذا وأن لا يكون هناك أي تواصل مباشر أو تواصل غير مباشر مع الضحية في هذه القضية حسب المدة التي سيتم تحديدها من طرف المحكمة.
That he get a Washington State certified evaluation for domestic violence and anger management and comply with any recommended treatment.
أيضا الحكومة تطلب أنه يسوي ما يسمى يعني تقييم من جهة معتمدة في ولاية واشنطن تقييم ضد العنف المنزلي والأسري وأيضا ضد التعامل مع الغضب.
That he file proof of participation and completion of each with the court.
أيضا وأن يمتثل أي يعني توصيات جاءت منهم أيضا وأن يعطي دليل يعني مشاركة في هذه الأشياء للمحكمة.
That he also participate in a Washington State certified parenting class and file proof of participation and completion of the same with the court.
أيضا أن يشارك في قسم يعني معتمد للبارنتين الأبوة أيضا من واشنطن وأيضا أن يعطي دليل لهذا للمحكمة.
That he have no contact with Fatima or Isaiah as noted in the discovery during the course of trial by means of a post-conviction no contact orders for 10 years and 24 months respectively.
وأيضا أن لا يكون هناك أي تواصل مع فاطمة وأيضا أيسيا حسب ما حددت المحكمة من قبل مدة هذا عدم التواصل 10 سنوات زائد 24 شهر.
The state would reserve on restitution at this time as I have not received any requests yet for restitution. We would have 180 days to make that request.
المحكمة سوف تحتفظ بنقطة التعويض. المحكمة لديها 180 يوم عشان تشوف إذا في تعويض في هذه القضية.
As to any other fines and fees, the court has the ability to waive those with a finding of indigency.
فيما يخص الغرامات المحكمة لديها.
All right, we're going to slip in a commercial break. First, to Philip DeBay, what are you noticing? What are your observations from what we've seen so far?
The state of Washington apparently has the merger doctrine, which means that if you have multiple charges of which you've been convicted, and some of the elements are the same. So, for example, the intent or the mens rea aspect, for sentencing purposes, each count merges, meaning that you cannot get stacked time for each count. They recognize it basically being the same act and the same criminal objective. And if that's the case, it chops off a lot of time off your sentence. And it is a benefit to always argue for the merger doctrine. It would be interesting. I think under Washington law, once the jury is discharged, attorneys are not allowed, ethically anyway, to speak to the jury about excluded evidence. But assuming that were the law, it would be interesting to debrief the jury and find out what their take would be or what their verdict would have been had they known about the honor killing angle and the prearranged marriage. They may actually kind of, grab their pearls and clutch their pearls and think, oh my Lord, how come we didn't know this? But the purpose of not discussing it with the jury would be to not taint future jury pools. You don't want them to speculate in future cases about what courts might be excluding and just convict defendants based on an unknown.
Certainly. Let's talk about Fatima. We were expecting to hear from her, Philip, and both of her parents have been given a no contact order, meaning they can't. And I mean, your take on it, can she ever rescind that? Because it seems that it would almost go into perpetuity. I think 10 years is how long it's in effect. What does that look like in real life when you're dealing with actual family members and a young child? She's only 18.
Well, this is why the prosecution wanted a finding that this was sort of a domestic related offense, because what it would do is it would vest the court with jurisdiction to impose the 10-year stay away order. The 10-year stay away order is always subject to modification. The victim can always go into court and ask the court to modify the terms. And the prosecution would be there to either oppose or to submit on the victim's request. So it's not necessarily mandatory. Who knows, maybe in 5-6 years when the dust settles, Fatima might come to terms with the reality that maybe the relationship between her and her parents is fixable and that it's not over and that maybe they could work things out if they can just maybe sit in therapy together. But otherwise, she absolutely can stand her ground and say, no, stay the heck away from me for 10 years.
Yeah, you're right. It may change over the years to come. Philip Debate, thank you as always. We're going to get a break.
You
Coming up,
were
more
so,
from the
that is so
sentencing
true.
for
Positive
Ihsan and
vibes.
Zahraa
That is so
Ali.
true.
Plus, we are standing by in Florida. That last minute
Hey,
hearing for Donna Adelson begins next hour. We'll have everything here on Court TV.
Frigidaire has been putting families first for over a century, and we dare to advance. With
Okay, I'm going to mute that. Hey, Zach. Woohoo! Welcome in, bro. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Positive vibes. You're right. They can't contact her, but they can get others. They can. Well, here's the thing. If they try to go through a third party to contact her, that is still in violation and concerning her culture. Is it a possibility that they will come and red room her? Or I'm going to do this while we're on commercial break. Is it a possibility that she could be, oops, didn't mean to do that. I meant to do it this way. Is there a possibility that she could still be on a red room because she has broken a lot of their culture, norm, and rules? And this old lady on the stand in the other case that we're watching, man, she's hammering it. She is, whoo! I want to rewatch her testimony because this is tough testimony, and she's not holding back. But I don't think he's going to take his conditions all that seriously. He's a man that thinks that he doesn't have to really abide by the law. I don't know. Maybe this scared him a little bit, but I'm not too sure. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna show that during break here. We're gonna go into the Donna train wreck. I need to get that set up, but he is very prideful. Oh, welcome. Are you guys? Do you know what? I welcome your opinion. You have the right to your opinion as long as we're respectful. We can agree to disagree. I'm saying if this really was a one-way ticket and that she was going to be married to a 61-year-old in an arranged marriage and she didn't want to go, and I could see where they got to the on a red rooming. I really can. I don't know. This is a very difficult case. But the video I saw with him choking her and her going limp, even if you take out, I'm not gaslighting, but even if you take out the honor red rooming and the arranged marriage, the fact that he had his arm around her neck to the point that she was going unconscious, You had too many witnesses there. He would not let go. They had to fight him to get him off of her. With what I saw with the video, I believe that he should be found guilty and that he should serve some time for that. That's how I believe. Okay. But I respect you for your opinion. Thank you so much. They live by their culture, not ours. A lot of them do, not all of them. I don't put everybody in that boat. I hope the father gets prison time. The mother deserves time too. She served time already. And she has already served time. She served more than what she would have gotten for her conviction. Eventually, it's their first offense. Yeah. She will get time served. Jane, you've not been on for a while. I need to let you know that I found out he was a fraud and a liar and a cheat, and I kicked him to the curb. Yep. Oh, yes, Lady Jane. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. You're right. Let me turn this back on.
And involving his 17-year-old daughter, but was found guilty of assault and unlawful imprisonment.
Now we're seeing inside of this courtroom Ali's wife, Zara. She was also acquitted of the top charge, but she was found guilty of a no contact order involving her daughter's boyfriend. She already served more than the allotted time for that crime, so she was immediately released after the verdict, but she is inside as a formality because she still does need to be formally sentenced.
Yeah, let's go back into the courtroom now and watch more of this sentencing hearing.
4 أيام فمن المحتمل الفترة ستكون أعلى شوية.
And I'll give that number again to the court here in a moment.
وسأقوم بتوفير هذا الرقم مرة أخرى للمحكمة بعد فترة قصيرة.
But regardless, Miss Ali has not served all 364 days of her sentence.
لكن بغض النظر السيدة علي لم تكون معاقبة ولم تقضي الفترة الكاملة اللي تتكون من 364 يوم في السجن أو في الحبس.
And approximately 83 days would remain.
وتقريبا فترة 83 يوم ستظل باقية.
The court has the ability to suspend those 83 days.
المحكمة ستكون عندها أو لديها القدرة إنها تقوم بتعليق هذه الفترة.
And take jurisdiction over Miss Ali for a period of 24 months.
Okay, I have to address this. I appreciate your point of view, but do not call me gaslighting. This is a warning. The mom is going to get nothing. She spent her time in jail. That's what I said. That is correct. You have a right to your opinion, but no name calling, none of that. You can say, I feel, I believe, this is what I understand it to be. That is fine, and I will respect your opinion. But calling me gaslighting again, one more time, and you will be removed. And I normally don't give verbal warnings, but I have a lot of new people here, and I just want them to understand the rules of the channel, that all opinions are welcome as long as it's, I feel, I think, and you are respectful. But calling names and accusing me of gaslighting is not acceptable. So we welcome your opinion, but it must be within respect. If it is not, mods, you can send them to the block party and they'll have a lot of fun there. Thank y'all.
إن السيدة علي ستكون تحت إشراف المحكمة لمدة فترة 24 شهر.
I would ask the court to do so and impose the following additional conditions.
أنا أطلب من المحكمة أنها تقوم بعمل ذلك، وكذلك أريد أطلب من المحكمة أنها كذلك تصدر الشروط التالية كجزء من العقاب.
that Miss Ali have no criminal law
Welcome, Wit and
violations and
Dreams.
no contact with Isaiah for a period of 24 months.
إن السيدة علي لا تكون لديها أي افتراقات جنائية جديدة وكذلك ممنوع أي صلة واتصال مع أيزيا لمدة فترة 24 شهر.
And that a 24-month no contact, anti-harassment, no contact order be issued, protecting Isaiah.
وأن المحكمة أطلب منها أن المحكمة تقوم بإصدار أمر موقع على الذي يمنع أي صلة واتصال مع أيزيا وكذلك أي مضايقة أمر عدم المضايقة لأيزيا. أن المحكمة تقوم بالتوقيع على أمر كهذا لمدة 24 شهر.
The state would reserve on restitution, and the court has the ability to waive any other non-mandatory fines and fees based on indigency.
والحكومة في الوقت الحالي ستحتفظ بحقها للطلب على التعويض للمستقبل والمحكمة كذلك تستطيع أن تقوم بإسقاط دفع أي غرامات أو أي أموال أخرى بناء على العوضة والفقر.
The courts previously made the finding of indigency for both of these defendants, even though both of their counsel are retained.
فالمحكمة حصلت سابقا بحالة فقر لكل واحد من المتهمين برغم أن كل واحد من المحامين الموجودين لكل واحد من الأطراف مدفوع عليهم من جيب كل واحد.
The state has no ability to ask for any parenting classes or anything of that nature, as the conviction in this case is not a domestic violence conviction.
الحكومة لا تستطيع أن تقوم بطلب أي دروس تحسين الأبوة والأمومة لأن هذه القضية لا تضمن إلى قضايا تتعلق بالعنف الأسري والعنف المنزلي.
That completes the state's recommendation. I would ask the court to hear from the victim advocate in this case, who's going to read Isaiah's statement.
هذه نحن كملنا توصية أو تقديم توصية الحكومة للمحكمة. في الوقت الحالي أنا أريد أطلب من مناصرة الضحايا أنها تقوم بقراءة النص الذي كتبه أيزيا للمحكمة.
And you said that's Ms. Langdon? Yes, Your Honor.
وأنت قلت أن هذه هي السيدة لندن. نعم سيادة القاضي.
And she can come forward.
والسيدة لندن تستطيع تتقدم للأمام.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
صباح الخير سيادة القاضي. صباح النور.
My name is Sherry Landon. I'm a victim advocate, and I'm reading two statements on behalf of IW.
أنا اسمي شي لاندن وأنا مناصرة للضحايا والأشخاص المتضررين وأنا سأقرأ الإفادة من اسم EW or IW.
The first time I met Miss Ali was on September 17th, 2024, when she attempted to kidnap me from Timberline High School.
أول مرة أنا تعرفت على السيدة علي كان تاريخ 17 من سبتمبر سنة 2024 لما هي حاولت أن تخطفني من Timberline High School من المدرسة الثانوية اسمها Timberline.
Fatima and I, after school, was walking from the school to the bus when Miss Ali approached us and grabbed me by my arm.
فاطمة وأنا نحن كنا ماشيين متجهين للباص لما السيدة علي هي مسكتني واحنا متجهين للباص.
I felt like Miss Ali was trying to force me to go
Sorry, pause. I said what I said is yes, my parents were both in the teaching system. My father was a teacher. I have done some teaching. I understand teenagers manipulate. I understand the drama and the runaway. I do understand all that. But thank you for being polite. And we can, some of us can disagree with you, but I still respect your opinion. Thank you very much.
with her someplace. Where to? I don't know.
أنا كنت حاسس إن السيدة علي كانت تريد تغصبني إنني أذهب معها مكان ما. إلى أين لا أعرف.
I was wildly confused, scared, anxious, and afraid, so I pulled my arm away from her in fear of being taken away.
فأنا كنت خايف ومرتبك ومرعوب وأنا حاولت أن أخذ ذراعي منها وأسحب نفسي منها أو من قربها.
She continued to try to grab me as I was walking to the bus, screaming disgusting words at me like thief, thug, and other words I'd rather not repeat.
هي حاولت أن تمسكني وتلزمني وأنا كنت أحاول أن أهرب منها وهي في نفس الوقت كانت تصيح علي كلمات بشعة مثل سارق أو مثل بلطجي يعني thief thug وكلمات أخرى لا أريد أكررها هنا.
Mr. and Mrs. Ali always would imply how bad I was.
السيد علي كانوا دائما يريدوا بكلامهم يقصدوا إن أنا شخص مش كويس.
They would say racial slurs about me, and they would often make negative insinuations about my character and suggest I was no good for their daughter, although they didn't know me or care to.
فهم كانوا دائما يشتموا بالشتائم العنصرية ودائما كانوا يخلوني أحس إن أنا مش نافع لبنتهم.
So after this situation, Mr. and Mrs. Ali took their daughter out of Timberline High School, and a few weeks later, my parents filed an order of protection against Miss Ali, which was granted.
بعد عدة أسابيع السيد والسيدة علي سحبوا بنتهم من Timberline High School وأنا والدي ووالدتي قاموا بالطلب من المحكمة أنها تقوم بإصدار قرار حماية لي ضد السيدة علي والمحكمة قامت بتوفير ذلك.
Fatima and I began seeing each other at the beginning of 2024. Around June.
One moment, فاطمة وأنا بدأنا أن نرى بعض في بداية سنة 2024.
Around June 2024, my mother attempted to reach out to Miss Ali about a meeting in person so myself and Fatima could hang out during the summer.
فتقريبا بشهر يونيو شهر 6 سنة 2024 أنا والدتي عملت محاولة بأنها تتواصل بالسيدة علي لكي يستطيعوا ينسقوا يعني الأمور إن أنا وفاطمة نستطيع نقضي وقت مع بعض في الصيف.
During that conversation, Miss Ali and her oldest daughter, Haneen, was both talking to my mom on the phone, and my mom was trying to set up a location to meet in person and discuss things.
فأثناء هذه المحادثة السيدة علي وبنتها الكبيرة حنين حاولوا أن يتفقوا على مكان اللقاء الذي سيقوموا بالحديث فيه عن هذا الأمر.
The conversation took a quick left turn when Miss Ali and Haneen began yelling and shouting insults over the phone.
فالمحادثة لم تمشي بالطريقة المتوقعة لما الحنين والسيدة علي بدأوا أن يصيحوا على التليفون ويصيحوا شتائم على التليفون.
From that point forward, Fatima's entire family was very mean, angry, aggressive, disrespectful, and very non-tolerant of the thought of me. And I didn't and still don't know why till this day.
من هذا الوقت كل عائلة فاطمة بدأوا أن يكونوا.
Okay, a bit tedious there with the translation in the courtroom, but that was the letter that Isaiah, who we watched testify in this trial, presented to the court. He's not there, but we do understand that Fatima, the daughter, is going to address the court. That's our understanding. We'll get a break here. More on the Ali sentencing coming up.
Also, we're about 20 minutes away from that Donna Adelson hearing. Again, this is just ahead of jury selection that's going to start tomorrow. We are getting word that the hearing is over a motion to deal with the Wendy Adelson issue. She's going to testify, but she doesn't want to testify on behalf of her mother. She only wants to be a state witness. We'll keep you posted there.
Okay, guys, we have another quick break from Court TV. I want to thank Aaron for that super chat. The super chats aren't showing up the way they should on the live, so I'll have to fix that. Thank you so much, June. She went straight to his class, not to the dean. Okay. Okay. Yay, you're back. Woohoo. Oh, we had a discussion about that in a previous live about him being kicked. We'll look into that. My mods and I will look into that written dreams. Can you give us the name of the case and we'll look into it? We possibly will cover it. Adelson is our primary for the closest future, but I've been known to do dual lives, which means I'm live all day and all night. So we will definitely look at that. I have not blocked anybody for having a different opinion. I only block them when they're rude and being disrespectful. So I've not blocked you and I accept your different opinion. That is not how we operate. Thank you very much. Okay, because you have been disrespectful to all of us. I don't appreciate you attacking my mods. I know. We got too many things here. Mods, do your thing. You may block. Let me get this. Yes, I know the Adelson. We're going to get there, guys. We're going to get there. So I'm going to go to the Adelson in a minute. Okay. We've got so much happening today. We got 4 things happening today. So tomorrow we will be doing the Adelson as well as this other trial. I am going to be doing a deep dive into the Adelson. Yay. And I'm looking forward to that. We're going to get that going sometime today. So yeah, it's a lot going on, but I appreciate everybody for being here. I thank you for your comments. I thank you for everything that you're doing. Appreciate y'all sticking in here with me. Thank you, June. Good job. Thank you so very much. So we're going to look that up. Hi, Turnwater Toy Ada suggestion, change the font of the chat. Really hard to read on big TV. I can't change that. I would love to change that because I'm dyslexic and I would love to change that font. I have no control over that. In fact, this is normally like this. This is a beta test that they're running right now with the fonts. I mean, with the chat. I cannot change that. I have put that suggestion in since I'm a beta tester, and we'll see if they will allow us to do that. But right now, they're not. And I apologize. I struggle reading it too. So that is a recommendation I have made. So thank you so very, very much. Like I said, I welcome everybody's different view and different opinions. If you're polite about it, and we can always agree to disagree and have a positive debate, I welcome it. I really, really do. And I want to thank everybody for watching. Right now, we have 82 people on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us. Troy, Turnwater Troy, I'm really sorry, but I'm with you on that. And I have made my suggestion to them. So hopefully that works. Let me get them back up and running. And the other trial is still going.
This afternoon, a father and mother were both found guilty of lesser charges. The father of assaulting his teenage daughter, and they are both being sentenced today.
Isan Ali was acquitted of the top charge of second-degree murder in the incident involving a 17-year-old daughter, but was found guilty of assault and unlawful imprisonment.
And Ali's wife, Zara, she was also acquitted of the top charge of attempted second-degree murder, but found guilty of that lesser charge of a no-contact order that she violated involving her daughter's boyfriend. She had already served more than the allotted time for that crime, so she was immediately released following the verdict. And speaking of that boyfriend that she violated the court order for, we're hearing from him through a written statement. Let's go in.
Ali.
Fatima's whereabouts with my mom because she had run away from home again. My mom told the officer she was most likely at school because that's where she would go for safety.
فالشرطة كانت تسأل مكان وجود فاطمة من والدتي. فوالدتي جاوبت على الشرطة أن هناك احتمال كبير أن فاطمة موجودة بالمدرسة لأن هي تذهب للمدرسة كمكان آمن يعني لأمانها وسلامتها.
She had been telling me she was going to run away
Mods,
because
please
the
go
abuse
live.
became
Mod
unbearable
chat,
and she couldn't
mods,
put up
please
with
go
it
to live
anymore.
هي
communication.
كانت تقول لي إن هي تريد تهرب من بيتها لأن سوء المعاملة داخل بيتها لم يطاق بعد فهي كانت تريد تغادر البيت.
So it was no shock to me. Fatima had run away to the school so she could get assistance and be with being placed in a safe location.
فلذلك هذا الخبر لم يكون يعني أنا لم أندهش منه لأن يعني أنا كنت فاهم أن فاطمة ستذهب للمدرسة لكي تطلب مساعدة في الحصول على مكان آمن لها.
Once that was accomplished and the school day ended, I was asked by a staff member to assist Fatima to the bus so she could get to her destination.
I don't believe so, hon. I don't think we booted you out, Angela. Sometimes YouTube will do creepy things with the bot. Welcome back. We did not make you. We're not angry at you. We love you. And if you accidentally got booted, we apologize. I send you extra loving.
شخص يشتغل بالمدرسة طلب مني أنني أقوم بمرافقة فاطمة للباص لكي الباص يستطيع يقوم بتوصيل فاطمة للمكان المرغوب.
Understanding her circumstance, I didn't hesitate to walk her to the bus.
ولأنني كنت فاهم الأمور الحاصلة مع فاطمة فأنا لم أتردد بأنني قمت بمرافقة فاطمة للباص.
I thought nothing of what was asked of me in the moment, but in hindsight, having that responsibility entailed more than I could ever imagine.
في الوقت الذي سألوني أنني أقوم بمرافقة للباص أنا يعني لا أفكر تفكير عميق عن هذا الأمر لكن الآن وأنا براجع كل شيء في ذاكرتي وفي عقلي أنا فاهم أن هذه المسؤولية كانت أكبر مما كنت أتوقع يعني والأحداث الذي كنت أتوقع أنها ممكن تحصل.
While standing and waiting at the bus, Fatima notices her father's truck and we both see him suddenly approach us.
نحن لما كنا واقفين في انتظار الباص فاطمة لاحظت سيارة التراك تبع والدها وهو كان متجه نحونا.
Once he confronts Fatima and I, chaos ensues, and in that instance, my life changed forever.
ولما والدها يعني واجهنا فكل شيء اتغير تماما.
Being assaulted by Mr. Ali on October 18, 2024 is something that will never escape me.
يعني بدأت الفوضى والاعتداء الذي عمله السيد علي علي هذا الشيء دائما سيظل فيا وفي ذاكرتي.
I've been attacked multiple occasions by Mr. and Mrs. Ali, hit, talked down to, called out my name, disrespected, and harassed.
السيد والسيدة علي يعني اعتدوا علي عدة مرات. هم
Welcome, Rep.
كذلك بإهانات وبالشتائم هذا حصل عدة مرات.
I was a victim of these heinous acts at 16 years of age.
فأنا كان عمري 16 سنة لما أصبحت ضحية لكل هذه التصرفات البشعة.
I recently turned 17 and I still get anxious, on edge, stressed, afraid, and nervous anytime there is a mention of this situation or when I see someone that looks like them.
فأنا في الوقت الحالي أصبح عمري 17 سنة ولما أرى ناس يشبهوهم أنا بحس بتوتر وقلق وخوف يعني أثناء هذه الأوقات.
Even when I see certain vehicles drive down the road, my heart starts to pound faster.
حتى لما أرى بعض السيارات على الشارع فبحس أن قلبي يبدأ يدق بشكل أقوى وأسرع.
I don't think any of these feelings will ever leave me, but I am taking steps toward finding new ways to cope with my ongoing anxiety.
أنا لا أعتقد أن هذه المشاعر ستغادرني تماما لكن أنا بحاول أن أحصل طرق أنني أسيطر على هذا القلق والتوتر الذي بحسه بداخلي.
After suffering a boxer's fracture in my dominant hand, was very difficult for me to continue my daily responsibilities and tasks at school and home.
بعد ما حصل لي كسر من يعني كسر ملاكم على اليد الذي دائما أقوم باستخدامها أنا لم أقدر أقوم بالأمور الذي لازم أعملها في حياتي وبالمنزل.
During this time, I was maintaining great grades, and the situation made it more difficult than I thought to uphold them while being out of school for several weeks.
ففي أثناء هذه الفترة أنا درجاتي في المدرسة كانت ممتازة، لكن أثناء غيابي من المدرسة أنا حصلت أن يعني بحصل على صعوبة بأنني أواصل أدرس على نفس المستوى الممتاز الذي كنت أدرس عليه سابقا.
My parents kept both my brother and I home from school for a while because they knew that Mr. and Mrs. Ali were what Mr. and Mrs. Ali were capable of.
فأنا والدي ووالدتي منعوني وأخي من الذهاب للمدرسة لفترة لأنهم كانوا عارفين على الأشياء الذي السيد والسيدة علي قادرين عليها.
Once there was a safety plan in place for me to return to class through the school and my parents, I was still terrified to go back to the place that I had suffered such a traumatic experience.
فحتى لما أصدروا خطة آمنة لكي أستطيع أعود للمدرسة، أنا لسه كنت مرعوب ومليان خوف أثناء رجوعي إلى المكان الذي حصلت هذه الصدمة لي فيه.
With the safety plan in place, I still felt unsafe because although her parents were in custody from the October 8th incident,
فحتى مع خطة الأمان أنا لسه ما كنت أحس بالأمان بسبب الحدث الذي حصل مع والديها تاريخ 8 من أكتوبر شهر 10.
Fatima's older sister who participated in the incident as well were still unaccounted for and as yet had been held accountable for their role they played in helping their parents commit crimes.
لأن أخت فاطمة الكبيرة لسه لم تتحمل أي مسؤولية على دورها في هذه الجرائم.
All right, this letter from Isaiah, a little difficult to get through because of the constant stopping with the interpreter.
Does seem lengthy though as well.
Ooh, yeah, he went to
Two of them.
town. And now, again, we're expecting Fatima, the daughter, to address the court in person. Marlo Greer is watching along. She's a trial attorney in Denver, Colorado. Hello, Marlo. What do you think of, what do you think the judge is going to do here at the end of the day?
At the end of the day, I think the judge has heard all of the testimony, has heard all of the evidence, and will make a ruling as far as the sentence that they believe is appropriate for the case. I believe that it's easier for a judge to get through this type of, it's not really testimony, it's a victim statement. Obviously, it's hard for us because we're having someone that's reading a letter, which takes the emotion out of it, and also the translation, which further takes the emotion out of it. But the judge has to make a decision based on the rules and is not making a decision based on emotion. However, the judge will take in all of the evidence to make that sentence.
Can I quickly ask you, Marlo, before we have to go to break, consecutive versus concurrent? It sounds like the prosecution is asking for some consecutive sentences here. What do judges, in your experience, usually lean towards?
In this case, I believe that the judge would lean towards a consecutive sentence that would really conform more to the evidence and create a sentence that truly fits the crime here.
We shall see. Let's get a break. When we come back, Fatima, the daughter, expected to address the court. Plus, our eyes on Florida. Donna Adelson back in court today for a hearing that was just put on the books. It is a defense
Okay, let's talk about that hearing because right now I have started that live. We have 3 lives going on at the very same time. So I am very grateful for that. Okay, guys, I have come back from the Donna Adelson trial. That is now closed to us. Yes, I know there's no sound. I'm gonna go back for y'all. But the other trial is on court lunch break. So I understand we had a commercial. I was signing out of the other live. So thank you so much for that. Paul Youngs, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, I know I was muted. I was on the other live. Didn't realize they had here. I was ending it. So we are now back into the Ali sentencing. We are back. You will see this information here on Miss Donna Adelson. I will let you know that Donna Adelson's only they can handle it one-on-one. So here we go.
Testify for the state, and that's how she wants to keep it. She doesn't want her attorney, the attorney for her mother rather, to be able to ask those direct questions, meaning they can ask anything. So she's asked to either put a statement on the record or be able to plead the fifth. Let's go in and hear the arguments.
Zalman and Jackie Fulford for Mrs. Adelson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Bruno on behalf of the witness, Wendy Adelson, and my colleague.
I cannot control this mic. I've done everything I can. My apologies.
Matthew Lucas with me as well. Good afternoon. I have reviewed your motion, Mr. Loro, concerning the defense's subpoena as far as placing a statement on the record. I don't know if any of the parties have a position concerning you placing a statement on the record, but similar to the other trials in this matter, I do not have an issue if you do so prior to the testimony of your client. As to the placing the statement on the record, does the state have a position?
No objection, Your Honor.
Does the defense have a position?
No position, Your Honor.
Concerning placing a statement on the record, Mr. Loro, you will be permitted to do so, or another member of your firm, before your client testifies. As to the motion to quash the defense subpoena, does the state have a position?
No, Your Honor, no position.
Does the defense have a position?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
Yes, weird WM.
You may.
Judge, the issue here and the concern that we have on behalf of Mrs. Adelson is there have been 2 prior.
Okay, truth hurts sometimes. I'm not saying she's asking to plead the 5th. I said she could plead the 5th. So if she was forced to testify under the defense's subpoena, she could plead the 5th. Not asking. You're right. And that's a constitutional right, and it's granted. She is asking to grant a motion to be squashed and defense subpoena altogether. You're correct. If I didn't say that clearly, I apologize. Yes, weird. The mic has a cold. And it's going to be difficult for us to listen to all of that for the next couple of weeks, I'm sure. But you are correct. They wanted the defense's subpoena squashed. And if not, she had the right and would plead the 5th. If that did happen, it could cause a mistrial. So let's hear.
Rulings in the homicide of Mr. Markell. One came from Judge Hankinson, and then another one came from Judge Wheeler. What Judge Hankinson ruled is that the immunity conferred by the state subpoena extended to cross-examination, and we believe that's an accurate statement of the law. However, Judge Wheeler limited cross-examination to only what the state brings forth on direct. This is a premature at this point, Judge. We have her under subpoena, and we may want to elicit testimony from her.
Well, before we get there on that point, when she's called as a state witness and she is cross-examined, she can be cross-examined on all matters raised by the direct and on matters of bias or impeachment or motive to lie. All matters that she can be cross-examined on pursuant to the rules of evidence extend under that state subpoena.
I understand that, Judge, but our issue is, suppose that she's one of the first witnesses to testify.
Thank you for the super
suppose
chat.
After she testifies, other issues come up that we know if we called her, she could rebut what has been said. It's not necessarily would be something that she would need to invoke her rights. It could be a very simple issue, and we would need her testimony. So until we go through the trial and see what happens, it's impossible for us to say, yes, just cross-examining her on bias and credibility and whatever the state has asked about sounds good in the state's case until we hear further testimony and some issue arises.
I'll allow Mr. Lawyer to make his argument, but the crux of his motion is you cannot offer this witness any protection as it relates to you calling her in your case in chief. What is your response to the written argument on that matter? Yes, Your Honor. Hold on, Mr. Lawyer. I'm going to allow Ms. Fulford. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me. I'm sorry, sir. You can make your argument in just a moment.
So the issue as to immunity, we cannot confer immunity to her, Judge. We agree with that. We can't. But there may be other issues where she could testify to something that she's not taking a chance, if you will, that she's going to say something that could be used against her in the future. There could be other matters that are raised in the trial that we simply want to get testimony from her as. She is the daughter of our client.
From the perspective of your client, I certainly understand the argument you're making. Mr. Lawyer, you may argue. Yes, Your Honor. This issue was addressed by Judge Wheeler in the second analog trial.
It was also decided upon by the first DCA in July 2025, when the DCA ruled that the procedure used by Judge Wheeler was entirely correct, and the subpoena in that case was quashed. It was the same issue that the defense raised, where they wanted to cross-examine my client pursuant to a defense subpoena, which conferred no immunity at all on Ms. Adelson. I indicated to the court then, as I will now, that Ms. Adelson will assert her Fifth Amendment rights with respect to any relevant question asked by the defense. So the only result of the defense procedure would be to have the client's daughter take the stand and invoke the Fifth Amendment in front of the jury. And now the court decided by Judge Wheeler that that would be inappropriate. And we would ask the court now to follow the same procedure as Judge Wheeler and follow the same procedure that was upheld by the first DCA just 1 month ago.
Does the defense have any remaining argument on this matter?
Your Honor, respectfully, the issue that was ruled on or concerning the subpoena, quashing the subpoena, Ms. McManaman did not make that argument below. She did not join the state's motion. So the first DCA did not rule that Judge Wheeler followed the proper procedure. My understanding is that the first DCA held that she had not preserved the argument.
And if I could add one thing further.
We don't have tag team motions. Who's going to finish the argument?
Just a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, factually, we're in a vastly different circumstance. Our client certainly has information, knows information about her daughter that Ms. McManaman would not have ever been able to know. And so it's our position that it's premature. The Fifth Amendment question, the courts have ruled should be done on a question-by-question basis.
So your expectation is for me to ask the question, she will make some sort of signal, I'm invoking the juries to be removed, and then we do this for the entire defense direct?
No, Your Honor. What I would suggest is that if we get into this posture, and absolutely cross-examination may be sufficient, but if we get into the posture of needing additional, I would suggest that potentially proffering the questions, and then she and her counsel can advise the court if she intends to invoke her privilege at that time.
Mr. Lawyer, last word, and then I will rule.
Yes, Your Honor. The statement by counsel is patently incorrect and false. This issue was raised by Ms. Carras in the McManaman trial. She preserved the issue. She made the same arguments that these defense lawyers are making now. It was wholly rejected by Judge Wheeler and wholly rejected by the first DCA, and we respectfully request that Your Honor follow that ruling here. There's simply no question that the defense could ask that is relevant to this matter that Ms. Adelson, my client, would answer. She's invoking her Fifth Amendment.
All right, having reviewed the applicable authority on this issue and also reviewed the prior transcripts on this matter that were also ruled on by Judge Wheeler concerning this same subject, I am going to adopt a similar ruling. The defense cannot give the witness immunity as it relates to any matters in which she would testify under and could properly invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege. No witness can be called to the stand simply to invoke the Fifth Amendment, as there would be no basis for this witness to take the stand and give testimony on a relevant matter that also could not affect her ability to also endanger her own Fifth Amendment right. I am going to grant the relief that is requested. If we need to revisit this issue for any purpose where the defense believes there is a line of questioning.
Okay, the judge there quashing that subpoena, so that means Wendy Adelson does not have to testify for her mother. The issue is, Ted, if the defense is able to ask her those questions, she's a lawyer. She knows that the state is only asking her narrow questions to make sure that they don't get outside of her immunity because they may want to bring it up if they charge her. The defense won't care about that.
Yeah, and The judge did leave a little bit of wiggle room if during the trial, as the defense articulated, if Mama hears something in trial that she knows Wendy would be a fantastic witness to come in and just testify to that, it may be revisited.
Yeah. So we will see what happens. We'll keep you posted. But again, everything is still moving towards jury selection tomorrow in the case against Donna Adelson. We'll have it all right here on Court TV.
And you'll be headed down.
I'll be down in
cover it.
Tallahassee for every minute of it. We'll also get you back into that Washington State courtroom for the Ali sentencing that we've been watching together. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Put up with that for the next couple weeks. Oh, that's cute. That is so cute. Congratulations on your 1-month membership. We're WM. Thank you so much for your support. We love and appreciate it. So thank you so much. And for all of you, we have memberships that start off at 99 cents and go all the way up to the whopping $10. That's not too bad. We also have some merch that you guys can look at and get. We have some that's called I'm Ho, IMHO, meaning in my humble opinion. I liked if you subscribe for the first time and you're new and you put I sub in the comments, if you look the wonderful Nightbot is telling you what to do and how to do it. And then also if you shared it, put I shared, all in caps. Guys, we are at 3,393 subscriptions. We have dropped over 20 subscriptions almost overnight. Thank you so much, YouTube, for your auditing. So if you are not sure, please go and double check your subscription and make sure you are subscribed. We have lost, like I said, 20. It happens when we have a growth of a spurt of any kind. We always tend to lose some. So that is just a part of the beast. So if you will go in there and please subscribe, I appreciate it. In fact, if you subscribe today and put I sub, I'll give you 5 additional entries into the drawing. The bot of nights is being nice. Yes, it is being nice. The bot of nights is being nice. But like, here we go. Here's an example. After you hit the bell in Ada's channel, type I sub to be entered into the end of the month giveaway. If you see that's I subbed, then you'll see one that should say I liked. There we go. And then the same thing, if you shared it, put I shared. You can definitely do that. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, I know, like, shh. Oh, I guess we did because they just popped up. So please go in and subscribe. It really helps us out a lot and we greatly appreciate it. So anybody who is new to this channel or please click the subscribe and you get extra entries. I guess Botman heard me. Oh, Phoenix, hello. You got to do it in all caps, boo. All caps or it won't catch you. Let me see. I liked, I subbed. Well, we haven't I subbed, but whoever subbed. Oh, we can't do that. Okay. So there you go. Phoenix, put ILIKED in all caps, please. Like what Mr. Nightbot says. Oh, it's not in caps, babe. I'm sorry about that. Boo. It needs to be in all caps. Okay, we are going to get, let me get the mic back on.
Of violating a no contact order involving Fatima's boyfriend. So this sentencing hearing, they're both there inside of the courtroom, but the focus is really on Isan Ali and what the judge is going to give him because he remains
Oh,
behind
you're
bars.
loved.
Inside
Thank
the
you,
courtroom, we're
Blue
listening
Giraffe.
to a victim advocate reading a letter written by the boyfriend of the victim in this case, Fatima. He's also a victim. He was there in that melee, and he wrote a letter focused on how he had been harmed by the mother and
I just
by the
went
father.
down.
Let's pick it up where we left off.
You said you subbed? Blue Giraffes, you said that you subbed? I just went down to 392. That's weird. Try it again, boo. I don't know why. It went down in numbers.
Thank you for allowing my words to be heard in this manner and sharing my experience with the courts.
شكرا لأنكم أعطيتوا فرصة أنني أعطي لكم كلامي أو أوصل لكم كلامي إلى المحكمة بهذه الطريقة.
This is the second victim impact statement from IW for Ihsan Ali.
In one moment for interpreter switch.
إذا فقط معنا تصريح الثاني باتجاه في جيش إحسان علي.
Today marks exactly 304 days since the day my life changed forever.
إذا اليوم هو يقابل اليوم 304 منذ تغيرت الأشياء في حياتي.
I cannot express the amount of angst, stress, anxiety, and depression I've been living with throughout this last year.
لا يمكن أن أعبر الحجم الاكتئاب ربما القلق والصدمة التي تعرضت إليه خلال السنة الماضية.
Last September, I was going into my junior year of high school, which was a very exciting moment for me as I was beginning to figure out my post-high school plans and my future was what my future was going to look like.
إذا في السنة الماضية كنت في مبتدئة في المدرسة وأحاول أن أقرر ما سيخبئ المستقبل في حياتي الدراسية.
I was very excited to begin learning how to drive in my junior year, applying for some college and universities, as well as going to some after-school activities to mark a few things off my bucket list prior to me graduating.
إذا كنت جد فرحة بتعلم السياقة وأيضا أشياء أخرى سأتعلمها لكي تساعدني في مساري الدراسي.
But all those plans came to a screeching halt on October 18th, 2024.
ولكن كل هذه الطموحات توقفت في بتاريخ 18 شهر 10 2024.
On that particular day, it was just another Friday as I sat in my favorite class, first period history.
إذا في ذلك اليوم بالذات كما كنت في يوم الجمعة بلش حصتي في التاريخ.
While sitting and waiting for the next instruction from my teacher, I didn't realize in the next moments would lead to a series of events that would cause my world of pain and suffering at age 16.
عندما كنت أنتظر وقتي أن آخذ تعليمات من المدرس لم أتوقع أن سلسلة الأحداث ستغير من مجرى أشياء في حياتي في خصوصا في سن 16 سنة.
Now, when I saw Fatima at my classroom door, I knew something had been wrong because she had no longer been a student at the school.
لما شفت فاطمة في الباب قاعد المدرسة عرفت أن هناك أشياء ليست على ما يرام.
I had no idea she had run away from home again, but I knew she was terrified to be there, so I understood why she did.
إذا لم يكن لدي أي فكرة أنها هربت من البيت مرة أخرى، ولكن عرفت أن هناك أشياء على ما يرام خصوصا بعد أن رأيت واقفة هناك.
Shortly after she left my class and went to the office, I received a text from my dad saying the cops showed up at our house because Fatima had run away that morning.
ومدة قصيرة بعد ذلك بعد أن ذهبت إلى إدارة المدرسة توصلت برسالة نصية قصيرة من أبي أخبرني أن هناك الشرطة وأن فاطمة قد هربت من بيتها مرة أخرى.
He followed up by saying she might be at the school and to stay away from her because her parents might be looking for her.
By the way, they have had a translator, Renee. It was just in the ears. They were wearing headphones, and she was wearing a white headphone. The husband had ears that he was not wearing. He didn't utilize it much. So that is what was going on there. The translator is different this way. I don't like it, but it is the way they're doing it. So this, I believe they are reading a letter or reading something from the victim's advocate. Yes, this is a translator we are hearing. Yes, it is being broadcasted in Iraq, which is not necessarily a good thing. Oh, I know. I appreciate you saying it. I just wanted to explain that because some people are hopping in and may not have understood that. So you're good. Thank you for that. Was a reminder for me to share that information.
وتابع يعني أنه فاطمة ربما تكون في المدرسة، وقال لي يعني أن أبقى بعيدا عنها لأن ربما الأبوين حيث
That's why everybody can hear the translator.
دعوها للمدرسة.
Understanding my parents' position, they didn't want to put me in harm's way because of how they knew how dangerous her parents were from previous conversations.
وأنا فهمت يعني موقف الأبوين لأنه لم يريد وضعي في محطة يعني وضع خطر، لأن مثل هذا الحادث حدث يعني في السابق.
Throughout the school day, I was called to the office and was given updates on her situation, which somewhat put my mind at ease, but not really.
خلال يعني اليوم الدراسي كان هناك إعطاء يعني بعض المعلومات أو تجديد في حالة فاطمة، ولكن هذا لم يعني يؤمن أو يستقر من حالة نفسية.
Through those encounters, I was made aware that the school was able to find Fatima a safe place to go.
خلال يعني التعاملات عرفت يعني أنه تم تأمين مكان آمن سالم كان جنب باب المدرسة باتجاه يعني محطة الحافلة، وقال لنا يعني الموظف أن يكون لنا يعني نهاية أسبوع طيب.
Without hesitation, I cautiously accepted the responsibility.
ولكن في الوقت الذي لاحظت شفت يعني تراك شاحنة للأب، عرفت أن هذا اليوم لن يكمل عليه يستمر على ما يرام.
As he began to approach us, my heart began to beat faster. Fatima began shaking next to me, and we were both horrified as to what would happen next.
عندما يعني بلش يعني يقترب منا يعني كان قلبي يخبط بصفة سريعة، وأيضا كانت فاطمة في حالة ربما هلع. عرفت أن هذه الأشياء لن تمر على ما يرام.
Never in a million years could I have imagined I would be assaulted by an adult while at school, while my close friend was being strangled near to death.
لم يعني واحد على مليون يعني كنت أعتقد في حياتي أنه سيتم الاعتداء علي من طرف بالغ، وأن صديقتي سيتم خنقها.
Having to decide to stand idly while your friend is being strangled to death or take immediate action isn't a decision a 16-year-old should have to make, to be forced to make, let alone anyone else.
إذا اتخاذ قرار في الوضع يعني هل أتدخل عندما ترى يعني صديقة لك يتم خنقها أو أقعد يعني فقط واقفا، يعني هو قرار كان صعب على طفل عمره 16 سنة أن يتخذه في تلك اللحظة.
This was the first time in my life I'd ever experienced anything of this nature.
هذه أول مرة في حياتي يعني أتطرق لهذه التجربة.
This is also the first time in my young life I've ever been punched, hit, assaulted by an adult, and it gives me nightmares to this day.
وأيضا هذه أول مرة في حياتي تم لكمي أيضا وضربي واعتداء علي من طرف بالغ. ما زلت يعني هناك كوابيس أفلام شريرة تواكبني الآن.
To commit these acts on school property where minors were present who assisted in stopping Fatima from being strangled speaks volumes to the character of Mr. Ali, or the lack of.
يعني بالقيام بمثل هذا السلوك في مدرسة وعندما يعني فيها قاصرين وراهبين وبهذا السلوك، يعني هذا يعطيكم فكرة على السلوك العنيف للسيد إحسان.
Knowing he had made prior threats of killing Fatima, seeing her being strangled made me realize how serious Mr. Ali was in ending her life during this moment.
وبمعرفة التهديدات المسبقة للسيد إحسان يعني بقتل فاطمة، عندما رأيته يحاول قتل فاطمة يعني هذا أدى إلى استنتاج هذا رغم التدخل.
This isn't my first encounter with Mr. Ali in person.
هذا ليس التدخل الوحيد الذي كان لي مع السيد إحسان.
The week prior of October 18th, he and his wife, Zara Ali, showed up at my home with police officers trying to force their way in.
في الأسبوع اللي قبل يعني 18/10 شرطة السيد علي وأيضا زوجة السيد علي أيضا حاولوا أن يجوا معه ويرتحلوا.
We're stepping aside so we can speak about this with our guest who is here with us, civil rights and trial attorney Adante Pointer, watching with us. Adante, it's good to see you. What I'm seeing inside of this courtroom is a display of rights being protected. In just these moments that we're hearing this statement from Isaiah, we see that, of course, the victim has a right to be heard. And even if they aren't there to be at this sentencing, someone else can read their statement into the record. And we're even knowing that the defendants have a right to understand every word in a proceeding against them. So that's why we have the translation that's afforded by the government. How do you think this is impacting the judge's decision?
I think on balance, victim impact statements weigh heavily on the judge's mind because you're not hearing from the prosecutor, who is oftentimes their advocate in the courtroom, but they're not the ones who personally were affected by the crime. And so when you hear from, in this instance, a minor who was saying she was 16 years old and having to deal with an adult assaulting her, punching her, and then also having to deal with the after effects, the ramifications of watching her good friend being strangled, which she thought almost to death.
I have to be honest, Renee, time off from y'all was not what I needed. Time off and away from everybody else is what I needed. But I got my training. I got my little certificate and my anointing, and then I had a visit with mom and went to the beach with my kids for a few hours. So it was great. Thank you for asking.
It's clearly going to weigh heavily on the court's mind in terms of pushing whatever the court thought is going to be a potential sentence towards the more heavier side. My understanding, he's looking at up to 12 months in prison. And when you start listening to these type of victim impact statements, it won't be a mystery if he winds up closer to 12 than 0.
Yeah, we understand it's 12 months, Adante, but we've heard the prosecution talk about potentially going above that if the judge reaches a consecutive sentence decision. So we're listening closely to what's going to happen there. Stand by, we're going to get to a break, because when we come back, we understand that Fatima, the victim in this case, she is delivering her impact statement as it relates to her parents who are there inside of the courtroom. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the long unsolved murder of...
Okay. Yeah, I got the sound. We all good. So we got a little break here for a minute. The other trial, which is the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial, we are streaming live on the other channel. It's kind of an interesting case. When we get done with this, we're going to hot foot it over to my other live that's going on simultaneously. Thank y'all for your patience. That's their choice at June. Sentencing is in the U.S. They could give the defendant earphones like they did in the trial. Yes, but I think what they're doing is they know that this is being streamed in Iraq, so they probably are choosing to stream it over there, so they have the interpreter voicing live. I don't disagree. Yeah. Oh, look at the kids in the wheelchairs. Aww. So y'all, the other trial's pretty cool. Let me see if I can zoom this.
At this sentencing hearing now, we did just hear a statement.
Knew that I couldn't breathe it.
Changing the protocol now, and they're going to let her read her entire statement, and then it will be translated for her parents. Let's go in and watch together.
The fact that you knew that I couldn't breathe is one thing, but now I have so much to say, but I can't even look at you. I'm scared of
There's
you,
subtitles.
and you made me want to kill myself. You make me want to do things that are bad, but at least I can control
I
myself.
can't move them.
You know how much pain I went through. No, because you're not my family. Like, why do you have to make everything so toxic? Why do you have to be this way? Why am I your blood? Why? And you were with me for most of your life, and you saw me as a baby, but you still decided to kill me. You saw me grown, and not only that, I saw you hurt my young sister and my younger brothers. And you're gonna act like you didn't. My sister had cancer and she was already in pain. You made it worse. Why? And why would you hurt her when she's going through cancer? You're a monster, and I can't believe you're my dad. How can you call yourself a father? You tried to kill me. My dad tried to kill me with his own hands. Do you have no love for me? You think I'm a disgusting human being? Well, I think you're a disgusting monster.
They are going to translate it afterwards to smooth out the process.
And you're even disgusting to think of hurting me and my family. You're even disgusting to look at me, and you're disgusting for being my father. I know. You shouldn't deserve to be alive trying to kill someone that is your blood, your kid. I'm not going to be your kid anymore. You'll hate me and you wish you never did this to me. I know you were smiling when you choked me. I'm going to pray for you to stay in jail and die. You regret everything you did to me. You threw me like I was nothing. I get hit and thrown in the dirt like I had no feelings. Like I'm a piece of trash and left and forgotten. I know you want to help me and fix the broken pieces back together, but you can't. Those broken pieces that can't come back. You throw me. Why come back now? You can't fix me. I can fix myself. You won't come back. You won't see me. You won't see anymore. Not me or my younger brothers. I wanted you to look and help me, but all you did was step all over me and made me feel like I have no life to live for, like I have no purpose. You don't care about life. That's why I wanted to know, but I guess I know now. My mom saw me almost pass away right in front of her own eyes and didn't help me at all. Didn't say if I was okay. Didn't try to be there for me and stop acting like you care about me, but only care about your husband that hurts your kids and almost ended your kid's life. I'm not a teenager. I'm a young, growing woman that wants a better future for herself. Don't stop me for trying to be better. I wanted you to help me. I wanted you to protect me. I want you to make me be happy like a mom's supposed to. Why did you let my dad hurt me? Like, just because he was mad, he threatened me that I was being bad and you weren't going to tell him so he can hurt me. That's not right. You let your husband teach you how to hurt your kids, and you want me to respect you. How can you beat me? And I want to defend myself because you think that's against the religion. You beating me is against the religion. You're a bad mother to your own kids. You let him try to kill me, and now you're smiling and laughing like nothing happened. You're selfish, and you don't want your kids to have a better life because you just stuck not to work for yours. You could have stood up for yourself and helped yourself be better, but you didn't want that. Don't stop me for having for wanting a good life. Don't want to stay in this toxic family that doesn't care if I lived or not. You can't even hug me. Being a good mother is knowing that kids do bad things is okay, because kids can learn from their own mistakes. It's not my fault you hurt your kids. It's not my fault you got handcuffed. It's not my fault you are in jail. And it's not my fault you can't control your anger. Stop blaming me for your actions. I didn't ask you to put your hands on me. You're the one who you wanted this to happen, not me. You don't want to blame yourself because you know it's not right, but you still do it anyways. But what went through your mind when you choked me? And you blame me, and you blame me for everything you did that was wrong. It's embarrassing that you can't admit that you were wrong for what you did. How can you tell yourself it's not true when I couldn't breathe or talk? Can't. I think about this family and I still feel so angry for what you did to me my whole life. All the pain and the crying, and you're going to act like you didn't do that. Not just me, my siblings too. Even my younger brother, the one that you said you loved. But how can you love someone and hurt them too? My younger brothers are only 3 and 6, and you hit them and yell. For what reason? Because they're being themselves? You always have the disgust expression on your face when you see my little brother Abraham. He didn't do anything but love you and wanted to be around you. But you don't want to accept him for loving you. Just because he has autism, he is not acting. He's my little brother Abraham Ali. He's a smart kid like anyone kid out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing additional from the state. Thank you.
What a devastating victim impact statement. You see the juxtaposition there between this father in his jail clothes, the mother, she has been released. She is no longer behind bars. And this daughter pointing the finger at both of them in a way that she didn't and couldn't during the trial. Let's bring back in civil rights and trial attorney Adante Pointer, who is with us. Adante, wow, I mean, that was scathing. She not only told her father that she hoped that he died in jail. You saw the shock on his attorney's face. There's really not an option here. Some years he could be behind bars, but really not more than some months to a few years. She told her mother, you only care about your husband. That's different than we heard during the trial when she essentially said her mother wasn't trying to hurt her. Your reaction to whether or not this is a turning point inside of that courtroom?
Well, those words that she spoke and that she wrote with her own hand are devastating for any person who remotely considers himself a parent and or someone who cares about children or kids and their well-being. And so I think it's certainly a turning point, because what you hear from this essentially grieving and tormented young woman is that she grew up in a family that was toxic. She grew up with 2 parents who did not protect her and did not look out for what she believes to be her best interest. 2 parents who apparently from their religion and their culture behaved in a way that was consistent with that, but that is offensive and criminal in American culture. And so the judge will have to deal with that, and I'm sure he will. And I expect a very stiff sentence coming forward for this father who violated his daughter and almost ended her life.
Yeah, we'll see what her honor does in this case. Let's get to a break. When we come back, we're going to hear from Zara Ali's attorney coming up next.
Is your foundation making your skin feel heavy and highlighting every wrinkle?
That's a lot, y'all. That woman, good girl. Good for you. Oh, yeah, she's gonna need to find a safe place to live. I would get a legal name change. I would do everything I could do to get totally separated from that family. That's a double-edged sword, Laura. It really is a double-edged sword because I understand they were trying to prevent a mistrial, so or overturning on, appeal, but yeah. I'm shocked and appalled at the actual verdict myself. But yeah, I can't say I totally disagree with you. We have a bunch of new people watching today. Please don't forget to hit the like button, give us a thumbs up and sub and comment I liked and I subbed to be in the drawing at the end of the day for a chance to be a winner of some free merch at the end of the month. Hopefully the victim's advocate is already working and relocating her and putting her in protective custody and changing her ID. I would hope so. And I realize I got cookie in my teeth. Welcome, Jay. Welcome, Laura. Jay, this young lady. Yep. I just really want to thank all you new people for hopping in. We greatly appreciate you so very much. I am doing 2 live trials at one time. We had 3 going at one time a minute ago. The other trial that we are currently watching and doing is the Wolfenbarger trial. It is a cold case trial. And so, yeah, it's awesome. So we'll be going over there when this is done. This has taken a little longer than normal. Yay, we have 104 of you watching live at one time. Woohoo! Thank you so much. So anyway, this trial in particular, this hearing is a longer hearing because they are streaming this in Iraq. They do have a translator in the room. They did not translate the daughter's letter live. They were going to go back and translate that later, is my understanding. So please don't forget to leave your DNA to keep the channel growing, subscribe, and click that bell so you never miss when we are streaming live. So I greatly appreciate all of y'all. This trial has really stirred up a lot of emotions in this country. Either you were staunchly against the parents or for the parents. We had somebody here earlier who was saying that they felt the father was unjustly beaten up, and the reason he didn't let go is because he was being beaten up. And that's fair. You can have your opinion. We welcome different opinions. In fact, we love a healthy banter in the chat. We really, really do. As long as you're respectful, we'd love to have your opposing opinions. Adair, woohoo. Back a chat. Thank you for joining us, Adair. What's sad is they know they need to put Fatima in protective custody, but they still didn't allow the facts of the case due to their beliefs. We don't know yet, Christine. Ratface, you're right. We don't know yet. They're still in the process. They've made their recommendations. We're hearing victim impact, and Miss June will take notes and let me know, because I have 2 trials screaming in my ear at the same time. It's like listening to 2 songs on a radio at the same time. So we're going to get back into this. Thank you guys so much for joining, and I'm so grateful to have you here.
They're just a violation of a court order for the mother, so we don't expect
The mother's
person
not going to really
going
get
to impact
anything.
her
She's
freedom.
already
She
met
was
the
released after.
qualifications. The mother was in jail longer than the punishment would have been, so she walked. Mother's done. This is a matter of formality for the mom. The father may get a few more months, maybe a year or so, but he's served most of his time already as well.
That verdict last month. Let's go in. We're going to listen to the attorney for Zara Ali speak to the judge about this formal sentencing for his client.
Ooh, sounds good, honey.
Your Honor, we're here today. Your Honor, we're here today for sentencing on 1 count of violation of a no contact order.
القاضي نحن اجتمعنا هنا على إصدار العقاب على اختراق قرار المحكمة الذي كان يمنع أي صلة واتصال.
My client has credit for 281 days in jail.
Thank you guys for joining.
موكلي صار في السجن 281 يوم.
As I put in my declaration and in the argument section of my brief, my
مثل
client,
كتبت في الوثائق الذي قمت بتقديمها للمحكمة.
my client, according to the Thurston County Jail, had no issues that would cause her to lose good time.
فأنا موكلتي ما كانت عندها أي مشاكل داخل السجن حسب الموظفين اللي بيعملوا بالسجن الذي كان ممكن يخلوها تفقد الجود تايم أو برنامج الجود تايم.
My client was held on $500,000 bail.
الكفالة الذي سميت في هذه القضية لموكلتي كان $500,000.
Presumably based on the charges that she was acquitted on.
وأظن أن هذا كان متعلق بالاتهامات الذي تم التوجيه إليها الذي في وقت لاحق هي استلمت البراءة فيها.
Based on the jail's representation that she would not lose good time.
بناء على الكلام الذي استلمناه من السجن انها مش حتفقد برنامج good time.
She has the equivalent of 425 days in custody in the Thurston County Jail.
فالوقت الذي يساوي ان هي قضته في السجن في محافظة ثيرستون يساوي 425 يوم.
As noted in the brief, the U.S. Supreme Court recognizes that she has a protected liberty interest in her good time that she earned.
وكما مكتوب في الوثائق الذي قمت بتوفيرها للمحكمة أن المحكمة تعترف بأن هي لها الحق في مطالبة فترة الجود تايم لأن هذه الفترة متعلقة بحريتها.
Further, the Washington State Supreme Court recognizes that the system we operate in denies the court the opportunity to not recognize earned early release time.
وكذلك المحكمة العليا في ولاية واشنطن تعترف بأن النظام الذي نحن ماشيين عليه.
All right. It's a little bit choppy when we're hearing it translated as it's being spoken. It's a little different than it was during trial because there's an issue with the interpreter over Zoom, and you see that the defendants don't have their headsets like they did during the trial. Let's bring back in our attorney who is standing by and giving us analysis, civil rights and trial attorney Adante Pointer. Adante, there is a conversation going on about the fact that she may have served more time than is statutorily allowed for what she was ultimately convicted of. What does happen in a situation where someone has been behind bars longer than what they've ultimately been accused with or convicted of?
Yeah, so, obviously you can't hit the rewind button and give that person back their time. Essentially, they should be immediately released, and there potentially is a claim that that person could have against the state for being held longer than their sentence. And if that time is significant enough and an attorney, she contacts a civil rights attorney, then that person can sue the state in order to get her compensation for being held longer than she otherwise should have been. So that's a potential route for her to take, but it also means in terms of sentencing that she should be immediately released because no one should be held longer than they're lawfully able to be detained or incarcerated for.
Absolutely. And she was released after the verdict last month. And so she is here, it seems, on a formality to get the formal sentencing on the record. And as you mentioned, it may assist her in the future if she has a civil rights case. Let's get back into the courtroom. We now have the court basically turning and addressing what happens to Ihsan Ali.
So didn't they serve 8 months in jail or 11?
The condition of consecutive versus concurrent sentences.
بالنسبة للعقوبة المتتالية كما هي تقارن بالعقوبة المتزامنة.
Again, this case is a little different than some other cases.
كمان أريد أكرر كلامي أن هذه القضية تختلف شوية عن قضايا أخرى.
In that Mr. Ali was held on $1 million bail as his case was pending.
إن السيد علي المحكمة قررت على كفالة $1,000,000 أثناء وقت انتظاره للمحاكمة.
He was being held under just the one case number, which
So they both served 9 months.
included the misdemeanor assault.
وهو تم حجزه على قضية واحدة فقط ومن هذه القضية من ضمنها كانت الجنحة والتهمة كانت الاعتداء.
And I believe since that was pre-trial bail hold on him, he should be given credit for the time for the misdemeanor.
لأن هو كان محجوز قبل المحاكمة وتم إصدار الكفالة في تلك الوقت. أعتقد أن الفترة التي هو قضاها في السجن لازم تحسب لصالحه.
With an argument same as Mr. Leary made, takes him to the maximum on the misdemeanor.
ونفس المجادلة الذي المحكمة سمعته من السيد ليري فهذا سيأخذه على الحد الأقصى على الجنحة.
So we are asking the court to impose a sentence depending on the ruling on the points.
لذلك نحن نطلب من المحكمة أنها تصدر عقوبة الذي ستعتمد على الدرجات.
I need to clarify, Fierce Like Frida, his attorney is paid for. Her attorney was given by the state. Hers is a state appointed. He paid for his legal representation. Now, I don't know if this attorney is representing them both or not, but his attorney for trial was paid for by his own money.
Within the proper standard sentencing range.
وأنها تكون يعني ترجح بين الفترة المسموحة تحت القانون لإصدار العقوبة.
Of which I laid out in my sentencing memo this morning that you got.
الذي أنا شرحته في المذكرة عن إصدار الحكم الذي وفرته للمحكمة صباح اليوم.
But we would ask the court to impose a 0-point sentence, which would give him a standard range of 3 to 9 months.
فنحن نطلب من المحكمة أنها تقوم بإصدار الحكم الذي يكون مبني على 0 درجات وعلى 0 درجات الفترة تتأرجح بين 3 إلى 9 شهور.
We ask the court to give him credit for time served.
نحن نطلب من المحكمة أنها تحسب الفترة التي قضاها في السجن لصالحه.
And we would ask the court to waive.
Isan Ali's attorney asking for time served. He's been behind bars since he was arrested last year in November. Let's get to our breaks. When we come back, we can hear the judge address the defendants as we wait to hear what the final sentence is for this father. Matriarch of the Adelson family gets arrested.
Donna Adelson is facing charges of murder, the death of her former son-in-law, Dan Markel.
Prosecutors say a bitter child custody battle was the motive for the murder-for-hire plot.
Sleep easy. Rich Rap Royal, Kingdom's out.
Okay, I can't stand the commercials. If he is here on visa, if he's here on visa. Now, I think the wife said they've been here 30 years, maybe 13 years. I would suppose more like 13 years because I know that Fatima was born in Iraq. So I think they've been here 13 years. It may violate the visa, maybe. Or if he's a green card, I'm not sure if they have full citizenship yet. That is the big question. That is the big unknown, and a lot of people don't know the answer to that, and that has been one of the thorns in a lot of people's, side, a part of this trial. This should be an open and shut. It's on film and in public. Pretty obvious they're guilty. Well, yeah, but the jury didn't see it that way. So you're saying 10. So she said 13, the mother, when she was interviewed outside the courthouse, but it could be 10. It doesn't matter. I don't believe that they are actual US full citizens at this point, but we'll see. Truth hurts sometimes, and true Vargo, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your comments. So, excuse me, I'm trying not to cough. We will be leaving this trial and going over this hearing and going over to the Wolfenbarger trial when we're done here. So y'all come join us over there. It's
Let's
very
go back
interesting
now to
trial.
Washington State.
Real
This
cool.
afternoon, we are following the sentencing hearing in the attempted honor killing case. Two parents who were accused of attempted second-degree murder were acquitted of that top charge. But this father, Ihsan Ali, he still faces up to 12 months in prison for his role in an altercation with his teenage daughter, Fatima. He's been behind bars since his arrest last November. His wife, Zara Ali, was convicted of violating a no-contact order, and she subsequently has been released. It's a formality inside of this courtroom for the judge to impose the sentence there. But let's go back into the courtroom. The judge is going to address these parties ahead of handing down a sentence.
This matter is now before the court for sentencing.
هذه القضية وهذا الأمر الآن حول أن يكون أمام المحكمة لإصدار الحكم فيه.
I'm going to start with Mr. Ali.
سوف أبدأ مع السيد علي.
Mr. Ali has been convicted of assault in the second degree and unlawful imprisonment with Fatima as the victim.
فالسيد علي تم إدانته على الاعتداء بالدرجة الثانية والاحتجاز الغير قانوني كما هو يتعلق بفاطمة.
And assault in the fourth degree with Isaiah as the victim.
والاعتداء بالدرجة الرابعة كما القضية تتعلق بأيزيا وأيزيا هو كان الضحية.
Isaiah is not present today, but his parents are present.
أيزيا غير موجود اليوم لكن أولياء أمره موجودين.
And I'm hoping that they will convey to Isaiah some of the court's comments today.
وأنا أتمنى أن هم سيكرروا بعض ملاحظات المحكمة لأيزيا.
I appreciated Isaiah's thoughtful comments that were read to the court today.
فأنا أقدر الملاحظات الذي أيزيا فكر فيها بعمق قبل أن يكتبها لكي يتم قراءتها هنا في المحكمة.
And it helped the court understand the real and significant impact that October 18, 2024 had on Isaiah.
وهذه الإفادة وهذه الملاحظات ساعد في فهم المحكمة عن التأثير الذي حصل على أيزيا الأمور التي حدثت بتاريخ 18 من شهر أكتوبر أو شهر 10.
The only thing Isaiah did on that day was try to be a good friend to Fatima Ali.
الشيء الوحيد الذي عمله أيزيا بتلك اليوم هو أنه حاول أن يكون زميل كويس لفاطمة.
We watched during the course of the trial the video of what happened at the bus stop multiple times.
أثناء إجراءات المحاكمة تفرجنا على الفيديو الذي ورى ماذا حصل على محطة الباص، أو تفرجنا على هذا الفيديو وكنا بمشاهدته عدة مرات.
And I watched time and again Isaiah and his very brave action.
We're hearing the judge here thank Isaiah. And I do want to point out that his parents are inside of the courtroom. They've been in the gallery. They did not speak, but we know his father testified during this trial. So continuing to be there to represent their son. Again, we're hearing that translator inside of the courtroom for each of the lines that the judge is doing. That's to ensure that both of these defendants understand everything that's happening. Let's go back into this Washington State courtroom. We're getting closer to hearing the judge give her final sentence.
Shh, don't tell him that. Don't tell the bot that.
Remember that going
It's been
forward,
good today.
you can do anything and you can be anyone.
للمستقبل أنا أريدك دائما تخلي في بالك أنك أنت تستطيع تكوني أي حد تريدين تكونين، وتستطيعي تعملي أي شيء تريدين تعمليه.
Isaiah and Fatima are the named victims in Mr. Ali's case.
في قضية السيد علي الضحايا الذي تم تسميتهم هو Isaiah وفاطمة.
But as I watched what unfolded through the myriad of videos that were admitted during the trial,
لكن وأنا لما قمت بمشاهدة عدة لقطات من الفيديوهات الذي تم تقديمها أثناء إجراءات المحاكمة.
I also witnessed many others who suffered significant trauma because of Mr. Ali's brutal assault on Fatima.
فأنا شاهدت يعني عديد من الناس الأخرى الذي كذلك حصلت لهم صدمة نفسية بسبب الاعتداء العنيف من قبل السيد علي على فاطمة.
I'm not going to refer to those people by their names because I don't want to further put them into the public purview.
أنا مش هذكر أسماء هذول الناس لأنني لا أريد أن هذه الأشخاص تحس أنهم دخلوا يعني في معرفة المجتمع.
There were many kids present at the bus stop who witnessed what happened.
كان هناك الكثير من الأطفال والمراهقين الذي كانوا موجودين على محطة الباص الذي شاهدوا اللي حصل.
There are the youth who actually were intervening, trying to stop Mr. Ali.
كان هناك المراهقين الذي حاولوا أن يتدخلوا لكي يقوموا بإيقاف السيد علي.
Those youth were 14 to 16 years old.
هذول المراهقين كانت تتأرجح أعمارهم بين 14 إلى 16 سنة من العمر.
And they were attempting, Mr. Ali, to stop you from killing your daughter.
والسيد علي هذول المراهقين عملوا محاولة يا سيد علي أنهم يوقفوك من قتل بنتك.
That's a pretty heavy weight for 14 to 16-year-old kids who are just trying to catch the bus after school.
وهذا ثقل ثقيل يتحملونه مراهقين يعني أعمارهم بين 14 و 16 الذي بتلك اليوم.
The judge, in delivering her sentence here, she is affirming all of those other people who surrounded this incident that happened in November of last year, naming not only these victims, the two who were named, but also those innocent bystanders who just tried to help. Her sentence coming up soon.
At Bombas.
So, JBZ, what do you think actually happened? You've got some personal knowledge of the culture. What do you think was going on? Thank you so much for subbing. Woohoo! Let me look at the numbers. We got up to 4,000 and then YouTube did its YouTubey thing. And now we're back up to not 4,000, 3,402 now from yay, thank you guys for getting us over 3,400. We're trying to get to 4,000 by the end of this month. I'm not sure we're going to make it. That's still like 598 away from 4,000, but we are wanting to get to 4,000. So that is our goal. Yes, celebrate 10-month membership. Thank you so much. You're so awesome. I don't know why the super chats and all of these are, there we go. I started one. So why are the super chats not showing up in the start? It's just, let me reboot it. It may be a glitch. It is what it is. I didn't mean to put that up. That's an old one. 80s Music Man. I got sub taken away from YouTube for being a YouTube one time. Okay, put it back up there. Put it back up there. But I sub, get you back in the drawing. You get it again. I'm not sure how much I can share. This is my first time here. As long as you're respectful, no name calling, no gaslighting terms or anything like that. You can share your feelings. In fact, just make sure it's respectful. And we will listen. We're a very open group. We allow differences of opinions. Even if you're the only one disagreeing, we respect it, just as long as you respect our opinions. So go for it, JBZ. We welcome your input, especially since you've lived there, because we haven't. So that would be some nice input. Don't worry about that. Like June says, please do not share your opinion as fact. Please, I believe, or in my opinion. That way it's well, there you go then. JBZ, you're welcome to share your opinion. I mean, it is their opinion. Just kind of, yeah, somebody joined the block party. We have a wonderful party that we send people to. It's called a block party. And it is so much fun. You've got a lot of people that you'll like there. So, but I don't think you have to worry about that, JBZ. I think you're doing great. Weird WM. Would love to hear your input, JBZ. Thank you so much. Thank you. So yeah, I'm always open. I'm always open to education. I only know what I've learned and heard from other people. So that's how we learn, by our discussions. Hold on, guys.
Daughter Fatima back home after she had run away.
Here we go.
He was acquitted, though, on the top charge of attempted second-degree murder. The mother, Zara, was released immediately following the verdict after being found guilty only of violating a no-contact order involving Fatima's boyfriend.
Yeah, see, but I was muted because
the judge is
I have 2 lives going at once. We had 3 going at one time. So, if you don't hear me and I'm talking, it's because I'm on the other live. I have to share the same camera, but I am on the other live. James Z, I'm 74 years young. I've been around the world and 7 seas. Okay, you've been around the block a few times. Yeah, I'd love to hear your opinion on this case.
Addressing the court before handing down her sentence.
Welcome, Sheba!
Parent their children the way that they deem appropriate.
الأبوين لديهم حق دستوري إنهم يقوموا بحقوقهم كأب أو أم باتجاه الطفل أو الشاب أو الشابة بالطريقة التي هم يعتقدوها صحيحة.
Children do not have the right to good parents or loving parents.
الأطفال ليس لديهم الحق أن يكون لهم أب وأم يحبوهم أو أب وأم لطيفين معهم.
Parents have the right to discipline their children, and they should have that right.
فالأم والأب من حقهم تهذيب الأطفال وهذا الحق لازم يكون مع الأم والأب.
Parents have the right to create the rules in their household, and that includes creating rules that say your child can't date.
الأم والأب من حقهم أنهم يكونوا شروط المنزل وشروط العائلة. ومن ضمن هذه الشروط التي ممكن يصدروها
All right, so if you're just joining us, what's happening is there is an interpreter. Before it was in the headphones, now we can hear it. So the judge is speaking, addressing the father who is convicted, and it is then with the interpreter interpreting for them. So it kind of goes back and forth. We want to go back in, though, to resume that and hear more of what the judge is saying to the father.
الأطفال يكونوا ماخذين دور في العائلة.
It's to raise children to think for themselves and to develop their own ideas.
وكذلك لكي الأطفال يستطيعوا ينموا ويكبروا ويفكروا لأنفسهم ويطوروا أفكارهم وكيف يفكروا لأنفسهم.
Parents hope that their children will develop thoughts and ideas that are consistent with the family values.
وأولياء الأمر يعني أمنيتهم ويتمنوا أن أطفالهم سيكبروا وسيطوروا القيم الموجودة في العائلة.
But that doesn't always happen, and that is okay.
لكن هذا لا يحصل دائما وليست عيب في ذلك.
Because in the United States, we have the right to believe what we want to believe.
لأن في الولايات المتحدة عندنا الحق في أننا نفكر بالطريقة التي نريد نفكر فيها ونؤمن بالطريقة التي نؤمن فيها.
Everyone has the freedom of thought and ideas and the freedom of association.
فكل واحد مننا لديه حرية التفكير وحرية الأفكار وكذلك حرية التواصل مع الناس الذي يريد التواصل معهم.
So even when parents don't like what their children believe or unhappy with something that their children do, that is a youth's right.
حتى في الأوقات التي أولياء أمر المراهق يكونوا غير مبسوطين مع أفكار المراهق أو المراهقة أو أفعالهم. هذه الأفعال والأفكار حق المراهق.
It doesn't mean that then parents are not in charge or that they don't get to make the rules.
هذا لا يعني أن في هذه الحالة الأم والأب فقدوا سلطتهم على الطفل أو لا يستطيعوا أن يقوموا بوضع شروط للطفل أو للشاب.
But parents cannot control their children's thoughts and beliefs.
لكن أولياء المراهق والمراهقة لا يستطيعوا يسيطروا على أفكار وطريقة تفكير الشابة أو الشاب.
When children don't follow rules of the home, discipline is appropriate and allowable.
المراهقة والمراهقة إذا يقوموا بانتهاك شروط المنزل فالتهذيب هذا شيء مهم وشيء لائق.
But there are limits on discipline, as there should be.
لكن هناك قيود وحدود لهذا التهذيب والمفروض هذه الحدود والقيود تكون موجودة.
And that is because children are not properly.
All right, I want to welcome for this hour criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Rice. Jack, always great to have you on, my friend. Great to see you. This is really interesting because it gives us also that behind the scenes look at what it's like when a person has an interpreter, right? Usually they're listening on the headphones, which is what they did during the course of the trial, but they are hearing everything through an interpreter that the judge is now saying, and that the victim impact statement said it was an emotional day. To those. And tell me your thoughts about when a judge really doesn't just hand down the sentence, but does give good information about the reasons behind the sentence.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Well, first of all, let's start with the interpreter piece of this. It's a great point that you make, because if we think about this, one of the problems, one of the challenges that we face is how do you get this information back and forth? And it actually is a skill set itself, because frequently we speak in paragraphs. Well, guess what? You can't interpret in paragraphs. And so as a result, frequently you have to speak in one sentence at a time and then.
From someone who is an ASL interpreter, it's different because I can sign at the same time that people are talking continuously and not stop, because you can't hear voice on top of the spoken person. So it's really, really hard when you do voice-to-voice translation and or translation, and you have to speak a few words, stop, then they translate. It's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So it is a slower process, and I'm sorry for that.
Stop and let the interpreter catch up. And then you get back and forth until you can get into.
They are certified and sworn in by the court. They're professional interpreters that have no skin in the game. They have a very strict license and code of ethics that they must follow. And they are certified court, which means they should be good.
A groove, but that's actually part of this.
I was in Houston this weekend.
Now imagine trying to do this in front of a jury, because you're trying to keep their attention and pull them in. So that's really amazing. But that second question is the big one. The idea behind what the judge's ruling actually is, that's incredibly important. And the reason it's important is because the judge really does want to justify this. The judge really does want to explain, this is my thought process as to why I am going where I am going. Yes, I know that everybody standing in that well is waiting for what the ultimate.
Discipline, it needs to be reasonable and moderate.
التهذيب لازم يكون معقول ولازم يكون غير شديد وعنيف.
And as the jury instruction told the jury,
وكما التعليمات التي أعطيت لهيئة المحلفين كانت هناك نقطة معينة وبند معين.
they could infer that it was unreasonable to take certain acts to correct or restrain Fatima.
أن هم يستطيعوا يفهموا أن صار هناك تصرف غير معقول لكي يقوموا بتهذيب أو توقيف فاطمة.
And that included throwing, striking a child with a closed fist.
ومن ضمن هذه الأشياء الرمي أو رمي الطفل أو ملاكمة الطفل بإيد مقفولة.
Interfering with a child's breathing or doing any act that is likely to cause.
وكذلك التدخل في تنفس الطفل وعمل أي شيء الذي ممكن يؤدي إلى
and that does cause bodily harm greater than transient pain or minor temporary marks.
اللي يؤدي إلى ضرر جسدي يعني أكبر من يعني علامات بسيطة على الجسم أو علامات مؤقتة على الجسم.
During the trial, we heard that one type of discipline that Fatima received was the taking of her phone.
أثناء إجراءات المحاكمة نحن سمعنا
Part of it is a formality because they have to ensure that he understands. They can't assume. So by having the interpreter, he can't come back later and say he didn't understand. They're covering their butts.
أن إحدى أسلوب التهذيب كان أخذ التليفون من فاطمة.
That's a pretty common way to discipline a child who's not following the rules.
ويعني هذه طريقة اعتيادية في تهذيب الطفل الذي لا يتبع شروط الأسرة.
It appeared
Beautiful
that Fatima
photo.
was also grounded, that she couldn't go to certain places and her movements were confined when she wasn't following the rules, which is also reasonable and typical.
كذلك عقاب معقول وهذا احنا سمعنا كذلك كان يحصل مع فاطمة ان منعت من الخروج من المنزل وكان ممنوع عليها تذهب للأماكن التي كانت ترغب الذهاب إليها. هذا كذلك تهذيب أسلوب تهذيبي معقول.
And even removing Fatima from Timberline High School because of concerns that she wasn't following the rules and that there were negative influences there, while not advisable, it was not unreasonable.
وكذلك سحب فاطمة من المدرسة الثانوية Timberline.
Did the judge just say it was not unreasonable to move the daughter from the school because they believed that she was under negative influences and that was not unreasonable? Come on. In every teenager's life, you walk out the door, there's going to be negative influencers. Oh my gosh. Do you understand sign language, JBZ? I'm deaf without my hearing aids. I grew up hearing and became deaf as an adult. Hence, my speaking is very well, but without these babies plugged in, I'm deaf as a board.
بسبب إنها ما كانت تتبع شروط العائلة أو خوفا على أن هناك تأثير سلبي عليها في المدرسة أو من المدرسة برغم أن يعني هذا الشيء غير مرغوب لكن سحبها من المدرسة كذلك أسلوب تهذيبي معقول.
And on October 18, 2024, some of Mr. Ali's actions were reasonable and moderate.
وفي تاريخ 18 من شهر أكتوبر شهر 10 سنة 2024 بعض من تصرفات وسلوك سيد علي معقولة.
I had to do it.
Fatima had run away again.
فاطمة هربت من البيت مرة أخرى.
The judge being very even-handed, even pointing out that some of his actions were reasonable and moderate. Stay with us. We're going to bring more of the judge's sentence to hear.
I got to do it, guys. I can't resist. You guys, I'm going code red. Guard your ears. If you got flash sensitivity, look away until the sound stops in. I went code red. I had to do it. I just couldn't do it. That judge sounds reasonable. My butt. Code red. I am not happy with what I just heard. I guess what he did goes one to click into unreasonable predicted light sentencing. Yep. He's not going to get anything. I'm not liking this. I'm not liking
Our
this.
family history, don't you?
At all. Yes, code red. I thought I misheard her too until I saw it. Yep. I'm sorry. I thought I gave the warning. I guess I was muted. Close your eyes. How about this? Close your ears. I know some people don't like it when I get going on my noise machine. Like that was for Sarah Boone. For those of you who don't know, we would go. That was a Sarah Boone siren. She had her own siren. Sarah Boone sure did. Yeah, it's Washington State. Go figure. Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, we're going to be following that. So come back, JBZ. We probably won't be live for. There's not going to be really anything live to do for the jury selection, but we will. I warned. Oh, sorry about that. I lowered a little bit. My bad. Everybody's hearing, everybody's ears are differently. Everybody's headphones are differently. My apologies. CMDR Golden Samurai, I am so sorry. My bad. Didn't mean to hurt your ears. I should have given a warning. Yeah, Sarah Boone was she had her own freaking siren. Every time we go, Sarah Boone. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I try to warn if I can remember to do so because, yeah, everybody's is a little different. And being as deaf as I am, my volume is set way differently than everybody else's. Welcome, CMDR and a Golden Samurai. Welcome. Thank you guys for joining. Oh my God, Lauren, I knew the judge was bad from the product of her honor red room. I can't believe they will probably let the other kids back to stay with him. Hopefully, fully eyes will be at the door to get them. That would be interesting to see. We shall see.
17-year-old daughter Fatima after she had run away from home ahead of a months-long trip to Iraq. However, both are being formally sentenced today after they were convicted of some lesser charges. We want to get you back into court. The judge is addressing the parents before handing down their sentence, and just want to let you know there is use of an interpreter, so you'll hear the judge's voice and then the interpreter as she explains what she's going to do.
تقوم باحتجازها وهي حاولت أن ترفض.
You began a vicious, horrific, and brutal assault of Fatima.
أنت بدأت باعتداء مخيف وشرس على فاطمة.
You had all kinds of choices at that moment before you started assaulting her.
في تلك اللحظة أنت كان عندك خيارات كثيرة التي كنت تستطيع تختار منها قبل أن تبدأ تعتدي على فاطمة.
You could have walked away.
أنت كنت قادر تمشي وتترك المكان.
You could have called the police again, as you'd already done that day.
أنت كنت قادر تتصل بالبوليس كمان مرة مثل ما عملت سابقا في نفس اليوم.
And as you've called them before when Fatima had run away before.
وكما عملت سابقا في المرات السابقة لما فاطمة هربت من البيت.
You could have let her get on the bus and you could have followed the bus waiting for the police to assist you.
أنت كنت تستطيع تسمح لها بأنها تصعد على الباص وأنت كنت قادر تمشي ورا الباص لغاية وصول الشرطة.
Okay, could have waited to the police to assist you.
يعني كنت تستطيع تطلب من الشرطة أنهم يقوموا بمساعدتك.
You could have listened to Fatima on that day.
أنت كذلك كنت قادر أنك تستمع لفاطمة بذاك اليوم.
She was clearly terrified. She was in disguise, trying to escape.
هي كان واضح أنها مفزوعة ومرعوبة. هي كانت مرتدية ملابس يعني هي تخفي نفسها فيها وحاولت أن يعني تستخبى.
She was terrified, and
هي كانت مفزوعة.
Perhaps that's how you wanted her to feel, in hopes that you could scare her and control her and get her to come home.
يمكن يعني كنت تريدها أنها تحس نفسها مرعوبة ومفزوعة لكي تقنعها يعني تقنعها أنها لازم تعود البيت بهذا الإحساس.
She already knew that you were upset with her and that she had run away to escape.
هي كانت عارفة أنك غضبان عليها وزعلان منها لأن هي حاولت أن تهرب وتشرد.
And in her fear, she went to the only safe place she could think of, and that was her former school.
وفي خوفها هي ذهبت للمكان الوحيد الذي هي قدرت تفكر فيه كمكان آمن لها، وهذا كانت المدرسة السابقة تبعها.
And in that moment, as the adult, when you could have done all of those different things, you intentionally chose to do something else.
وفي تلك اللحظة أنت كشخص بالغ وأمامك كانت العديد من الخيارات التي كنت تستطيع تختار منها، فأنت اخترت الأفعال التي اخترتها.
You brutally assaulted Fatima, who is your daughter.
فأنت قمت باعتداء شرس على فاطمة، وفاطمة هي بنتك.
You purposefully strangled her until she had a seizure, apparently had a seizure and became unconscious.
Oh, she's changing her tone.
خنقتها لدرجة أن هي صارت عندها نوبة والظاهر هي كذلك فقدت وعيها.
You were clearly so enraged. You didn't let her go even after she stopped struggling. And even though multiple people were assaulting you in attempts to protect her.
All right, let's bring back in criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Rice. Jack, I appreciate it. There we got to see the judge as she's delivering her sentence. We don't yet know what that sentence is going to be, but I had to talk to you because she did lead off, as I mentioned before.
If you would quit interrupting, we probably would be done by now.
And said that some of the father's actions were reasonable and moderate. But boy, does she start outlining the problems, the fact that he could have walked away. He could have called the police again. He could have followed the bus until the police met him at the bus. He could have listened to Fatima that day. Do you think a defendant sitting there, now a convicted felon, is actually listening to any of this and taking it to heart?
No.
Or are they just sitting waiting to say, okay, so what's going to happen to me?
Boy, this is so individualized, because I can tell you there are times when there's so much intensity, so much emotion involved that you hear almost nothing. You're sitting there listening, but you're barely hearing anything from anybody. You're so deep in your own head about what this might mean and what this could have meant. And the fact that he's actually been in custody for some 10 months at this point already, with the possibility of—
I don't care. He's been in custody for 10 months. Who cares? That appalls me,
so much at the
JBZ.
table. But
Oh
here's
my
the part
God.
that gets to me, Your Honor, and I know you get this better than just about anybody. It's that you never know how each judge will handle these. I have cases where I'm standing in front of a judge, and if they come at me with a sledgehammer in both fists, I know I'm okay. Now, hear what I said?
Yes.
They come at me actually aggressively in the first place, I know I'm okay. If they come at me and say, by the way, your lawyer did a great job, I'm like, oh my God, because that's the last thing I want to hear from that particular judge. Not that that's ever happened to me. Oh, no.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jack Rice. No clue. But, and you're right, because, you know, we are sitting there really with the weight of people's world on their shoulders as we as judges are having to go through all the reasoning and the rationale, the law, suiting the facts to the law to come up with a sentence, which is well within the court's discretion, frequently within the parameters set forth by the law. And in this case, she has some discretion. And now she's getting into the meat of the matter as she's walking through all this. And now she's starting to say, Jack, to your point, listen, you brutally assaulted your daughter. You strangled her to the point of having a seizure. So she now is getting, I think, to the heart of the problem with this action that resulted in the conviction.
Yes, and she is really starting to lay out the justification
Welcome,
for
Dawn.
giving him time. Because we heard in the first place, she starts out with, dare I go back to my analogy of your lawyer was really good, you know?
Yeah.
But she's coming at him now with, look what you did. Look what you could have done. Look at the alternatives that you could have had. Instead, one after the other, you chose not to do any of those. And because of that, it almost sounds like, because of those things, this is why I'm coming after you.
Yeah.
It's because of the many opportunities you could have had that you chose to go a different direction.
We're going to see what she does. We want to go back in. Now she is going through the charges he was convicted of.
هذه الجريمة تم ارتكابها في نفس المكان مع نفس النية مع نفس الشخص أو لا.
And I find that assault in the second degree and unlawful imprisonment do not contain the same criminal conduct.
وأنا أحصل أن الاعتداء بالدرجة الثانية والاحتجاز غير قانوني لم يصدروا من تصرف جنائي واحد.
Assault in the second degree requires a mens rea of intention to do something.
الاعتداء بالدرجة الثانية يكون مطلوب فيها النية يعني لفعل شيء معين.
And in this case, it was strangulation or recklessly inflicting substantial bodily harm.
وفي هذه الحالة كان الخنق أو
Real quick, I've started a poll before she gives her sentence. I started a poll. Give me your answers.
يعني تسبيب ضرر جسدي.
Unlawful imprisonment requires a mens rea of knowingly restrained.
احتجاز غير قانوني.
He was arrested and his jail time started in November. So we're almost 9 months, right at 9 months.
يتطلب أن يكون هناك عنصر.
Sorry, yes, Angela, he will get credit for time served.
احتجاز شخص هو بنية.
It is clear that the assault occurred when, at a minimum, by the time that Fatima was rendered unconscious, whether that is by strangulation or by recklessly inflicting substantial bodily harm.
ومن الواضح أن الاعتداء حصل بعد الخنق وسواء كان يعني بعد ما هي فقدت وعيها بعد الخنق أو يعني إذا حصل هذا الأمر بتصرفات غير قانونية لاحتجاز الشخص.
The knowing restraint happened as soon as Mr. Ali had Fatima bent over before they went to the ground and was restraining her from running away, which is what she was trying to do.
الاحتجاز بقصد حصل لما السيد علي مسك فاطمة وحاول أن يوضعها على الأرض لكي يحتجزها لكي يمنعها من الهروب وهذا الشيء الذي هي كانت تحاول تعمله.
Separate and distinct mens rea and separate and distinct acts.
فلذلك هذول الفعلين كل واحد يعتبر كفعل والعنصر الدافع عند كل واحد من الأفعال يوجد هناك عنصر دافع لحاله.
Mr. Ali has an offender score of 2.
السيد علي عنده عدد جنائي يكون من 2.
For the assault and the second degree charge and the unlawful imprisonment charge.
هذا الذي صادرين من الاعتداء بالدرجة الثانية والاحتجاز الغير قانوني.
The legislature has determined that someone who has an offender score of 2 with a conviction of assault in the second degree shall have a mandatory range of 12 months and a day to 14 months.
والقانون مكتوب فيه ان الشخص الذي عنده عدد جنائي 2 على وهو دقيقة.
For sentencing, there are different levels, different scores for the first degree assault. She is going through the, for instance, required mens rea of the unlawful imprisonment charge, that it had to be knowingly restrained. And so these are the things that the judge has to consider in determining the appropriate allowed sentence. Stay tuned. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get you back in the court to hear the sentence in this case.
Okay. It's an Oreo day. Our poll shows, what should Mr. Ali's sentencing be? 1 to 6 months, 7%. 6 to 12 months, 4%. 12 to 18 months, 83%. Time served, no more time, 7%. That is what y'all said. I'll leave it up there a few more minutes for you guys to go and participate. We want to hear your votes. Come on. Come on. Ah! Cord got stuck in the chair. Alicia, they were found not guilty on the attempted red room, but he was found guilty of 2 other lesser counts. He had 6. 1 girl died. He has a son, and I think the rest are girls. And they're living with family. Now with mama and family, because mama's set free. Yeah. That should be an option. Oh, that's right. 2 younger sons. So there were a total 6 children, 4 girls, 2 boys. 1 girl died of cancer, and the daughter kind of went off on that a little bit. Oh. Yes, this is the Emily D. Baker lip gloss. Yeah, he understands English and she understands enough, but they have to, I mean, you have to cover your base legally. They have to provide it because if they don't, they can come back on an appeal and win. So it's very important that they have the interpreter. Ah, you're stuck because you voted. Yeah. True, DS. Very true. Okay, the votes are still 6%, 1 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months is 4%, 84% or 12 to 18 months. Time served, 6%. So we've got 51 votes. We have 184 watching right now. Thank you guys so much. There's a lot of new people today. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. I thank you for all of your support, all your comments. Please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. If you leave your DNA and keep this channel growing, we appreciate it. What you need to do is if you like the live, if you liked our live, you find the Nightbot. Where did you put it? Oh, he disappeared for a while. Where did it go? They're back. If you put a thumbs up,
were
comment
acquitted
I
last
L I
month of
K
the
E
top
D.
count of attempted second-degree murder for the incident
Be in a
involving
drawing.
their then 17-year-old daughter, Fatima. Ihsan Ali was captured on video placing a chokehold around Fatima's neck while students and bystanders attempted to free her from her father's grasp. Still with us, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Rice. Jack, weigh in as you're listening to the judge continue with all of the things that she's wanting to say. And I think viewers and probably us, well, we keep waiting, like, what's the sentence? What's the sentence? But it's also something that is limited based on different scores. So life is not a possibility, even though the law provides for it in some circumstances.
Right. So if we think about how the law generally works, and every jurisdiction is a little different. So every state jurisdiction is different. And then you have the feds, which are different from that. And with state jurisdictions, generally speaking, what you get is the seriousness of a charge on one part of a scale.
1 year.
So imagine it over here. And then what you have underneath it is you have the kind of criminal record that person has. And so in some jurisdictions, what you get are points. And so what you'll get is a certain number of prior criminal convictions or points. And if you imagine it on a scale that has sort of exponential growth, if he had a lot of prior criminal convictions, domestic assaults, serious assaults, second-degree assaults, other types of criminal convictions, that could make this sentence far, far, far worse. But because of his lack of criminal convictions, it puts him in a much different space. So if we look back at what the judge talked about was 12 months and a day up to, I think it was either 14 or 15 months. Well, let's think about what that means for a second in Washington state, because he was already in custody since November, and we're now halfway through August. So he's somewhere in that 10 months.
I did not eat all those. That's my son had a bunch too, so don't blame me.
Time that he's already served. Now you have to realize that in Washington state, you generally get a third off for good time. So now all of a sudden, he's at about 15 months right now. So if you add all this up, what I think is really happening is this judge is trying to sort of, with her words, hammer him for his bad acts and his bad decisions, because she's going to have to let him go. I think she's going to have to let him go if she decides to go within the guidelines. Now, technically, again,
I'm glad he said that. She doesn't have a choice. He has served, if he only served 2 months, then she has a choice to make him serve the whole 14 months. But that's not what's happening here. She doesn't have a choice. And that sucks because her hands are tied.
And every jurisdiction's a little different. She has the ability to actually go above the guidelines, but she has to be able to justify it. She has to be able to say, this was so much worse. But if we look back at what she said so far, she's been balancing it between he did this right, he did this right, she was making these mistakes. They have a right as parents to make certain decisions. That doesn't justify his ability when he did X, Y, or Z. But that may very well keep him within that 12 to 15 or 14-month guideline, which means that he walks at the end of this, even if she gives him a pretty serious tongue lashing.
Wow. And I know a lot of viewers have been commenting it. I don't know they'd be happy with that outcome, but that's the reality of the law. Let me just ask you one more question.
But that's why she does it, Judge.
Yeah.
Judge, don't you think that's true?
Yeah.
That's why she's tearing into it.
I agree with you. And the other thing I was going to say too is judges should not show their hand understand. Here's what I mean by this. The judge may or may not agree that a jury did not convict him or his wife of the top charge of second-degree attempted murder, but it doesn't matter. That was that's what they convicted of. The judge didn't set it aside. Therefore, it is what it is. And in a judge's heart, you may feel like, well, I wish the jury had. I think the jury should have, but the jury has spoken. But you can't carry that over to sentencing, right? The sentencing is for the specific conviction, and these can be very emotional things.
How do you do that, Your Honor? You're the one who is sitting on the bench. You're the one who has to set things aside. And you're a person too. And you're like, it's still in my head. It's like telling somebody to not think elephant. And then you say, remember, don't think about an elephant. Now, what are you thinking about? You tell me, how do you set that aside?
And you have to. You just have to. That's part of the job. And I just wonder if part of the reason she's articulating the egregiousness of some of the things he did is just, to your point, to make clear on the record every piece of it before she imposes a sentence for the charge he's actually convicted of. Jack, stand by. We know they've taken a break in court ahead of the judge's sentence. So in the meantime, we will switch gears to Georgia for the killer's daughter murder trial for Christopher Wolfenbarger. The victim's mom is back on the stand. Stay with us. We'll be right back to get you into court.
Tonight, on closing arguments, the long unsolved murder of a serial killer's daughter and the case against her husband. We'll bring you today's emotional testimony from the victim's mother.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central. Only
Designed to maximize your.
We are going to go to that trial when this is over. We're going to go back to that trial, and I am going to, right now it's running live, but what we'll do is we'll go back and catch up. Right now, it looks like they are going into a break. Let me hop on over there. Both of you will be hearing me live at the same time. Okay, guys, I got two trials on, both of them in breaks at the same time. Finally! So everybody in this trial, the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial, we are coming, I think, back from break. Thank you so much for sticking in there with me. Okay, they're going to a 10-minute break. We are in a short break in the Ali sentencing trial. It's taking forever because they're having to go from English to whatever their language is, back and forth. Hold on, y'all. I got it. I got some. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I have to send my daughter something. I have to email my daughter something for college. She's in college, and we have paperwork that she's supposed to have. And I sent it to her. So we'll see. That's funny. So what I'm frustrated about in all of this, okay, I can screenshot it. Wonderful. What I'm a little frustrated about is the fact that this entire, okay, that was weird. This entire thing is taking so dang long when it comes to it when you have interpreters. I'm used to it because I am an interpreter and I use interpreting, so I kind of get the length of all this. But that said, let me see if I can open this. I'm going to share. Give me a split second. I got to share documentation with my daughter. Let me grab her and then let me send it to her. It's the scholarship stuff. 0 cases. Send. Okay, hopefully that worked. We shall see. Okay, let's get to this woman. Let me get over to here. Get the voice back up. Come on.
For Wolfenbarger.
Here we go.
Melissa vanished.
Okay, we're
back in
still on
1998. Her remains, including a severed head, were discovered in trash bags the next year, but were misidentified until 2003. Investigators initially thought Melissa was murdered by her father, Carl Patton, because he pled guilty to committing a string of murders across the state. But prosecutors point to Melissa's husband, Christopher, who never reported her missing. They say the two were in an abusive relationship and that Melissa had a restraining order against him at the time. Let's go back into court together now, where Norma Patton is facing direct examination by the state.
Hey, now, Ms. Patton, what was the birth date, Melissa Wolfenbarger?
September 9th, 1977.
Okay. And what about Tina Patton?
March 28th, 1970.
Okay. And how long were you married to Carl Patton?
56 years, 6 months, and 8 days.
Did you continue to be married to Carl Patton after you provided the testimony against him?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And is he still living? Is he still alive, Carl Patton?
No, he passed away
When did he pass away?
December 16th, 2024.
And what was his age?
He was 75.
And where was Carl Patton raised as a child?
Originally College Park and then Ellenwood.
I'm muted. I got it. I've been sneezing. Her mom knows no difference. Her mom was born and raised into this as her mom and her. This is a generational ingraining, grooming, and her mom knows no different. Even though she's in America, she may have a little bit better of a life, but in general, her mom is just as much as a victim as every other woman in that culture.
Are you familiar with whether or not Carl Patton ever lived in Fulton County?
No. College Park was all I ever knew about. Is that Fulton County?
That's fine. Thank you.
Hey, worried and pissed off.
But as promised, I'm going to stop for just a moment, let my court reporter and any lawyers that need to get attached to the Zoom.
Welcome, Emily. Good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a while, love. Oh, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for liking. She probably has one on. You can see the little bra fold right there. Hey, do y'all remember that doctor in another case? She was a doctor, an ME, and she got off the stand and they were flying. She had zero bra. Nips were showing into all. I was like, whoa. You know, she's testified in court numerous of times and she's getting in there with no bra on. I was like, go, Granny, go. Free Willy.
Looks like the podium's not cooperating. That didn't need to be on the record. You can go ahead now.
And when you first met Carl Patton, where were you living at?
I was living in Jonesboro, Riverdale.
And what about when the two of you first got married? Where were you living?
Ellenwood.
And what part of the state did you raise your two children?
Partially Clayton County, and then we moved to Stockbridge, and then moved to Locust Grove.
Did you ever visit Atlanta, the area of Atlanta when your daughters were growing up?
No, not really.
Now,
Oh, this is interesting. I'm going to mute this, and I want to share this with you.
We're looking at, say, any given.
Okay, thank you so much, June. People in Iraq speak many different languages. Most common is a Mesopotamian Arabic. I'm dyslexic as hell if you don't know me. Hi, I'm Ada. I am your deaf courtroom commentator, and I'm dyslexic and ADD or ADHD. I'm neurodivergent. And I can only hear through these fabulous hearing aids that are Bluetooth to the computer at this moment. But without them, I am stone cold deaf. And sometimes we do have interpreting for me and for some deaf people that do watch us. And Miss June is one of our fabulous mods. She's one of the best in researching, and I really appreciate you so much. Oh, you are JBZ. We appreciate you bringing some light into the subject. Yeah, it's difficult. So anyway, in 2005, Iraq wrote a new constitution saying that Arabic and Kurdish is, I don't know, are the two official languages of the country. The constitution was first written in Arabic and later translated into English with the help of the United Nations. The standard Arabic used in school, offices, and government, but most people speak Arabic at home and with friends. The version of Arabic has two main types, Galit and Qultu. And I'm dyslexic, so that ain't going to be pronounced. Over time, Iraq Arabic has changed. Now includes words from other languages such as Turkish, Aramaic, Persian, and Akkadian. These changes happen because Iraq's long history in contact with other cultures. Okay, that was so good. Took me a year to learn Hebrew fluently. I would love to learn Hebrew. I don't know if I have room for another language in my head. Did I hear it's healthier for older women over a certain age to stop wearing bras, but out in public, I think I would wear. Bras were only made and created for men, by men, for women, not women for women. And if I had my way and a lot of other women, we would never have to wear a bra. Just saying. Don't get me wrong. Give me a corset any day. I love corsets, but I'm a crazy woman. I'm a little bit on the crazy side. So right now we're still in break and we're going along with that. Let me check my other stream real quick because I've got two streams in break. Hello, everybody. Two streams are both in break. We are going out of break back into the
bring you the latest
Ali trial
hearing in Washington State for Ihsan and
So
Zahraa Ali.
y'all just hold on. If you were in the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial, they will be back shortly. They are taking their sweet time on their break. They have been gone for almost 15 minutes, so I assume they'll be back shortly. And here in this trial,
to order lottery tickets with Jackpocket?
we're seeing a lot of commercials. A hell of a lot longer than 18 months for Ali. Maybe Miss Ali, 12 to 18 months. Yeah. Shirley Rogers, Shirley Rogers. I'm really bad with those kind of names. 99 votes. Let's see where we stand on our poll with 100 votes now. Almost. Yep, 100 votes. 1 to 6 months is 3%. 6 to 12 months is 5% for the father, of course. 12 to 18 months is at 86, and 6% said time served. So thank you guys so much for voting. Just like a girl in high heel shoes. Oh, the judge doesn't have a robe on in the other case. That's interesting. So the jury is coming in for that trial. So we're going to get back into this trial. Y'all get your ears back on. I'm still here. Okay, guys, I'm back over here. Got a question. How can they give him more than 18 months? I don't know they can. It has to be such an extenuating circumstance that the judge feels that they can override the law of what is required for him to have. It's gonna be interesting. Looking up, that's interesting. Tickitude. I want to welcome all of you new people. Thank you so much for joining us. We greatly appreciate you being here. Like I said, we are bouncing between 2 trials today, and I will be going live late tonight as well. It's a tough one. I pick up a phase now and then, but then my age, I don't think I'll retain it. That's true. Yeah, I hope we crack you up. I hope we bring some fun and levity into this serious case. I am very, very much appalled at the jury not finding them guilty. I know some people agree to disagree with me, but that's fine. Well, yeah, I'll be live later. We're going to cover another trial. We're going to go back to this trial that we've been streaming all day, and I haven't been looking at, so we're going to go back and cover that again. Oh, I miss pantyhose and girdles. I had a corset with a girdle with the thigh highs. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I was a very feminine woman. Oh, she put a robe back on, y'all. I love thigh highs. I don't like the full pantyhose. No. Give me a thigh high. Emily, welcome as an alternate juror. You became a member. Woohoo! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for becoming a member. Oh, bless you, child. Welcome to the family. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, talking ages. Yeah, well, I am 54. I remember wearing high heels every day to school. You know, the Madonna heels? Every day to school, pantyhose, full-blown pantyhose. I wore skirts almost every day. People used to tease me and said I looked like a wannabe secretary because that's how my mom was, a secretary, and that's how I got dressed. So, yeah, it was not fun. In fact, one of the seniors my junior year bequeathed me an entire new wardrobe so I wouldn't look like a secretary. Ouch, that hurt. My family was super conservative, so yeah. I couldn't be Madonna. Oh, I loved Oxfords. I did when I was younger. Yay, look up June. Yes, I did when I was younger.
A killer's daughter murder trial in Fulton County, Georgia.
Defendant Christopher Wolfenbarger faces up to life in prison
Me
if he is
too. I
convicted
want a
in the
good
death of his
pair.
wife,
I want a
Melissa.
pair. Now, Melissa disappeared back in
You
late
know,
1998. Prosecutors believe that Wolfenbarger abused Melissa before murdering and dismembering her.
Not
The
me.
defense points to
Wasn't
other
allowed to
potential
wear either.
suspects, including Melissa's now deceased father, convicted serial killer Carl Patton. Although it was during Patton's confession to a string of murders that officers were able to identify Melissa's remains years ago. Let's get you back into court now. We are still hearing from the victim's mom. This is Norma Patton, still on direct examination by the state.
Remember frogs?
And
I was 5. That's the year I was adopted.
After that court date, when was the next time that you saw your daughter, Melissa?
The next time I saw her was when I went to see her when she was in the DeKalb County Jail for violation of probation.
And are you aware if she was ever released from custody during that period?
She was released from custody November 9th, and that's the last time I saw her. Myself and her father went to the court date.
I'm so ready for the sentencing. I can't
We
believe
were
it
in
has
court
taken how
when
many hours?
She went in front of the judge.
Okay. Do you know
we've
if
been
on that
live
date
for
your daughter was able
3
to
hours
provide,
and
Melissa
42
was able
minutes.
to provide the court with any specific information about her health at that time?
She told them at that time, the judge, that she was pregnant.
Were you present in court at the time that she informed the judge of this?
Yes.
And was that the first time that you had heard Melissa discuss that?
Yes.
Okay. And after that statement in court that she was pregnant, do you see Melissa again after that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, at any point, have you participated in any interviews for, say, podcasts in particular related to this homicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. As what is the most recent memory you have of a podcast that you might have participated in?
I don't understand what you're asking.
How recent have you done that?
It's been a couple of years.
Okay. And if
Or she
Melissa's
subpoenaed then?
remains were identified in 2003, just pointing you back to that time period, how soon after that do you recall speaking with media or going on a podcast in particular?
And it was years. I don't think we did the podcast until, I don't remember the date. I think around 2021.
Okay. And what sparked or initiated you appearing on
We have a new
podcast?
witness
What
on the
was
stand
purpose of
in
that?
this case.
I went and trying to bring Melissa's case to the forefront because nothing was being done. The original detective had retired from the case, and I was having trouble finding out any information about what was being done.
Okay. Now, did you go on, say, one interview or podcast, or did you do multiple during that period?
We did, I think, total of 3 podcasts.
Okay, guys, come on. We're ready. Get it going.
With any other media outlets?
I'm ready for the sentencing. This is ridiculous. It's
Last
5
year,
hours
I think
for
there was
sentencing.
one. I don't remember
4 hours.
what it was. I know I did one. I just don't remember the name of it.
Okay. And have you been contacted in this year, the year 2025, have you been contacted by anyone related to any media outlets for this particular case?
Yes.
What medium contacted you?
I think it's lawing crime, I think, or something along that line.
Okay.
I don't really remember
All right. And have you signed anything at this point related to any appearance that you may or may not do in the future connected with this homicide?
I did sign one last month, but I've since decided I'm not going to do it.
And what was that you signed?
It was an agreement to do the program, and not talk to anybody else.
Okay, so the program that's being created, you agreed to do that?
Yes.
All right. And how recent was that?
I signed it last month.
Have you had any other contact related to appearing specifically to speak about this particular homicide?
No.
And is it still your testimony that you and your husband requested law enforcement's assistance to locate your daughter, Melissa Waffenbarger?
Yes.
Is that still your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott?
That's impressive.
You just answered some questions to Mr. Fawcett regarding.
All right, let's take a break here. Let's bring in our guest with us, criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer. Josh, great to see you as always. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. I want to get a sense from you as to how Norma's doing here. And the other part, though, is how important do you think she is for the state's case?
It's great to be here. Thanks so much for having me. And I think she's doing great. You know, I think she's being a super real mom. I think she's had this life that has been filled with stuff that people just can't understand. The trauma, the deaths, the law enforcement. She's got a different perspective on how all this law and order, true crime universe really acts and functions.
Look how blue the eyes are. They're really not that blue. It's just the glare from the computer, but boy, that's blue.
Because she's lived it. And it's important, I believe, to put that authenticity in front of the jury because we know the defense is going to use her participation in any and all media activities to try to delegitimize any of the testimony she's giving in benefit of the state. She wants to know what happened to her
Yeah, and find out why they changed the format because nobody's liking this new format.
daughter. She deserves to know what happened to her daughter. She has worked her entire life since her daughter's disappearance trying to get this case moving. And we've seen that sometimes being involved in the media and getting the community's attention, that's a big part in how these cold cases get solved. And so I really commend her for that. The defense does get some benefits from her activities, and we're watching the state do a pretty good job trying to mitigate that before it's really popped up.
Do you think the state, now we know a witness cannot get up there and say, well, this is who I think did it. That's not admissible, not allowed. But do you think the state is trying to also set the stage with her testimony about Carl Patton? Because they asked a lot about his background, where he grew up, different things to try to take the steam away from the defense saying Carl Patton did it, somebody else did it, it wasn't our client, and trying to get her to humanize him in a way that the jury won't believe that Carl Patton did it.
Yeah, and isn't that a fascinating attempt and pathway? Hey, let's take the person that otherwise the state would pin every single bad act that ever happened onto because he's a convicted, a serial killer, and let's humanize him some. Let's make this victim's childhood where this serial killer was absolutely present, involved in a regular part of. Let's give a little bit of normalcy and regularness to that so that we can attach the jury to this young woman's murder and death. But at the same time, let's make sure that we don't trick the jury into thinking he may have had anything to do with it, because if we're the state, we know who did this. We've got our prime suspect and we've brought a case. which means we're certain beyond a reasonable doubt, and we just need a jury to agree that Melissa was murdered. Not by Carl, but by Christopher. It really is a unique bit of calculus that everybody's got to deal with.
Well, here's the real unique calculus, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Coming up is the cross-examination. What you're saying the state does not want to do is exactly what the defense wants to do. They want to create this suggestion. They can't come right out, like you said, and say it. They want to create the suggestion that perhaps Carl had something to do with it, and not only Carl, but Mom herself had something probably to do with it, because we know that she's helped him in the past.
Look at his face. That's so mean.
Any thoughts at all on how you might go about doing
What?
that and sort of tread that
Is he
line
high?
on cross-examination?
Oh, I can think about the awesome questions you could add. Hey, you're certain your husband wasn't actually murdering her, right? Your husband, the serial killer, definitely did not murder your daughter, who went missing right before he was arrested and then was found when he was initially locked up for the serial killings that he eventually got convicted of. Like, you can't go out there, like Judge says, and just, make allegations necessarily, but you could do everything but that. And a good defense is going to bring this up without seeming mean about it. It's that tone. It's got to be accusatory but appropriate. And it's not he did it. It's there's a possibility other stuff happened that the state doesn't know. Because they realize that Mama ain't never going to say Daddy killed the daughter. We know that. But what we don't know is whether Mom is going to agree with the state 100% beyond a reasonable doubt that Chris killed her. And that's a big difference. It sounds like a fine line, but it is a gulf.
Yeah, it's a big difference. And I think the mother's coming off, despite what she did, very sympathetic.
Oh, me too.
So you got to be careful.
That's what I was going to say, is you can't be mean. I mean, you can, but I don't know that that would go over well with the jury. This is the victim's mother, regardless of what you think happened. She's still the mother of the victim in the case. All right, we are going to bring you that cross-examination by the defense. Let's see how they handle it. That's up next after this short break.
Tonight, on closing arguments, the long unsolved murder of a serial killer's daughter and the case against her husband. We'll bring you today's emotional testimony from the victim's mother.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Saturday nights on Ion is our night. Let's go!
I am so tired of all these commercials, y'all. And I can't find a document for my daughter.
Cellular customer service reps are A1, top notch.
They are so nice. You get a human being to talk to.
It's month to month, very simple. You're not locked in.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number. If you're thinking about switching providers, do it.
If I can do it, you can.
That's why I love Consumer Cellular. They've made it easy.
We'd love for you to enjoy our reliable nationwide coverage and the best customer service in the business. Give us a call now and start saving up to half on what you're paying now. It only takes about 20 minutes.
Call 1-800-468-7801
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
My sleep was so interrupted, I would go maybe 60 to 90 minutes before I'd wake up with hot flash. Thermella has helped me break that cycle.
Thermella blocks hot flashes and night sweats. 94% of women saw relief. Save 20% with code TV20.
I'm Daniel, the founder of Pretty Litter, the color-changing, health monitoring cat litter. Did you know that cats tend to hide symptoms of sickness and pain? I learned this the hard way after losing my cat, which drove me to create this. By working with scientists and veterinarians, we were able to develop a new litter with color-changing technology to help you keep tabs on your cat's health. Built with advanced odor control, this litter keeps your home smelling fresher longer. So give it a try. Visit prettylitter.com today.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades, elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
We'll head back to Georgia in just a moment, but first,
Why are we not back into court? What is taking so freaking long, people? This is frustrating me.
van chose two desperate people to kill young Dolph, Justin Johnson and an aspiring rapper, and Cornelius Smith.
Co-defendant Cornelius Smith testified that Hernandez Govan coordinated the ambush around the rapper's 2021 Thanksgiving turkey drive.
He was telling us, they got turkey. Who was he? Quit, Govan, quit.
We're waiting, Joseph.
He was telling us that,
they took a break.
Turkey drive. Each artist had a different day while they were doing on turkey drive or whatever, and that's our opportunity. We can make some shake.
Okay. When you say make some shake, what's shake?
Try to catch them and get one, do a heat on one of them.
Were you aware about this turkey drive prior to go and tell me that?
Nah, cause I don't know nothing about what paper route do, so I probably wasn't.
Did you listen to their music before? Or did
I listened to Young Dolph.
And we are streaming that trial now on our website at courttv.com.
All right, for now, we're going to head back to Atlanta, where two men are at the center of the murder case of Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Prosecutors say that Melissa's husband, defendant Christopher Wolfenbarger, killed and dismembered her body over 20 years ago.
But the defense says there are other potential suspects, including, get this, her now deceased father, Carl Patton, who was an infamous serial killer in the 1970s Flint River murders.
Well, let's go back into court now. On the stand, Melissa's mom, and now cross-examination by the defense.
Places you'd lived while the children were growing up and things of that nature. Didn't you also live in DeKalb County for a while?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And was that before you moved? That was before you moved to Locust Grove, right?
Yes, that was before, in between Ellenwood and Stockbridge.
Okay. And the daughters lived with you at that time too, right?
Yes, they did.
Okay. There was some testimony on Friday regarding comparisons between Tina and Melissa.
Right.
I think you say Tina. Is that correct?
It's Tina. Yes.
That Tina was more of a daddy's girl.
Yes.
Robust and rebellious.
Yes.
Hard-headed, maybe.
Yes.
Can pay for
and Melissa was more of your baby.
Yeah.
She was soft, shy.
Yes.
Quiet. So they were very much opposites as far as
pretty much
girls go. You've been speaking about Melissa's case for many years, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You've told your stories many, many times, haven't you?
Yes.
You've done police interviews, correct?
Yes.
And as you just discussed, podcasts.
Yes.
You've spoken at true crime conferences. Is that correct?
Criming Con.
Mm-hmm. And you've done media interviews?
A few.
You've been asked many, many times, when did you first feel that something was wrong with Melissa?
When she didn't call or come to see me on Christmas Day, 1998.
And you knew in your gut something was wrong at that moment?
Yes.
And Melissa didn't have a phone?
No, sir.
She didn't have a landline?
No, sir.
Any way to contact her?
Right.
So when you got worried enough, all you could do is drive up and check on her?
Right.
So you did go drive up and check on her?
We did, but not until after my birthday.
And Carl went with you, right?
Yes.
And you just testified that Carl had grown up in College Park.
Right.
And that's kind of down near the airport, right?
Right.
And also in East Point, is that right?
I'm not sure about East Point.
Didn't his grandfather have a house on Main Street in College Park?
I do not know.
But he knew the area in general, didn't he?
I would assume so.
When Melissa didn't call you on your birthday, as you said, you and Carl drove up to Brookline Street to their house, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
And you and Carl went together. You found their house empty. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you talked to the neighbors.
Carl talked to the neighbors.
Carl talked to the neighbors. And when I say you in that context, I mean you and Carl collectively. And you and Carl apparently learned from those people at the same time that Chris had moved out around Christmas.
Yes, sir.
And that he had worked at Action Glass around the corner.
Yes, sir.
On Avon Avenue.
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Detective Shepard in 2021?
Yes, sir.
As part of getting the investigation of this case re-going again?
Yes.
And do you remember telling Detective Shepard at that time that it wasn't until late 1999 or early 2000 until you went up there?
I really don't remember.
If I were to show you a transcript of that interview, would it refresh your memory?
Possibly.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I apologize for the fine print. I hope your glasses can read that. But you can start here and you can read the highlighted portion.
I'm sorry for your loss, Boo, but the current husband, I'm assuming, going to Leavenworth Prison? I bet that was an experience. I don't want to, I wish to get off of this and get back into the real trial that we're here for. Court TV, I don't know what's going on, but fix it. I know they're on a break. We can't fix that, but my Lord have mercy. They've been on a break for almost 30 minutes or more. Almost an hour. Why? We should already have a verdict. I mean, a decision. No, I have not. Who are they? Can you tell me, JBZ? Maybe I know them by a different name. I don't know who is William Toomey.
You'd never even heard of Avon Avenue and didn't know where Christopher worked.
I did not know the name of the road that Action Glass was on. I only knew Action Glass.
Examiner.
I did not associate Avon Avenue with that because, to my recollection, as I traveled around 285, there was an Avon Avenue off 285. So that's where I thought Avon Avenue was.
I see.
I did not make the connection to Avon Avenue and Action Glass until 2003 when Calhoun took me to the location.
Okay.
That's when I connected the two places.
And you're testifying that you believe there's an Avon Avenue exit on 285.
There used to be I don't know that it was Avon exit, but there was, Avon was listed at an exit.
Okay. Do you remember doing a podcast with Ms. McCollum and Karen Greer called CSI Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember that in yet another version of this story, you said that it was after Christmas that you and Carl went up there and found the house?
No, I said I had family who lived in Amarillo. I didn't live in Amarillo. I think that's somebody else on the channel. I had the Gray family. It was the Charles, or we called them Cheesy and Geraldine Gray. The Gray family is kin to me.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you deny saying that?
No, I don't. I don't deny it. I just don't recall it.
Okay.
No, it's okay. Maybe it's all good.
Do you recall being interviewed by Detective Calhoun in 2003, which I understand is a long time ago?
Yes.
I can't remember where I parked sometime on the same day. You told him that when you got worried after your birthday, you went to Christopher's mother's house.
I did not go. When I went to Kathy's house, I caught her coming out. I don't remember the exact date or even what month it was, but I was riding by her house, saw her getting out of the car, and I pulled in there and asked her where Melissa was.
Okay.
Now, remember, the baseline for the defense here is to suggest that maybe they, the father and her, had something to do with the death of Melissa, and then perhaps set up Chris by dumping stuff near where he worked. So those are the things he wants to establish, as well as how long it took her to look for her.
And that's the timeline that he's saying now, that there's discrepancies in that timeline, pretty significant ones, so you understand why the defense is going after that.
She's got lots of interviews to work with.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break here. We'll have more of The Cross. When we return, keep it here on Court TV.
Now we have another gentleman on the stand right now. He's a sweet black man. He's on the stand right now. I don't know his name. I don't know what he does. I've not been able to follow. I think he's an investigator or retired investigator. And so he's talking about being the investigation itself. So I have that trial going on over there. Thank you guys for joining me. I greatly appreciate all of you. Welcome to our page. We are waiting and with anticipation for the Ali sentencing. They are on break. Got to be right back. Going to change the sprinklers. Oh, yay. We're not. We are getting no rain in our area. Friends have a well that's gone dry. Oh my gosh. You are in a drought pocket up there. Yeah. Oh, I bet it's never boring. It's Kay Swan who lived up in Amarillo. Yeah. Kay Swan, have you heard of that person? Have you heard of that person, Kay Swan? I would love to go to what is it that you're going to? My brain's gone blank. I am drawing a blank. CrimeCon. You're going to CrimeCon? Where is it actually right now? I would go if it was somewhere near me, but I know it's outrageously expensive. Yeah, CrimeCon is amazing, I hear. You're going to see EDB? Oh, it's in Denver this year. Are you going to see Emily D. Baker? I wish I could afford it. Standard is $3.99. But I wanted to know how much the gold or the platinum was. Oh, the platinum is $1,800. Badge is one of the best ways to personalize your CrimeCon experience. Platinums have sold out every year in extremely limited quantity, so we're recommending you purchase it early. And then the standard is $3.99. So how much is the gold? I would suggest 1,000. Oh, so the gold is not even listed as an availability on standby. With the $1,800 one, you get meet and greet fast track in the lines. You get private platinum check-in and a platinum lounge, limited edition signed programs, private merchandising ordering, additional programming. such as Breakfast with Beth Holloway, Breakfast with Matt Murray, Breakfast with Dr. Michael Batten, and private conference and email support. Wow.
Evidence points to her former husband, but the defense says there are several gaps in the state's case, and many others could have killed Melissa. Let's take you back in the court now. We're listening to the victim's mother, Norma. She's facing cross-examination by the defense.
Was after she had been identified or before? Obviously, it was before.
This was back 1999.
Okay.
When she was missing.
In all your interviews, however, you've been very consistent and made it very clear that on one thing, and that is that you despised Christopher from the very first time you saw him. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
You said that you didn't like the way his eyes looked.
Right.
You've said in podcasts that you just saw meanness in his eyes.
As my mother would say, that's
the very first time you met him, and he would have been about, what, 15 years old?
Somewhere around there.
Maybe even a little bit younger?
Older, maybe.
Maybe a little older?
Because I believe he was driving at that point.
When he first started dating Melissa, you had him arrested at your house many times, didn't you?
I did.
Reported him as trespassing.
Yes.
How many times would you say? 8, 10?
I don't know.
You did everything.
Make a guess.
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't make a guess.
Okay. You did everything you could to prevent them from dating, though, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You moved her to a separate location for a while, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You isolated her. You tried to prevent her from leaving your house. Correct?
Correct.
You tried to make her take birth control.
I did make her take birth control. I thought I was making her take.
As you testified on Friday, she was pretending to take it and not taking it.
Right.
You remember telling Detective Calhoun in 2003 that the reason the birth control didn't work was because you brought her back out of hiding too soon before it had time to take effect.
Yes.
Okay. But you testified on Friday that what actually was going on, as we just discussed, was that she was pretending to take it, but not really taking it.
Right.
And doesn't that indicate that she was okay with getting pregnant?
Yes.
As you see it, Christopher took her away from you, right?
Right.
And you've never forgiven him for that, have you?
No.
And you worked even while they were married to get her away from him, didn't you?
No. How did I do that?
Your daughter, Tina, also joined you in trying to get her away from Chris while they were married.
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I didn't do anything.
Well, if you say, I don't know. If you don't know, you don't know, right? That's fine. When was the first time you remember Melissa running away from home? Now, I'm not asking you why she ran away. I just remember, when was the first time you remember her running away from home?
When she met Chris.
And you always reported her as a runaway, correct?
I did.
And Carl always spanked her when she came home from running away, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Do you recall an episode where Melissa found a dead baby in the clothes hamper in your house?
Yes.
Wasn't your daughter, Tina, prosecuted for that?
Yes, she was.
I'm going to object. Brown's relevant.
So that second question, I'm going to
Dang,
sustain your
dead
objection.
baby.
But the first question is overruled. Go ahead, Mr. McDermott.
Wasn't it Melissa that found that baby?
Yes.
And was that around 1992?
1991.
91. And Melissa would have been 14 years old at that time, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, as you discussed, I think earlier in your testimony, you're aware that Melissa turned over temporary custody of her children to Christopher's parents in 1996.
Yes.
Mr. Fawcett, and you presented us with a letter on Friday that Melissa, you say, wrote to you before that.
Yes.
And have you read this letter?
Yes.
And in this letter, she states that that she's pregnant with Joey at the time, right?
Yes.
And she was anticipating that you might be upset about that. Is that fair to say?
I didn't think so.
You didn't think she was anticipating that? I'm assuming that's the correct.
No, you do not. Thank you.
Can you read this line here just to yourself? And this line field, please. Was Melissa anticipating you being angry with her for being pregnant again?
Yes, she was.
And is it your understanding from this letter that Melissa was expecting to have her tubes tied after this?
I don't know. I don't recall seeing that in that letter.
Okay, let's try it. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Read the underlined portions here. I'm sorry for the difficulty.
It's in there, but that's not something we discussed.
So did Melissa write to you saying that this was her last child and she expected to have her tubes tied afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. So when Melissa told a judge in October, November, I guess it was November of 1998, that she was pregnant, did you believe she was pregnant at the time?
I did not know.
Did she look pregnant at the time?
Don't think so.
Okay. And would telling a judge that you're pregnant be something someone in her position might have done to try to get lenient?
Honestly, I sort of wish I could, but I can't. I agree. We need Ali. Ali. We need Ali. Come on, y'all.
See from the judge. Speculation.
Don't answer that and sustain.
Okay. After you went up to Brookline Street and got her in July of 98, you took her to the courthouse to help regain custody of her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The date of the Brookline incident was July 21st.
Yes.
And then you took her to the Fulton County Court on the next day, which was the 22nd. Is that correct?
No, sir. It didn't go. We didn't have to go to Fulton County to do that.
No. I'm sorry. I did confuse, and I want to be clear. So step back from the probate court question for a moment. But after the incident on Brookline Street, didn't you take her to the Fulton County Court to file a report, to file for a TPO?
No, sir.
Okay.
Christopher. So what?
Yeah, no,
how
there was
does
an
that how
animus.
does that not mean that Christopher did it or didn't do it?
Yeah, well, is it relevant?
Oh my God, this
attached to
guy.
the actual action that's being alleged, or is this just speculation? Because there's a lot of speculation. Because
got it. Thank
I
you.
hate you doesn't mean I assisted in killing or hiding a killing or exposing to a killing. These kind of questions, they're really hard for the state to deal with as the defense points out things that, listen, we're all familiar with this. We all grew up with someone who had that parent who was so anti-dating, they went nuts. I may have some personal stories in that department. And it's good that Mama is owning this and she's doing a spectacular job. And I think that the Vincent Fawcett's going to do a very good job rehabilitating a few of these issues when it's his chance to get back up again. But you can't get away from the fact that an animus between Mom and Christopher existed from the very beginning. You can't get away from the fact that Melissa acted as a lot of young people do when it comes to young love.
No.
Lied, cheated.
No, they did not. In fact, I think they're on a lunch break.
Stoll had a history of lacking the truth in her dealings with others. That's a big deal when it comes to questions about what really happened being proved beyond a reasonable doubt. It's much easier to think about these other third-party possibilities when you know she has this history of loose with the truth.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think that's one of the issues, I think, at the center of this case, that the defense has to be careful, but has to bring out. This family sort of was living on the fringes, right? You have the sister testified. She did jail time for possession of meth or something along that line. You have this situation with the other sister. So if you start putting this all together, the actions of Melissa herself, again, it's not so much saying that, you know, this person did that, this person did that, but the fact that there are a lot of someones out there who could have been involved in this doesn't necessarily mean our guy did it.
Exactly. And mom certainly was very familiar with law enforcement and how law enforcement worked. You know, a lot of times when we're dealing with reaction issues and we're talking about how people were supposed to have acted or not supposed to have acted, it has to deal with their relations with law enforcement and state authority. Mom clearly was used to dealing with state authority. And I just tell you what, that moment about the dead baby in the hamper, wow, takes the breath out of the room. You can't miss that if you're a juror. And you know that person in your neighborhood who happened to have the dead baby just, what?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the emotion of that alone. So there's a lot for the jury to unpack. And it's all, I don't know. I think there's some relevant objections that aren't being made, but that's just me. I don't know. Maybe we'll tie it together.
There were a number of pretrial motions in Normandy that they dealt with a lot of this
You're
stuff.
right.
So they did get the permission to go a bit ways down this path.
Yeah, it's interesting. All right, coming up next, we will have more of the killer's daughter murder trial. Plus, we're waiting to hear the sentence for Ihsan and Zahraa Ali in Washington State. Once they get back into court, once that happens, of course, we will take you there. Stay with us.
Matriarch of the Adelson family gets arrested.
Terrible. Donna Adelson is facing charges of murder, the death of her former son-in-law, Dan Markel.
Prosecutors say a bitter child custody battle was the motive for the murder-for-hire plot. Now that Donna has turned into a defendant, what's next for the Adelson clan?
Now that the ship is really sinking fast, blood doesn't matter that much.
The Matriarch Mastermind Murder Trial. Live coverage begins this week, only on Court TV.
Taken. We are now 4 hours and 30 minutes into this sentencing with an hour lunch. And what's pissing me off about this is you have a judge that's sitting here saying, well, it is normal for a parent to, and then you got the translation, to discipline their child within a reasonable form. Translation. And the ads and this crap with, I pay a lot of money to get away from ads, but Court TV is not showing this through YouTube. You have to go to their TV channel, which is bullcrap. I'm struggling with this case too. I am struggling with this case too. I know, Case One is freaking ridiculous. It is absolutely freaking ridiculous that we have to do this.
Washington State, because sentencing is back underway for parents Ihsan and Zahraa Ali.
Now, Ihsan was found guilty last month of assault and unlawful imprisonment after he was caught on video attempting to bring his 17-year-old daughter, Fatima, back home after she had tried to run away. Now, he was acquitted, though, on the top charge of attempted second-degree murder.
The mother, Zara, was released immediately following the verdict after she was found guilty only of violating a no-contact order involving Fatima's boyfriend.
All right, so we've been watching this sentencing a lot of the day. The judge has been delivering a statement. They took a break. Want to get you back in the court now. The judge is addressing the court once again before handing down her sentence.
Recessed, I was addressing sentencing for Mr. Ali.
عندما غادرنا في جلسة قبل الغداء كنت أتكلم عن الحكم بالنسبة للسيد علي.
And I was addressing the fact that the court is required to consider potential mitigating factors for the purposes of sentencing.
وأخبروني أن المحكمة يطلب من المحكمة أن تراعي ظروف تخفيف الحكم عليه.
And I find that there are no mitigating circumstances in this case.
ولكني لم أجد أي ظروف تستدعي تخفيف الحكم.
For the assault in the second degree charge, which is count 2.
بالنسبة لجريمة الاعتداء من الدرجة الثانية اللي هي التهمة رقم 2.
I am imposing the maximum amount of time that court is allowed to impose, 14 months.
فإنني أقرر وأحكم بالعقوبة القصوى لهذه الجنحة وهي 14 شهر.
I find that is appropriate based upon the severity and the brutality of the assault perpetrated by Mr. Ali.
وأنا أشوف أن هذا الشيء معقول جدا بالنظر إلى بشاعة الجريمة ووحشية الجريمة التي ارتكبها السيد علي.
And taking into account the vulnerability of Fatima, the victim.
وأيضا بالنظر إلى ضعف وعدم قدرة الضحية اللي هي فاطمة.
And taking into account the type of trusted relationship that is supposed to exist between a parent and child and how that was further violated by this heinous assault.
وأيضا يعني ترجي هذه العلاقة الوثيقة التي يجب أن تكون بين الأب والبنت ولكن هو قد تعدى هذه الثقة وقام بهذه الجريمة الفظيعة.
I will impose 18 months of community custody and a 10-year no contact order prohibiting Mr. Ali from having any contact with Fatima.
وأيضا هناك 18 شهر من الخدمة المجتمعية وعدم الاتصال أو عدم التواصل نهائيا بين السيد علي وفاطمة.
For count 3, the unlawful imprisonment charge, I will impose the maximum penalty available based upon the standard range of 12 months.
أما بالنسبة للتهمة رقم 3 اللي هي الحجز غير القانوني فإنني أحكم أيضا بالعقوبة القصوى وهي 12 شهر.
The high end of the range is appropriate under the circumstances of this case, including the way in which Fatima was restrained.
وهذه العقوبة القصوى أيضا تتماشى مع حجم الجريمة وهي اعتقال فاطمة أو حبسها في البيت.
And the totality of all of the circumstances.
وكل هذه الظروف الصعبة.
12 months of community custody.
أيضا 12 شهر من الاحتجاز المجتمعي.
While on community custody, Mr. Ali shall have law-abiding behavior.
وخلال هذه فترة الحجز هذه يجب عليه أن يقوم بتصرفات جيدة لا يخالف.
All right, Michael, we're just talking about, she's still delivering it. Maximum sentence on each of them. I don't think we've heard yet if it's concurrent or consecutive.
Yeah, that's the big question. We do have to hit this break at the top of the hour. We'll go back in there and get you caught up on what the thing is. But that's the big question, whether it's consecutive or concurrent for those two maximum sentences that she chose.
That's right. Quickly, I'm not surprised she's giving the max. You?
Yep. Not at all. Not at all. All right, folks, coming up, we're going to have much more from out there in Washington State. We'll hear the rest of Ihsan's sentence as well as the wife Zara sentence. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
An important message for Americans age 50 to 85.
Oh my gosh, you're still using Mom's old coffee pot.
It's my inheritance.
Well, it is a family heirloom.
You know what? The kids can just sell it to pay for my funeral.
It's a good thing you have life insurance.
Life insurance with our family history.
Don't you know about Colonial Penn? It's guaranteed acceptance, whole life insurance with no medical questions asked.
I'm on a fixed income.
Who isn't?
You have it?
We all do. John, Maria, even Paul with all of his medical problems.
Colonial Penn.
That's right. Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. As you get older, your health may change.
Y'all, I had to send a paper off to my daughter. This school stuff is driving me back crazy. They send papers to them that the parents need to fill out, and they want it done like in a nanosecond. Driving me batshit crazy. So we got it done. Ah, thank you. Oh, I'm sure they have heard about all that by now. So far, jail time is 14 months on count one. So he's gonna walk. He's not gonna. He may serve maybe a day or two. I don't think he's gonna serve anymore because he gets time, good behavior, time served, all of that stuff. I believe he's gonna walk out of there today. Well, they want you to fill out all this. They're questioning my daughter about my income when she's now 21, doesn't live at home. What bearings does my income have on her funds? Because she's fully scholarship. I don't have anything to do with, I don't pay for her college, but they're demanding information on my income. And that just kind of pisses me off a little bit because I'm a full-time student. I'm on scholarship, and it's like I'm on disability. And they'd say, well, we don't believe your income and your family's income. And I'm like, your family income shouldn't matter. You don't, our income doesn't, we don't support you. You're 21 years old. You're getting married. You have your own job. I don't pay your bills. So why in the hell do I have to fill out all this documentation before 5 p.m. today? Fine, in my humble opinion, you have to have a dang good reason not to give him the time served. So maybe see. Maybe we'll see. No, he's not. This is a slap on the wrist. You're correct. Oh, I would. Hello, Law. I am Kim Ross. Hello. Well, this is Grant. I'm a co-signer until what age? Can you tell me that? How long do I have to be financially responsible for my child, even though she's living on her own? She's an adult. She's 18. She's drinking. She's legal age to drink. How long am I going to be responsible? When does that end? End.
For an incident involving their 17-year-old daughter, Fatima.
Really? Was captured on multiple videos.
Oh, I'm
punching Fatima's boyfriend and then attacking her last October outside her former school. Witnesses testified that he put her in a chokehold and that her eyes rolled back in her head and her body went limp. Now, the jury did convict Ihsan of second-degree assault, unlawful imprisonment, and misdemeanor assault in the 4th degree, and that was for hitting her boyfriend. Now, Zara was convicted of violating a no-contact order related to Fatima's boyfriend, Isaiah.
We want to get you back inside the courtroom, but here's what she has said so far
Yeah,
about the sentence.
I didn't go to
Ihsan.
college until I
So
was
far, she has
44
said on count
years
2,
old.
which is the first-degree
So all
assault,
this is
domestic
new to me.
violence. She's sending him
I'm
to
like,
the max of 14
married
months.
next
That's a
year,
maximum
so-
she can do. And the second one, the count 3, unlawful imprisonment, domestic violence, the maximum sentence, and correct me or help me, I believe she said 12 months, which is the maximum.
Yes, 12 months. And I do want to add that she's also said 18 months of community custody, which is basically like parole or probation, and a 10-year
12 months with 18
order
months
on
probation.
that first charge. And she said 12 months of community custody on the second, the count 3. Here's the only question left.
Thank
Is it
you,
going to be
I'll tell her.
consecutive or concurrent? Let's go back into court.
I don't think anybody gave an
All
interview.
of the conditions of the Department of Corrections.
وأن يتابع أو يتبع كل القوانين التي تفرض من جهة مصلحة السجون.
Report to the Department of Corrections as they direct.
والتبليغ إلى إدارة السجون كما
Welcome to all the new people. Thank you so much
Have
for being
approval as it
here.
relates to employment and living arrangements.
بالنسبة لموضوع التوظيف والسكن.
Mr. Ali shall complete a domestic violence evaluation at a state certified agency.
وأن السيد علي سوف يكمل حصص أو دروس على العنف المنزلي في وكالة معتمدة.
And shall comply with Department's domestic violence treatment provider.
وأيضا عليه أن يكمل أيضا دروس أخرى في التربية من وكالة معتمدة.
That class must be 12 to 14 weeks in duration.
وهذا الحصص يجب أن تكون من 12 إلى 14 أسبوع.
And I am going to set a review date because this will go onto our treatment review calendar.
وسوف أقوم بالآن اختيار وقت أو تاريخ محدد للمراجعة مرة أخرى بعد انتهاء المدة.
And I will let the lawyers work on selecting a date after the hearing is concluded, and then we can come back on the record once that date is selected.
وسوف أعطي المحامين الفرصة ليتشاوروا مع بعض في التاريخ المقترح للجلسة القادمة بعد أن نرفع هذه الجلسة.
As to the assault in the second degree charge, that is a strike offense for which you have now been convicted, Mr. Ali.
بالنسبة للجنحة الثانية اللي هي اعتداء من الدرجة الثانية فهذه التهمة قد ألغيت.
Both the assault in the second degree and the unlawful imprisonment charges are felony offenses and are domestic violence offenses.
أما الجريمة الثانية اللي هي الاعتداء والحبس المنزلي هذه تعتبر جرائم كبرى.
You are unable to own, use, or possess a firearm unless and until that right might be restored to you by a court of law.
وعليه لا يسمح لك بامتلاك أي سلاح ناري إلا بعد موافقة من المحكمة.
On the assault in the fourth degree charge, which is count 4.
أما الاعتداء من الدرجة الرابعة وهي التهمة رقم 4.
The state has requested that I impose 364 days, which is the maximum penalty.
فقد اقترحت الولاية أن تحكم ب 364 يوما وهذه هي العقوبة القصوى.
I believe I previously indicated the range is 0 to 364 days.
أعتقد أني قد ذكرت سابقا أن المدى هو من 0 إلى 364 فأنا اخترت القصوى.
I see that another interpreter has come into the session and has their hand raised.
أنا أرى المترجمة الأخرى موجودة الآن في المحكمة ويدها مرفوعة.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. This is the other partner interpreter. May the interpreters have a couple of minutes to consult on a quick matter as it pertains to interpretation, and then we'll be right back off the record. إذا ممكن تترجم هذا الشيء أنا حترجم. المترجمة الثانية تريد تطلب من المحكمة إن المحكمة تسمح للمترجمين أنهم يقوموا بمشاورة بعض عن موضوع متعلق بالترجمة، ولكن إذا المشاورة هذه ممكن نقوم بعملها خارج المحكمة وخارج التسجيل. They're presenting the court permission for that.
I understand that. I'm creating the breakout room.
Oh, thank you.
I will be in recess while the interpreters have a breakout room.
All right, court is in recess.
All right, so interesting development there. It sounds like there's two interpreters in the room. One is for Zara, one is for Ihsan.
Yes.
Seems like Zara's interpreter had an issue with an interpretation that was given by Ihsan's interpreter, and they want to go talk about, I guess, the way he interpreted something the judge said.
I completely agree. That's what just happened. The judge sounded a little annoyed. It's frustrating, but you have to allow him to go talk to make sure that what's being said to the individuals is exactly what the judge is saying.
And it's not an uncommon issue.
No,
Let's
it's
just
not.
point that
No,
out.
it's not.
This happens from time to time.
Sure.
Let's quickly bring in our guest before we head back into court. Joining us to discuss, attorney and former prosecutor Tommy Pope. Tommy, all right, here's where we stand. The judge has basically hit him on the top two charges with the maximum, 18 months and 14 months.
14 and 12.
14
I'm
and
sorry.
14 and 12, excuse me, 14 and 12, total of 24. That was the max he could have gotten with those two. Then he's got the community custody, 18 months on one, 12 months on the other, a series of conditions, including a 10-year no contact order for his daughter, Fatima. That's pretty serious business there, just what the state was asking for. Want to get your reaction quickly.
I think the judge is salvaging what I thought when the jury came back, that, he basically was close to walking. I know that mom, did in fact, but it looks like she's going to stack it. I thought even today, coming into the day before I heard it, that maybe we'd be looking at a time served situation for the time he'd already spent. But clearly she's planning on putting more on it.
Yeah, I didn't think that would happen. Some people did, but it's interesting. She definitely went through every reason why she decided to do the max. She laid it out clearly.
Brutality of the crime, the victim, the fact that he was under his care.
Yes,
that was
in
an
a
issue for
position
her.
of trust.
And just by the way, he's been in jail about 9 months or so. So if you're doing time served, it would have been 9 months at the end of the day.
Yeah, so we're going to see what else she has to order. We're going to go back into court.
I'm keeping my mouth shut.
The state has asked that I impose 364 days consecutive to what I ordered on counts 2 and 3.
Your Honor, can I make a correction according to the meeting that I had with my partner?
Okay.
Okay, going back to assault second degree, the interpreter has interpreted the strike as a stricken offense. And I'd like to correct that the offense has not been struck. It is an strike offense.
You can do that in a translated fashion.
Yes, to the defendant, I can go back and
go ahead.
السيد علي بالنسبة للتهمة من الدرجة الثانية أنا قلت لك إنها هي ألغيت، ولكن هذه الترجمة غير صحيحة. هي لم تلغى، ولكن هي اعتبرت كنقطة واحدة تحسب عليه، وهناك 3 نقاط يعني على نظام النقاط. فهذه نقطة أولى تحسب عليك، وإذا عملت أي شيء ثاني تعتبر نقطة ثانية، وهكذا.
The state has asked that I impose 364 days consecutive to what I have ordered on counts 2 and 3.
وأيضا الولاية قد اقترحت أن أحكم ب 364 يوما حكم تعاقبي متعاقب بالنسبة لكون التهمة الثانية والتهمة الثالثة.
Assault in the 4th degree is a gross misdemeanor.
الاعتداء من الدرجة الرابعة يعتبر جنحة كبيرة.
Gross misdemeanors are generally filed in district court.
وهي دائما ما تنظر في المحاكم الجزئية.
Superior Court sees assault in the 4th degree charges if assault in the 4th degree is allegedly committed at the same time as a felony offense which is charged.
ولكن المحكمة العليا والمحكمة الكبيرة هي تحكم في الاعتداء من الدرجة الرابعة إذا كان مرتبطا بجريمة أخرى تنظر في المحكمة في نفس الوقت.
And that is what has happened in this case.
وهذا ما حدث في هذه القضية.
The other way that we see assault in the 4th degree charge is when the case is initially filed as a felony assault and later reduced.
المرة الوحيدة التي يمكن أن ننظر فيها إلى الاعتداء من الدرجة الرابعة إذا كانت أصلا التهمة أدرجت في المحكمة على أساس أنها جريمة، وبعد ذلك تم تخفيض الدرجة من جريمة إلى جنح.
In 12.5 years, I have sentenced countless people on the charge of assault in the 4th degree.
في خلال فترتي من في 12 عام ونصف قد حكمت على كثير من الناس في جرائم الاعتداء من الدرجة الرابعة.
For significant, including for significant assaults, such as something charged as an assault second and then either found guilty or pled as assault 4.
هذا أيضا ضمن بعض القضايا التي هي كانت أصلا مثلا هي من الدرجة الثانية وتم فيها الاعتراف بالجريمة أو خفضت الجريمة من الدرجة الثانية إلى الدرجة الرابعة.
In all of the cases that I have seen previously,
All right, the judge laying out all the different terms of the sentence. And we're going to take a break. But up next, the judge continues her sentencing on Isan Ali.
Why do we need another break?
Trial.
No,
And
I
jury
was
selection begins
muted.
tomorrow. The much anticipated matriarch
Adeline,
mastermind
I
voter
was
trial
muted
for
because
Donna
I
Adelson.
sent
But
my
she was
daughter
back
the
in court
college
today
stuff
ahead of
that they wanted me to fill
the
out with
arguments
all
over
of
a motion
my
by her daughter,
my
Wendy, to
personal
keep her from testifying on
information,
her behalf. Tell you all
including
about it
my
as well.
grants,
Keep it here in
my
front row.
my scholarship, and all my stuff for my
Tonight, on
college
closing arguments, the
education.
long
And then
unsolved
they
murder
wanted
of
me
a
to
serial killer's
send
daughter and the
all
case
this.
against her husband. We'll bring.
Then they wanted me to send all this information on the taxes. Then they wanted to know how much my toenail. Weird because FAFSA, I filled out the FAFSA information on my daughter and myself, and now they're saying that I didn't fill out the information, and I did. I have a copy of it. So you guys know how it is if you had kids with kids in college, and I just hate it when it's due by 5 o'clock and it's 4 o'clock and it has to get done by 5 o'clock, and it's just asinine. It's ridiculous. How much do you spend on healthcare? How much do you spend on medicines? How much do you spend on clothing? How much do you spend on self-care? How much do you spend? I shouldn't have to send that to you. I make this much. This is my major bills, and it's not much left over. And then I get all kinds of stuff. And then I get a tuition waiver. Yeah, I do. I get a tuition waiver. Oh my God, it's like, really? Now, one paper I knew she needed by tomorrow. Okay. She said the 21st. Today is the 20th, right? Please tell me I'm correct on that. Oh, it's the 18th. Why am I doing it when it was due on the 21st? Just saying. Yes, I'm with you on that. And that's part of my frustration right now because I understand Court TV is only streaming this through their TV channel. So we have to put up with all this crap. And I hate it. I hate it for you guys. I hate all the commercials. I know, right? No one else is carrying it? Oh, wow. It's good to know. Sorry about the rant about college stuff. I mean, it is just absolutely asinine what they asked for. I shouldn't have to give them so much personal information. Oh, you put 4 through college. But the thing is that she's on 100% scholarship. I'm on disability and scholarship. How and why? Why do you need to know how much it costs to trim my toenails? Y'all, I'm glad to have some sympathy here. You know, it's like, and I was told it was needed on the 21st. Today's the 18th. And now I've got 2 lives I'm running at the same time, kind of ignoring the other one. But I've got 2 lives that I've got going right now. And then I need to fill out all this documentation and send it to her, which I begrudgingly did. And then I turn around and they want more information. Well, welcome, Little Angel 4780. I really appreciate that. No, I really don't. No, as I am actually today, it's been kind of a crazy day. We did 3 lives at once at one point. We have 2 lives going now, which I'm usually really good about. I'm having fun with that. But in all honesty, this is now a 5 hours and 15-second live for a sentencing hearing. And every few minutes they stop for a break. We've been in more break than we have been in court time. And we have translators, which is fine, but it has slowed it down so much. So everybody's getting a little weary about this day. This should have been an hour, 2-hour max. And now we're in 5 hours.
Never had the
I think
state
everybody's a little
request
tired
that
of
I
this
impose
sentencing
a maximum
hearing.
penalty for the charge of assault in the 4th degree.
وفي طول هذه المدة لم تمر علي أبدا محكمة عن الولاية والحكومة طلبت أن تفرض العقوبة القصوى على جرحى من الدرجة الرابعة.
Right. That's the other thing. We haven't even talked about mom yet.
I'm not criticizing the state. I'm just indicating how this matter is before me and how I am considering it.
أنا لا أريد أن أنتقد الولاية ولكن هذا ما هو معروض أمامي اليوم ويجب أن أقرر فيه.
Frankly, it would be easy and satisfying to impose 364 days consecutive.
بالنسبة لي من السهل جدا أن أحكم ب 364 يوما متعاقبة.
Because it would feel like Mr. Ali was receiving a more appropriate penalty for his vicious assault on Fatima.
لأني أعتقد أن السيد علي يستحق هذه العقوبة نتيجة لجريمته البشعة ضد الآنسة فاطمة.
But I am imposing the sentence on the assault in the 4th degree for the assault on Isaiah.
ولكن أيضا أنا أقرر هذا الحكم أيضا بجريمة الاعتداء من الدرجة الرابعة على أزيا.
I instructed the jury at the beginning of the trial and in the concluding instructions, a portion of the following.
و
You are officers of this court.
أنتم ضباط في هذه المحكمة.
You must not let your emotions overcome your rational thought process.
ويجب أن لا تتركوا فرصة لعواطفكم أن تتدخل في عملكم الرسمي.
You must reach your decision based on the facts proved to you and on the law given to you.
ويجب أن تتخذوا قراراتكم بناء على الحقائق المعروضة أمامكم والأدلة التي تعرض لكم.
Not on sympathy, prejudice, or personal.
This is not court TV's doing, unfortunately.
Preference.
وليس أبدا بناء على أي تحيز أو تعاطف أو أي مؤثرات خارجية.
Those instructions apply to the work that I do as a judge.
وهذه التعليمات هي جزء من عملي.
Many people are in the system who are found not guilty of anything and spent a year in jail and they don't get paid. So I don't understand why someone would bring up that mom may get some monetary reimbursement for her over spending too much time in jail. Dude, you didn't pay your bond.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcox.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We do want to get you back to Washington State now for sentencing in the attempted honor killing trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. Now, Ihsan was found guilty of second-degree assault last month for attacking his 17-year-old daughter, Fatima, last October.
And Zara was found guilty of violating a no-contact order for Fatima's boyfriend, Isaiah. But the jury did acquit them of the more serious charges of second-degree attempted murder for each of them. Now let's get you back into court. The judge is beginning sentencing for Zara Ali.
Mrs. Ali was convicted of violation of a court order, which has a standard range, a sentence of 0 to 364 days in jail.
السيدة سننتقل الآن إلى السيدة علي. السيدة علي قامت ب
So 0 to 364 days.
المحكمة قرار منع الوصول والاتصال والعقوبة على هذه الجريمة تتأرجح بين 0 يوم و 364 يوم حبس.
Based upon everything presented at trial and what was presented today, it appears, Mrs. Ali, that you too blame Isaiah for what happened and for Fatima exerting her own ideas and free will.
وبناء على كل الذي سمعنا أثناء إجراءات المحاكمة وكذلك اللي سمعنا اليوم يبدو السيدة علي أنك أنت كذلك تحمل المسؤولية على أفكار فاطمة وتصرفاتها على إيزايا إنه هو السبب.
Let's be clear, what happened on October 18th is a direct result of your family household and family dynamics.
فخلينا نكون واضحين إن الأمور التي حصلت بتاريخ 18 من أكتوبر من شهر 10 هذه نتيجة مباشرة يعني التصرفات الموجودة داخل والعلاقات الموجودة بداخل أسرتكم.
It's a direct result of your and Mr. Ali's parenting choices.
وأيضا إن هذه كانت نتيجة للخيارات التي اتخذتوها حضرتك ومع السيد علي كأولياء أمر الأطفال.
Nothing that happened on that day was the result of any action by Isaiah.
كل الأحداث التي حصلت تلك اليوم لم تكن نتيجة لأي أفعال قام بفعلها Isaiah.
Perhaps you tell yourself that it was his fault, but the fault lies only with you and Mr. Ali.
من المحتمل أنت تقولي لنفسك إن هذا غلط أيزيا أو أيزيا كان سبب كل شيء، لكن الغلط من عندك أنت ومن السيد علي.
You acted in such a way towards Isaiah back on September 17th at Timberline High School.
فأنت تصرفتي بشكل معين ناحية أيزيا بتاريخ 17 من شهر سبتمبر أو شهر 9 بالمدرسة الثانوية Timberline.
That behavior was so egregious that the school actually trespassed you from ever coming back onto school grounds.
وتصرفاتك كانت شاذة لدرجة إن المدرسة منعتك يعني قرار من الدخول للمدرسة في المستقبل.
You apparently grabbed Isaiah. You don't get to grab other people's children.
أنت الظاهر لزمتي أيزيا وأول شيء خليني أقول لك إنه ممنوع إنك تلزمي أطفال ناس آخرين.
You screamed at him, you called him names, and used racial slurs.
أنت صيحتي عليه.
It was nasty.
أنت شتمتيه بشتائم.
Hey, Frank Leroy. Good to see you, babe.
You don't get to
Thank you
scream
for
at other
coming
people's
in,
kids
Janet.
and call them names.
Hi, Weird Debbie M.
هذه تصرفات ممنوع عليك إنك تصيحي على أطفال ناس آخرين.
Welcome, Mother Papillon. I used to have a papillon.
The fact that the school
Love my papillon.
trespassed you from Timberline and from all school district properties tells me how extreme your behavior
Probably.
was on September 17th.
قرار المدرسة والدائرة الدراسية إنها تتخذ قرار بمنعك من أي أملاك دراسية أو أي مباني مدرسية في هذه.
Honestly, guys, do you know what I would think would be so funny is if the judge sentenced her back to jail even for one night only. That would be funny to me.
منطقة بتوري لي لأي درجة تصرفاتك كانت متطرفة.
But the trespass order isn't why.
All right, Judge, want to make sure that everyone in the courtroom knows that Isaiah had no blame in anything that happened here. This was about their household.
Absolutely agree with you. And she's making it so.
And a look at whether Kylie Gonzalez was the intended target.
Yeah, well, let's get back to this. I had a 6-pack of one time before. Now I'm just down to 2 and a snorky. Oh, I only had one papillon. Thank you very much. I loved it very much, but I don't think I want 6 papillons. Don't. Oh, no. Ada, love you. We love you too, y'all. Sorry for the little college rant, but it's just like, yeah, we are waiting as well. We are going to follow it. I already have it on the calendar. I already have it up. So we're going to follow that as well. I can't believe they act like they don't understand English. It is their second language, and legally they really should have an interpreter because that way they can't claim anything for an appellate issue as far as not met as like an ADA law. So I understand them doing it. I appreciate it. I get it. Yahoo. Yeah. Good for you for doing it. But the way it's I can edit that out because nobody could hear it, but the people listening. So having it open in court like that makes the accountability even stronger. So it's harder for them to claim an appellate issue. The other thing is people want to do a book or a story or TV or whatever, and she's willing and wanting to do it. Go for it, baby. Go for it. That's the way I see it. Personally. Yeah, I gotta go let some doggies out. Hope y'all come back and enjoy watching the Donna Adelson trial and have a great debate and chat. We love debates and chat. We are happy if you don't agree with me. A lot of times I play the devil's advocate. So if we're in the prosecution, I'm going to be playing the devil's advocate on them. And I play devil's advocate on the defense. And sometimes I let my personal feelings known and sometimes I don't. Depends on the trial. Sometimes when it's so blatant like this one, it's hard not to sit there and say, yeah, well, he was trying to red from her. That's for sure. Lifetime special incoming. Exactly. I'm Kevin Ross. Thank you so much for that. That is so true. Frankie Leroy. Who let the dogs out? Who? Yeah, I know. I used to have a dog that I trained as a Frisbee show dog, and he would be in his kennel with the door open, wouldn't come out until he heard the who let the dogs out? Who? And then he'd bolt on who. It was fun. I love doing it. It was something that it was a joy for me. So anyway, but with this trial, it's driving me back crazy. I do understand why the courts are doing the way they do it. It is not Court TV's fault by the way the court is being run, but this is not being streamed on their YouTube channel. This is being streamed on Court TV that I have to go and pay for. Thank God I have a subscription. This is through, I think, YouTube TV, and this is the only reason why I'm able to host it. But bull mastiffs. I love bull mastiffs. But they big dog, big poop. They like a horse. Woof, woof. So anyway, this is their TV channel, and I can't get mad at it to a point. I just am disappointed they didn't have it on YouTube. But they're taking breaks when the court is taking breaks. So there you go. But I just am floored that we are going to push 6 hours for a hearing, sentencing hearing. I had a live all day today, a court that I barely got to hop in on. Thank you guys who watched it. I was in and out. There we go. I did a good, tomorrow we'll be in it. Oh, you're welcome. I really hope y'all come back tomorrow because we will be in that Wolf Barginger trial. We will be in that, but we'll also be doing the Donna Adelson. We'll be flipping. I don't think we'll see much in the Donald Adelson other than the jury number count, but we'll keep you updated.
Cases that Court TV is tracking.
In Kentucky, Felicia Gross and her husband have been indicted for the death of her 10-year-old son.
Well, thank you, Martha D. Your host is very aggravated.
Gross is charged with murder, falsely reporting an incident.
I am voicing all of our aggravation. All of our aggravations. Hey, I want to go code red. Can I go code red, please? I don't get to go code red much. So everybody, visual and audio warning. You ready? This is a Court TV. No, not Court TV. Just Court Code Red for overall crappy day of court. Here we go. Code Red in 3, 2, 1. We did it. All right. Now I feel better.
Tampering with physical evidence and abuse of a corpse. Jaden's stepfather, Josh Gross, is charged with complicity to murder.
In Tennessee, the fourth defendant charged in the murder of Memphis rapper Young Dolph is now on trial. Prosecutors say that Hernandez Govan was the mastermind behind the fatal shooting that killed the beloved rapper. You can watch the Young Dolph murder trial online on Court TV's YouTube channel.
And in Arizona, Christopher Schultz, the father charged with first-degree murder and the hot car death of his 2-year-old daughter, is seeking a new plea deal. Investigators say the girl spent hours strapped in a seat in temperatures well over 100 degrees. Schultz has already rejected a chance to plead guilty to second-degree murder, which carries a sentence of 10 to 25 years. The attorney says he's developing new evidence that would argue for lighter punishment as part of a new plea deal.
Let's head back now to Washington State as the sentencing of co-defendant Zara Ali, the mother, continues.
Because I'm commentating, I'm talking about it, I'm pausing, I am using it as a tool. Now, if I just put it up there and took my face down and just rebroadcasted their thing with no commentating, nothing, then that would not be legal. But Court TV is also really good. I've never had a problem. Court TV and I kind of know each other a little bit. But Court TV, anybody can share like I'm doing now, that anything that's Court TV, as long as you're commentating and changing the content.
Attempted honor killing.
Which commentating does.
Then why you are here because of the court order you violated.
لكن القرار الذي كان يمنعك من الدخول للمدرسة أو للمدارس هذا ليس هو القرار الذي جابك إلى هنا للمحكمة. اللي جابك للمحكمة هو اختراقك لقرار المانع الصلة والاتصال بالشخص.
Isaiah's parents were really quite reasonable after
Hey,
your
Justice Jane.
very
Hey, love. How are
inappropriate
you?
behavior on September 17th.
أولياء أمر أيزيا تصرفاتهم كانت معقولة جدا بعد تصرفاتك المتطرفة الذي تصرفت بها تاريخ 17 من شهر سبتمبر أو شهر 9.
They did not run out and get a protection order against you.
في تلك الوقت هم لم يطلبوا قرار
It's an Oreo day.
حماية
Don't judge.
At that point, you were trespassed from the school and Fatima was no longer going to attend Timberline.
في تلك الوقت منعوك من الدخول للمدرسة أو لأي مباني دراسية في المنطقة، وكذلك فاطمة كانت تتوقف عن حضورها للمدرسة.
Then you and Mr. Ali, believing that you knew best, brought the police to Isaiah's home just shortly before October 18th.
وفي ذاك الوقت حضرتك والسيد علي
Beyond the evidence. Here you go.
تظنوا أنكم تعرفوا أحسن من الآخرين، وبهذا جبتوا الشرطة معاكم لمنزل أيزيا، وهذا كان بفترة قصيرة قبل تاريخ 18.
And that is when Fatima ran away from you and Mr. Ali, and you were convinced that she must be at Isaiah's house.
وفي تلك اليوم فاطمة هربت من حضرتك ومن السيد علي، وأنتم كنتم مقتنعين بأنها هي موجودة في بيت أيزيا.
And of course, she was not there.
وطبعا كما اتضح هي لم تكن هناك.
But since you went to Isaiah's home and now knew where he lived, his dad felt that he needed to seek a protection order for Isaiah.
ولأنك ذهبت لمنزل أيزيا ويعني الآن اتضح أنك عارفة مكان سكنه، فوالده أحس بالمستحسن أنهم يطلبون قرار من المحكمة بحمايتهم.
You were properly served with that temporary order for protection.
وتم تسليم هذا القرار المؤقت للحماية عليك بالشكل الصحيح قانونيا.
That protection order prohibited you from having contact with Isaiah.
فهذا القرار، قرار الحماية لأيزيا، منعك من أي صلة واتصال.
Last one.
Like the trespass letter and order from the school, it prohibited you from going to Isaiah's school.
My son ate a big chunk of these, so I didn't eat them all. But last one, this is for all of you. And the sugar on my hips.
All right, let's bring back in attorney and former prosecutor Tommy Pope. Tommy, we're dealing with Zara now, and the judge hasn't delivered the sentence yet, but it's like she's setting up something very serious.
I tell you, from the beginning, when we spoke at last segment, I think she is slow and methodical.
Oh my God, thank you, June.
She wants them to understand exactly what she's doing and exactly why she's doing it. I think, even barring the translation issues, this is as thorough a sentencing and a basis for a sentencing as I've seen in a long, long time.
I just have to wonder, though, I agree exactly that she's making such a thorough finding and making a great record. I just really wonder if they're listening. And part of the reason I say that is the very thing she started off with, Tommy, when she was talking to the mother, which is, first of all, let me be clear. This was your family, your dynamic. Isaiah had nothing to do with it, and you acted in a way that was so egregious against him. I mean, she's setting it all out, but I think the fact that the mother chose to do this means she may not be listening at all or care what the judge has to say to her.
I thought of that on the father too, when she was delineating, and we're all listening to consecutive and concurrent and trying to figure it out. It just looks like he's just as mean as he was the day that we're looking at the video now, it seems to me, for him. And then for her, it's almost like she's detached, either intentionally or not, from the trespass issues and why you can't do things. And it seems to continue to be that they do what they choose to do, regardless of what the law says otherwise.
Yeah, they do what they want. And it really stood out to me that she said, you grabbed Isaiah. You don't get to grab other people's children. You screamed and yelled at him, used racial slurs. You don't get to scream at other people's kids and call them names. And so she's pointing out this mother's doing all these things that you don't get to do. But I don't know, this isn't the kind of mom that I think is listening and maybe saying, oh my gosh, I'm sorry I did this. Rather, I don't know. That's just my thought.
Yeah, it's interesting because will she take back the case? What the state wants her to do is basically the defense wants her just to dismiss the case with time served. She served more than she normally would under any case that would sentence her to 364 days, which is the maximum for the offense. But they want her to take back the case and give her parenting classes, for instance, or other things. We already heard that the father has to take, 12 to 14-week parenting classes. And this kind of goes to your point, Tommy. Do you think that's going to do any good in a case like this? And will the judge ultimately do that with Zara?
I think it has potential, really, to kind of dovetail on what the judge said, to get their attention that these things are unacceptable. We kind of skirted during the trial the reasons that this may happen culturally and otherwise, but you've chosen to be here, you've chosen to live here, and I think the judge is going out of her way to prove that we maybe have a different set of rules than you're accustomed to. And if you're going to be here, you're expected to live by them. So I could see her implementing it, whether it ultimately took with the mother and whether, it had any success. They may just, treat it as another inconvenience by the system. But I think, the judge is doing everything within her power, I believe, to get their attention.
She is, and I do not think the judge is going to dismiss. I don't think that's the route the judge is going to go.
I think she wishes she could sentence them both to more.
I completely agree with you. Yeah. Tommy Pope, great to have you on. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Folks, stick around. Coming up in our next hour, the sentencing hearing continues in the attempted killing trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. We're going to get you back inside the courtroom to hear what sentence the judge imposes on Zara. So keep it here on Court TV. The front row seat.
So he is not going home today, y'all. He is not going home today. I don't know. We'll see what they say, but I think he has up to 22 months he'll have to serve, if I'm understanding it correctly. I got to deal with the college. Hold on a sec.
And your price will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. This protection can last a lifetime, too. Some insurance policies end once you reach a certain age. Not this one. Pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
How did you apply? Called for information, got an application, filled it out, sent it back. It took a few minutes. And look at this. They sent me this free beneficiary planner just for calling. I filled in all my important information and final wishes. Now my kids will have everything they need in one place.
Ready to learn more? Call for free information and your free gift. There's no
So how
obligation. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. You have nothing to lose. Why wait? Call now.
Call 1-800-709-6100 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-709-6100. There's no obligation. 1-800-709-6100. Call now.
Okay, here we go.
Amica Insurance is proudly customer owned. We know what keeps you going, and we work harder to protect it. Visit amica.com today.
Jump into 88 Fortune Slots, the free-to-play mobile slots game of the year. Million-point jackpot and high roller gameplay. Download 88 Fortune Slots for free and get a 7 billion coin bonus. 88 Fortune Slots. Fortune favors the bold.
Don't stop me for wanting a good life. Don't want to stay in this toxic family that doesn't care if I lived or.
So now the college wants not this year's, but last year's. I'm like, tell me what you want straight up. Don't keep calling and saying we need more. Just give it to me.
You can't even hug me. Being a good mother is knowing that kids do bad things is okay, because kids can learn from their own mistakes. It's not my fault you hurt your kids. It's not my fault you got handcuffed. It's not my fault you are in jail. And it's not my
Your
fault
daughter.
you can't control your anger. Stop blaming me for your actions. I didn't ask you to put your hands on me. You're the one who you wanted this to happen, not me.
That's on them, not me. That's on them, not me.
State, Ihsan and that was the victim giving her impact statement during sentencing phase of her parents in the attempted honor killing trial in Washington State. Ihsan and Zahraa Ali learned today their fates following their convictions for a violent altercation with their teenage daughter. Ihsan was found guilty last month of assault and unlawful imprisonment after he was caught on video tackling his 17-year-old daughter Fatima to the ground and choking her during an attempt to take her back home after she had run away. Now, he was acquitted, though, on the top charge of attempted second-degree murder. Now, the mother, Zara, she was released immediately following the verdict after only being found guilty of violating a no-contact order involving Fatima's boyfriend. Now, the judge ultimately sentenced Ihsan to 14 months in prison and a 10-year no-contact order with Fatima for the second-degree assault charge, 12 months in prison for unlawful imprisonment charge, and 365 days in jail for that fourth-degree assault. And that's a 2-year no-contact order with Isaiah. And for that 364 days, she suspended half of that. So essentially, he'll serve 182 days. Let's go back inside the courtroom now. The judge is reprimanding Zara Ali through an interpreter, and she's getting ready to hand down her sentence.
كما كان يعمل القرار الذي منعك من دخول المدرسة وأي مباني في هذا الإقليم، مباني تابعة الدائرة الدراسية، هذا القرار قرار الحماية كذلك يمنعك من الدخول إلى المدرسة.
Haneen was with you when you were served with that temporary order.
حنين كانت موجودة معك أثناء توصيل أوراق القرار المؤقت لك.
I know from the testimony at trial that you prefer Haneen as your interpreter.
من إفادتك في إجراءات المحاكمة أنا فهمت فاهما إنك تفضلي حنين كمترجمة لك.
On October 18th, You knew and understood you were to have no contact with Isaiah.
في تاريخ 18 من شهر أكتوبر شهر 10 أنت كنت تعلمين وكنت فاهمة أن ممنوع لك أي صلة واتصال بإيزايا.
You knew because of the trespass order and the protection order that you were prohibited from going to Timberline.
كذلك أنت كنت عارفة بسبب القرار الذي منعك من الدخول للمدرسة وكذلك بسبب القرار الموقع من المحكمة بالحماية أن ممنوع عليك الذهاب لمدرسة تيمبرلاين.
You didn't care, and apparently you don't feel bound by court orders or school directives.
الظاهر لا تهتمين بهذه الأمور. والظاهر أنت ليس لديك قيود وهذه القرارات ليس قيود لك لا قرار محكمة ولا قرار مدرسة.
You willfully violated the protection order in several ways on October 18th.
بتاريخ 18 من شهر أكتوبر أنت قمت باختراق هذا القرار بنية اختراقه.
During the course of the trial, Mr. Leary argued on your behalf that you were simply a concerned parent looking for your child.
أثناء إجراءات المحاكمة المحامي سيد ليري قدم دفاع عنك أنك أنت كنت والدة قلقانة على طفلتها وكنت بتبحثي عنها.
That is not how the court saw the evidence at trial.
لكن المحكمة لم ترى الأدلة المقدمة إليها بهذا الشكل.
The court saw one parent, the father, directing the mother about how things were going to go.
المحكمة شافت أن واحد من أولياء الأمر وبشكل أدق الوالد كان يعطي تعليمات للوالدة عن هذه الأمور وكيف المفروض الأمور تمشي.
While you were there, you called out, "My daughter, my daughter."
أنت لما كنت موجودة هناك أنت بدأت تصرخي بنتي بنتي.
Your daughter, what?
بنتك ماذا؟
Was just strangled unconscious by your husband and her dad? Because that's what happened.
بنتك واللي حصل إن زوجك هو والد البنت هو الذي قام بخنقها لغاية ما أغمى على البنت.
Everything that happened at the bus stop was because of Mr. Ali's uncontrolled rage.
كل الأحداث التي حصلت بمحطة الباص حصلت بسبب الغضب الذي لم يسيطر عليه وعلى نفسه السيد علي.
It was not because of Isaiah.
وليس بسبب إيزايا أو أي شيء عمله إيزايا.
Mr. Ali could have easily killed Fatima on that day.
في ذاك اليوم السيد علي كان من الممكن أنه يقتل فاطمة بكل سهولة.
I truly hope that you understand that. I know you've seen it on the video, but I hope you understand that.
أنا فعلا أأمل أنك بتفهمي هذا الشيء. أنا أعرف أنك شاهدتي هذا الشيء على الفيديو لكن فعلا أأمل أنك تستوعبين وتفهمي هذا الأمر.
You have other children to protect who are in your household or who will be in your household.
أنت لديك أطفال آخرين الذي لازم تقومي بحمايتهم الذين موجودين في بيتك والذين سيكونوا موجودين في بيتك.
I'm going to impose 364 days with 83 days suspended for 24 months.
أنا سأعطي العقوبة الآتية 364 يوم السجن 83 يوم منها معلقة لمدة فترة 24 شهر.
I will order the only condition, no contact with Isaiah Williams by way of a separate unlawful harassment protection order for 24 months.
الشرط الآخر الوحيد سيكون عدم التواصل والاتصال بإيزايا ويليامز وسأقوم بالتوقيع على قرار مانع هذه السلوى والاتصال لمدة 24 شهر.
I will reserve the issue of restitution.
سأحتفظ بالأمر المتعلق بالتعويض.
I will not impose any other financial penalties.
ليس مش حأعطي أي غرامات أو عقوبات مادية أخرى.
Ms. Stone, do you have any questions?
I do not. السيدة ستون هل لديك أي أسئلة؟ الجواب كان لا ليس لدي أسئلة سيادة القاضي.
Mr. Katie, do you have any questions?
السيد كيدي هل لديك أي أسئلة؟
Your Honor, regarding the consecutive nature of the sentence that you ordered on the misdemeanor, my understanding is he's already served the statutory maximum on the misdemeanor.
سيادة القاضي بالنسبة أنت قلت أن العقوبة ستكون متزامنة فهو قد ظل الفترة المسموحة قانونيا يعني أقصى فترة مسموحة.
So I guess my question is, how does that square with the maximum on a gross misdemeanor of 12 months?
The interpreter is having a hard time hearing.
How does the consecutive, since he's already going to have credit for the full 12 months, how is that?
فسؤالي عن الحساب الذي سيقوم بمحاسبته دائرة السجون سيختلف.
First of all, he's served 10 months since October, which is not 364 days.
أول شيء لأن إذا نبدأ العد من شهر 10 شهر أكتوبر فهو بقى صار باقي في السجن 10 شهور فهذا لا يساوي 364 يوم.
182 days will add to the 14 months that he is required to serve.
فال182 يوم سوف يضافوا ل 14 شهر الذي لازم عليه أن يكون محبوس فيها.
For which there is a statutory maximum of 10 years.
وتحت القوانين الموجودة هناك حد الحد الأقصى يكون 10 سنوات.
And the Department of Corrections will calculate that math specifically.
ودائرة الإصلاح
No, he's not going home today. Absolutely not.
حساب هذه الفترة.
The court has not sentenced him to longer than the statutory maximum for count 4, I believe it was.
فالمحكمة لم تعاقبه أكثر بفترة أكثر من الفترة المسموحة قانونيا لتهمة الرقم أو بند 4.
The prohibition is on the imposition of a sentence beyond the statutory maximum, not the service of a sentence, the statutory maximum.
والشيء الممنوع هو إصدار الحكم الذي يفوق
We're with you. Welcome, Carrie B. 61.
العقوبة وليست الجلوس في السجن لنفس الفترة التي تفوق هذه الفترة المذكورة.
And certainly the sentence does not remotely reach the 10-year maximum for count 2.
وعلى تهمة رقم 2 فترة العقوبة التي أصدرتها المحكمة لا تقرب للحد الأقصى المسموح تحت القانون.
Plainly, it would be no different than any other mixture of class A's, B's, or C felonies where the individual is being sentenced for a particular charge, and that is beyond what the scope would be on another charge.
Aw, thank you. This lovely lady's frustrated with court today.
لا يختلف عن إذا كانت هناك جرائم من فصل A, B أو C وإذا العقوبة تم إصدارها على تهمة خارجة عن هذه التهم التي ذكرناها.
All right, so the court trying to determine exactly how long Ihsan will serve. What we find out about Zara, she's basically getting time served. The judge suspended the final 83 days on her total year on that misdemeanor that she was convicted of. All right.
Yeah, she
next
is.
on Court TV, the sentencing of the attempted honor killing case of Zara and Ihsan Ali continues. So keep it here on Court TV.
Y'all.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the long unsolved murder of a serial killer's daughter and the case against.
We may watch that because we are kind of following that case, but because of what's happened today, we really didn't get to follow today's case hearing today, and we're a little bit behind on that. So if my mods are up for it, I think what we'll do is watch Vinnie Politan. I'll start a new live and we'll go in and watch Vinnie Politan because really, if you live out of the country, I do Amazon gift card. So you can get an Amazon gift card if you live out of country.
The judge begins to read her sentence. But essentially, they're trying to figure out now exactly how long Ihsan is going to serve. It sounds like right now, the max he's going to do is 14 months. They're trying to figure out if that year that she tacked on consecutive will actually be a year, or has he already served the maximum, so it's not necessarily going to be added on. So what do you make of this sentencing thus far?
Please subscribe and put I
it's
sub.
always smart to make
That
sure
would be
you
great.
know exactly what your client is going to
YouTube
be
takes them
serving
away
before you leave the
sometimes.
courtroom. Because what happens is that he gets put into some detention center, and all of a sudden he's writing and calling and saying, "When am I getting out? What's going on?" And you're starting to try to do the math, and the math doesn't add up. So it's very smart of them to make sure that they're all clear before they leave this courtroom.
Fair enough. Now the judge essentially is sentencing both of them to the maximum. It's kind of bound by law as to how much.
Okay, I got to ask you guys, if you're out of the US, can I not get an Amazon gift card and digitally email it to you and you use that? Can y'all do that? Because I can do that.
She can actually give them. She seems very regretful of that because, again, 14 months, you're going to run those first two charges.
Thank you, Angela. We try very hard.
And she talked about the severity and the brutality of it and the vulnerability of the victims, both kids in this case. You got to expect the parents to know better. I know she considers Ihsan still a danger to the community, especially if he continues this type of thinking, wants him to go to parenting classes, demanded he go to parenting classes as part of his sentence. So what do you make of the fact that she really wishes that she could have sentenced this guy and the mother to more?
Well, I think she sat in this courtroom and she heard the facts.
I
and she
shall carry
saw what happened there and the
B61.
brutality of this attack. And I think she realizes, or at least she thinks in her mind, that the penalty just doesn't match the behavior. And she wishes she could give more. Unfortunately, in this situation, she's bound by the maximum penalties. And so she is certainly flexing her muscles when it comes to what exactly she can give, but she wants to punish them more. And Michael, they really are. I almost think that they're in a different courtroom than what this judge is in because they're showing no emotion whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't understand it, Randolph. I'm with you. The mother has expressed, and to our own Court TV personnel, that she wants a relationship with her daughter. She's not barred from seeing her daughter. The father is, though. There's a 10-year no contact order for him and his daughter. Now, the mother got a no contact order for 2 years with Isaiah, the boyfriend. But again, I think the issue here comes down to, what I'm taking away from what the judge is saying and how she's sentencing them, is that if they don't change their ways and begin to understand how things work here culturally, they remain a danger to society.
I think you're right, Michael. And I think that's the judge's attempt, at least with the fathers, to keep him away from her as long as possible. Remember, she's in high school or about to graduate high school, so maybe she moves on in life. She finds something different to kind of get herself away from this toxic situation. But, you know, at the same time, she's trying to balance the need for the mother to still be in her life a little bit, maybe to help guide her as she moves along. Maybe the less bad actor here to help with those things that she needs as you grow up.
Yeah, and Fatima, she, gave a statement and basically disavowed her family. She don't want anything to do with them, quite frankly. All right, Randolph, stand by. I want to take folks back inside the courtroom now for more of the sentencing.
We're now back on 24-1-132534, State versus Zara Ali. The judgment and sentence and other orders have been handed forward. Mr. Leary, have you had an appropriate amount of time to go over this with Mrs. Ali?
I have, Your Honor. السيد ليري، هل اتيحت لك الفرصة لمراجعة هذه الأوراق مع السيدة علي؟
I don't know if he heard you.
I have. نعم.
And you were able to review the paperwork with Mrs. Ali with the interpreter?
I was, Your Honor, and I fixed. وراجعت هذه الأوراق في صحبة المترجم.
I did, Your Honor, and I fixed Madam Interpreter's name and date and indicated that she interpreted as opposed to translated the documents as I reviewed them with my client.
Okay, I need to explain this. Do y'all understand the difference between interpreted and translated? Because that's a huge thing. She is a translator. She is not an interpreter. The difference is English to Spanish, English to Arabic, Arabic to Spanish, Arabic to Italian, English to Chinese. All of that is considered translation. When you take one language and you change it to another language is a translation. Interpretation is in American Sign Language. That is an interpretation because it is not a language to language cross barrier. So what I mean by that is that you don't, the word concept in spoken cannot be translated into ASL because ASL is not a spoken language. When we interpret American Sign Language, it is an interpretation. Now, when we have something like a document that is written English and we have to sign it in a way that the deaf person can follow and understand it, it is called a transliteration. How do I know all this? Because I am an American Sign Language interpreter and I am deaf. So that is why I say what I'm saying, because a lot of people don't understand what happened. And sometimes in a translation like this interpreter did, she took something and she did not do word for word translation. She actually did her understanding of it, which is called an interpretation. So if I sit there in Spanish and say the book is green and I go into English and I translate it to the book is green, that's appropriate. But if she puts an opinion or spin on it, that can be inappropriate. That's what they're talking about there. I hope I can, that's about the best I can explain it. But he said they went from they fixed the interpretation to a translation.
هذا من المترجمة أنها قد قامت بترجمة شفهية للأوراق وليس ترجمة مكتوبة حرفيا.
I am signing the judgment and sentence in open court and in Ms. Ali's presence.
الآن وقع الحكم النهائي في محكمة مفتوحة وفي حضور السيدة علي.
I have signed the rescission of the no contact order that protected Fatima Ali.
وقد وقعت على أمر عدم الاتصال الذي يحمي الآنسة علي فاطمة علي.
That protection order or no contact order is rescinded because Ms. Ali was acquitted of the charges involving Fatima.
وأن هذا القرار قد تم إلغاؤه نتيجة لحكم البراءة الذي صدر بحق السيدة علي.
I have signed the no contact order regarding an anti-harassment order protecting Isaiah Williams in open court and in Mrs. Ali's presence.
وقد وقعت على قرار بحماية وعدم الاتصال لحماية السيد.
So what she's saying is, I have signed all this in the presence of you and your translator. You
The
do
order is valid
understand.
for 2 years.
وأن هذا القرار ساري لمدة سنتين.
So there's a no contact or
Mrs. Ali, you
harassment
have
order for
30
2 years
days
for
from
Isaiah.
today to file a notice of intent to appeal either the verdicts of the jury or the court's sentencing today.
سيدة علي لديك فرصة 30 يوم للاستئناف في هذا القرار الذي صدر من هيئة المحلف.
Anything further from the state, Ms. Stone?
وأيضا الحكم الذي صدر مني أنا القاضي.
Not from the state.
إذا استمر عندك أي تعليق؟ لا ليس عندي شيء.
Mr. Larry?
سيدة
The court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right. We're done. So what did he finally
So the
get
judge
to
signed
serve?
the no contact order for 24 months for Isaiah. She actually rescinded the no contact order with Fatima. So maybe mother and daughter can perhaps get together and figure this out. All right. Before we go to break, folks, an update in the Idaho student murders case. The Idaho State Police have dropped nearly 600 pages of documents from their Brian Kohlberger investigation, and we're getting a much clearer look at the mass killer and his behavior, including women telling Washington State University
So what we're
about
going to
being
do
uncomfortable
is
around him. Reports of alleged stalking and a bizarre incident at a hotel involving Kohlberger months before the murders, plus reports that a witness overheard someone saying during the murders, "It's okay, Kaylee, I'm here for you." And this is just
wow, that's creepy. It's okay, Kitty. I'm here for you. Okay, so oh my gosh, that's why that felt weird. I have a heating pad on my chair for my back. Yeah, she could have given him 10 years, didn't show any emotions. Muslims put Islam over love and their children. My son is my son. I will sacrifice myself for my son. Yeah. Well, if the judge wanted to give more time, she should have let the evidence in about honor killing, red rooms and arranged marriages. You're right. Oh, LOL, you can call me Turtle. LOL, I'll answer that. Yep. Oh, well, thank you so much, Carrie B61. I don't know. I know a lot about little things. I know a little about a lot of things, but I'm not a lawyer. I am going to school for criminal justice. I graduate in December. Mom and dad need to leave her alone. I think so. All right. Good night, KB61. Good night. Good night. Hopefully you'll come back and join us tomorrow or another time. Princess, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I agree. But the judge is limited. Not all Muslims believe that way. They are various of Christianity. I agree. We are not judging the culture or the beliefs as a whole. I was wondering if we were going to go into Vinnie Politan. Let me see if he's live, because I do want to hear his take on the other trial. I do. Let's see if Vinnie Politan is live. Vinnie Politan. Let's see if he's going to go live about that trial. That was today. Nope. I don't see it. I'll just go to Court TV. See what they got. Should Alex Murdaugh get a new trial? That is something that I have been keeping an eye on. Ihsan does not care what the judge is saying, only when he's going to get out of jail and be finished with what he started. especially being a woman judge. Men are dominant in his eyes. That's right. Hey, salty girl. Thank you so much for joining. Is that what you're talking about, princess? Did I miss something? We're double M. I think he's on later. Yeah. I do want to watch it though. But we also, June, is it that, are we going to do movie night tonight? Are we going to do movie night? That'll be fun. So just so you guys know, Wendy Adelson won the fight. My hair's a mess. Wendy Adelson won the fight when it comes to her being called by the defense. There is a subpoena for her on the prosecution and then a subpoena for the defense. They both subpoenaed her. The prosecution is giving her an immunity and protection so she can, hey, salty girl, there you are. And so the defense also subpoenaed her, but with no protection. And the judge said that the subpoena for the defense was going to be suppressed. It was going to be thrown out, basically. So the only subpoena that she has to worry about right now is that of the prosecution, which has given her protection. So basically that means she's not going to serve time. What in the world? Got some on my face. So she's protected with her testimony. So that's always very interesting. So as Ihsan was sentenced to, and I put it up here earlier, he received 14 months, 12 months for another, 9 months, 6. Let me just copy and paste it. Thank you so much for the one who put that up there. I can't remember now. I've copied it a couple times. He got 14 months for the first count, 12 months for another count, 6 months for another count. Altogether, that's 32 months. Minus a 10, if I'm not understanding right, that leaves 22 months left. Minus time good behavior. And I don't know, 22 months minus good behavior. I don't know. I wanted to hear the commentary on that. But it's like giving commentary on it. So I wanted to wait and see. So now they're in the case with Wolfenberger. And I don't want to really go into that one right now. But we're going to follow this starting again tomorrow. We will do a quick recap in the morning before they go live. I think they go live at 9:30 our time. So let me get to my mod. Wonderful. What about the Delphi? My mods and I are going to have a conversation tonight about that. There's several trials that have hit at the same time that we weren't quite prepared for. So we're going to look into that. I understand that I can only cover so much, and so we're gonna have a heart-to-heart talk tonight and figure out how and who we're going to cover. Because I can do an all-dayer, and then I can do a partial night, which means we'll do the Donna Adelson trial during the day, and when it's breaks, like the 15, 20-minute breaks and the lunch breaks, we'll go into the second trial. And then when Donna Adelson's done at the beginning of the around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, then we'll go into the other one and finish it up by about 8. That's kind of like how I've done them in the past. So that's something my mods and I will have to discuss. And mods, we need to discuss that when we get done today. So we're going to do this. This live is 6 hours and 18 minutes, going on 19 minutes. What I'm going to do is go ahead and end this live in a minute. And then what we'll do is I may be live later today. If not, I'm going back to my dashboard and let me go to content. So tomorrow I have Donna Adelson on the books. I also have Wendy Adelson, was supposed to be today. Problem with that is we've gone all day with this other stuff, which should not have been. So what I'd like to do is if I do anything tonight, I will probably, no, I'll do Wendy tomorrow. I can do Wendy in one lunch, and then for the breaks, I can do Charles Adelson during the break. So I can do that. Lady Jane, good night, love. It is, oh, wow, almost midnight UK. Get some sleep. But wasn't there a Tennessee trial? There's several trials going on. I don't know why I can't access that. Let me go to my calendar because my thing is not popping in. So what we have going on, we have Donna Adelson is going to be jury selection starting tomorrow. We have the Georgia Wolf versus the Wolf Barger trial, Bargner trial. That will be going on right now. And then what we're going to do is I have Wendy Adelson and Charles Adelson and Donna Adelson. I'm going to sit there and do a breakdown on them. Those will take a couple hours each. So tomorrow we're going to be keeping an eye on the Donna Adelson jury selection. We will be watching the Georgia versus a Barger. God, that's so hard to say. Trial, and then we're going to do during breaks. We'll do the Wendy Adelson and Charlie Adelson deep dive. Yep, thank you so much. Oh, I wasn't last week. This girl took a week off, and I missed y'all so much. All of the interruption is so annoying. Let's watch the sentencing, and everybody else needs to be quiet. I will. Do you know what, Wolfen? I appreciate you. But I got to be honest, not every live is for every person. Bye-bye. I blocked. I don't appreciate that. I put a lot of work into this. State of Despair, how are you? Thank you so much. I'm sorry I can't please everybody. So if you want uninterrupted, go to Court TV and watch it over there. That's okay. Have a great day. Enjoy the block party. Okay, that's the one. Salty girl, what? Well, you know what? There's no need to be that way. If you don't like what I'm doing, move on. You don't have to jump in and be a little snot about it. Not everybody likes, I don't like everybody's channel, and not everybody likes mine. That's fine. We all have different tastes. That's why there's 100 of us out here doing this. So I appreciate all of you. I like the trial, but don't hear this. This sentencing was really, today was really an odd day. This sentencing should not have taken 6 hours. No, they were talking about me, State of Despair, but that's okay. No biggie. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tinkitude. So what we're going to do is we will be live tomorrow morning for the Wolfenbarger trial. We'll do a deep dive on the breaks on Wendy Adelson. We should have enough time to do Wendy Adelson for the morning break and then part of lunch, and then we'll do Charles the afternoon break. And we'll keep an eye on the Donna Adelson. But I will be that's okay. That's okay. Thanks for the click. Thanks for the click. Thanks for the algorithm, whatever. Oh, thank you so much. Well, we're going to do the drawings real quick before we go. So let me get this stage back up. So we got 2 cases today to do the drawings on. So let me share this. Okay, let me get the comments down so it's not blocking. Let me get everything geared up. All right, here we go. This is for this. I like for this live. Congratulations. Okay, let's go see myself. Oh my gosh. Looks like it's going to be Phoenix. The night watch doesn't get it. Oh, another myself. Okay, let's look at the light. This is for the earlier line that most of us didn't watch. Okay, I'll tell you state of despair. Okay, state of despair. During the live, if you hit the like button, you comment, I liked all in caps, you get entered into a drawing. And then if you sub, you put I subbed. If it's your first time subbing, congratulations, Frank Leroy. Let me do one more. And if you shared the live, you put I shared. I liked, I subbed, and I shared. I sub's only a one-time thing. So what happens is every night, no, Nightbot, you don't get to play. Every night or every live, I'll draw winners. At the end of the month, those winners will be drawn for a giveaway. And that usually, weird Debbie, that giveaway is, here's the last I sub. That giveaway is for merch. If you live out of country, I will do an Amazon gift card for the equal value of the merch that I can send to you via email. Norma, woohoo, one more. So these people are getting an entry. So the way you do this is you comment, I liked, I sub, and I shared, and I do check it. Yay, Phoenix. Oh my God, you're on a roll tonight, Phoenix. Okay, everybody. That would be all of our wonderful winners for today. So what happens is all your names goes in a pot at the end of the month for a merch giveaway. So yay! I called it, Wolf BKs. Yep. So we will be doing that tomorrow. No, but I think, tell me if I'm wrong. Can I not do an Amazon gift card and just send it via email? Gift you a gift card through the email, and then you can take that and you can use that and get something on Amazon. Is that correct? I think I can do that. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining and watching mods. Be prepared for a mod chat if you don't mind, if you're free after this live, so we can finish up this week. But everybody, thank you so much. It was a crazy day. The sentencing was aggravating to no end, but we did it. We stuck it in there. So we're going to go. Have a good night, everybody. If you are interested, I think we're going to do a movie on my Discord. So let me throw up my Discord real quick. I'll put it in the comment real quick. And then if you want to watch us on Discord, join our Discord, validate it, and then you can watch a movie. I don't know what it's going to be. I think we were toying with Green Mile. I do know they have a Green Mile 2 coming out, and I love that movie. And I got a lot. We also need mods, you guys. We are looking for mods. And you can have, that's not what I want. You can have 0 experience, and we will teach you. Or if you have some, that would be great. I'm also looking for a semi-techie mod. I need a semi-techie mod. So please reach out to me either in Discord or my email at akbjuror@gmail.com. Oh, I know. So y'all come and join us. We'd love to have you come join us. I will see if I can host it. One of us will host it over in our Discord. And we do have fun stuff. We have food. We have a section for food and pets and memes and emoji. We just have a lot of stuff over there. So come join us. It'll be fun. All right, you guys. We'll see you in the morning. You guys my morning, your daytime. I don't know what time that is. And thank you to all the new people for hanging in there with us and humping on. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you for sharing your space with me. I enjoyed sharing mine with you. Till then. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.